Tashi Dilik, Namaskar. On behalf of Ministry of Culture, Government of India, we welcome His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso, the 14th Dalai Lama, on this glorious occasion of Global Buddhist Summit 2023. It's a great honor to have the august presence of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, amidst us. It's our huge privilege to welcome illustrious Sangha Rajas and Supreme Patriarchs gracing the dais. On the right side of His Holiness, we have Most Venerable Vaska Dube Mahinda Bansa Mahanayake Thero Mahanayake of Amarpura Mahanikaya, Chief Abbot of Vasukadev Royal Relic Temple, Sri Lanka. Then we have His Holiness 43rd Sakya Trezin Khondung Gyana Vajra Rinpoche, Head of Sakyapa Order of Tibet Buddhism, India. Then we have His Eminence Padma Acharya Karma Rangdol, Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. Next we have His Eminence Kyabje Yongzin Ling Rinpoche Tenzin Langtok Thille Choifak of Drepung Losling Monastery. Then we have Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation. Sitting onto the left side of His Holiness, we have His Eminence Revered Khamba Lama Gabju Dembrel, Head of Mongolian Buddhist and Patron IBC from Mongolia. His Holiness 12th Chamgun Kenting Thai, 12th Kentin Thai Situpa Rinpoche. After His Holiness Rinpoche, we have Jeong Pyom from Korea. Next, we have Venerable Bhikshu Dhamma Shobhan Mahathero, President of All Nepal Bhikshu Association, Nepal. And on to my right, we have Most Venerable Thit Thien Tam, Vice President, Vietnam Buddhist Sangha. Proud moments as we are here to welcome all other Sangha leaders, scholars, Dhamma practitioners, other foreign dignitaries from across the globe who have so benevolently congregated here to discuss modern-day global challenges and help in finding solutions through teachings and principles of Buddha Dhamma. The word is blessed as millions. His Holiness has been spreading smiles on the thousands, millions of faces across the globe. International Buddhist Confederation is an apex body under the aegis of Ministry of Culture. It provides a global platform for preserving, propagating, and promoting shared Buddhist values and tradition. We are indeed honored to have Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya, Secretary General, IBC, amidst us. May I request you, sir, for the welcome address, please. Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhang saranang gacchami dhammang saranang gacchami Sanghang saranang gacchami. Your Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, members of Mahasangha, brothers, sisters, and friends in Dhamma, a very good morning to you all. Today is the second day of Global Buddhist Summit 2023. On this auspicious day, in this beautiful hall, I cordially welcome you all this beautiful morning to this esteemed gathering of evolved Dhamma practitioners, academicians, and scholars, you all. We have seen yesterday, we have heard, there have been talks about different seemingly traditions, lineages, or schools that we come from different countries, from different parts of the world, different colors of flowers. It makes beautiful because they are from the same tree of the Buddha, Sakyamuni Buddha. We are Buddhist, and as Buddhist, we have a shared origin and a collective responsibility. We may think we belong to these or that tradition and lineages. It is evident that in the course of time, Buddha Dharma or Buddha Dhamma, what is known as today Buddhism, has evolved into many forms, schools, traditions, and lineages. But our root is the same. It is the universal Dharma or Dhamma. This root is the Tathagata Sakyamuni Buddha himself, who was born in Lumbini, today's Nepal, and who attained supreme enlightenment at Bodh Gaya in Bihar, India. He is our supreme master, and his teaching is the sublime foundation of our inspiration and our guiding light towards enlightenment and nirvana. What did the Buddha teach us? Obviously, the Buddha taught Dharma, Dhamma Vinaya. Though the Buddha taught the same Dharma or Dhamma, he taught it to different people under different circumstances from different perspectives based on the level of listeners' intellectual and spiritual maturity. Thus, there seem different kinds of teachings taught by the same Buddha on the same subject. As there are different schools, traditions, and lineages being followed in different parts of the world, it is important to remind ourselves about what the Buddha had said in Dhammapada verse number 194, which we have been hearing many times, reverberating, resounding yesterday also. Very important. It runs like, Sukho buddhanam upadho, sukha sadhamma desana sukha sangassa samaghi samaghanang tapo sukha. It is all about peace and harmony, harmonious practices, harmonious coexistence, and our collective responsibility. We know that there are crises and challenges before us. Some are local, some are regional, and many are global in nature. We, as Buddhists, ardent followers of the Buddha, can we do anything collectively to address these challenges and contribute positively to alleviate suffering in this world? This is the first question before all of us today. If yes, how? A very challenging answer to challenging question. Though we practice dharma or dhamma that promotes harmony among us and coexist in harmony with the environment and nature, this is the second question. It is of utmost importance to have harmony and cooperation among the monastic and lay Buddhist Sangha. All four communities of the Buddhist Sangha, irrespective of traditions, lineages, the countries, regions where we come from, need to come forward freely to delve into Buddha's teachings and find a way to address the challenges before us. These challenges may be either internal or external. The challenges and crises are common to all human beings, irrespective of our nationalities, geographical, religious, or any other identity or background whatsoever we claim to assume. We are human beings, not different from others. We are subject to the same law of nature. We live on the same planet Earth and under the same sun and the same moon. We share the same air and water. When something goes wrong in any part of the world, it affects us globally. Temperature rise, climate change, and COVID-19 are the best examples. We have to think globally and pledge with a strong sense of responsibility to promote world peace, save the Mother Earth, and protect all the nature-given gifts and the biodiversities. We should practice compassion ourselves and encourage others to do so. Exclusiveness seems to be a very common trend nowadays, and it is seen being practiced in different parts of the world as a system of philosophy or worldview. It is only I or me and not you. This kind of exclusive philosophy or worldview will generate nothing but hatred, ill will, and that subsequently will lead to violence, terrorism, war, what we are witnessing today in different parts of the world. We need a positive worldview, positive philosophy, the philosophy of inclusiveness, and the practice of four Brahma Vihara, the Metta, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha. Whether we call ourselves a Buddhist or Christians, Hindus, Muslims, or atheists, or by any other level for that matter, essentially, we are human beings. We are born in the same way, and one day we all will die. This is the truth. No power can defy this universal dharma. We are human beings, and we have common problems or dukkha, which are common to all human beings. Thus, the solution has to be designed or carved out by us collectively. That is our collective responsibility. Instead of debating on which religion or race is superior, we need to promote the best practices of human civilization that harmonizes with nature and promote peaceful coexistence. I am hopeful that the 2 days of deliberations by eminent Buddhist scholars and Sangha members will provide a clear direction and sustained impetus for collective action and a united voice. Collectively, we can make a great impact and bring a positive change to this world. What we think, we become. Elevate our thinking, the world will be elevated. How we perceive the world, we feel and act. Act compassionately, the world will be peaceful. Let us raise the Buddhist voice for world peace and social harmony, for the protection and preservation of nature and the environment, for the protection of the voiceless and meek animals, very important. Let's act collectively to address the challenges, whether they are internal or external, regional, local, or global. Let's practice the Dharma or Dhamma for a balanced and peaceful world order, for harmonious coexistence, for Dhammic sustainable development. Let's put hands together and march as a sustained, strong, positive force to work in unity and harmony for protection, preservation, promotion of Buddha Dharma, the Buddha Sasana, and spread the sublime teachings of the Buddha worldwide for the welfare, benefit, and happiness of all sentient beings. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalang. May all beings be happy and peaceful. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Thamapaya. The Venerable monks from Theravada and Nalanda tradition will now chant sutras and do Mangalacharan.
Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Mahakaruniko nato hitaya sabbapaninang puritva parami sabba pattu sambodhimottamang etena saccavajjena hotu te jayamangalang. Jayanto bodhiya mule sakyanang nandivadranong ewang tuyang jayo hoto jayaso jayamangaling sabbe satta sukhi hanto sabbe hanto cakemino Sabbe baddhani passanto ma kinchi dukkamagamam Sabbe satta sukhi hanto sabbe hanto sakemino Sabbe Bhadrani Passanti Ma Kinchi Dukkamagamam Sabbe Satta Sukhi Hantu Sabbe Hantu Sakhe Minu Sabbe Bhadrani Passantu Ma Kinchi Dukkamagamam.
Proud moments as we welcome illustrious Sangha leaders, Dharma practitioners, scholars, ambassadors from across the globe who have so benevolently congregated here to discuss modern-day global challenges and help in finding solutions through the teachings and principles of Buddha Dhamma. The second day of Global Buddhist Summit 2023, a historical summit as we have the blessed presence of His Holiness and Supreme Heads and other senior-most members of the Holy Sangha and scholars from 30 countries from across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, the mankind has made galloping progress to master science and technology. We may have conquered the space, but somewhere missed out on loving the Mother Earth, somewhere missed out the path of Dhamma. Human race is in a dire need of peace and harmony, both in personal life at home and work. Okay. As well at the global level. We will now have the Nalanda chantings.
Senjo Demba Timenda Visha Sendo Rawa Jala Jan Zolo Tujengela Siva Sumanchi Nyame Chenje Jala Jan Zolo Gumbo Tuje Chidemba Tanje Chime Nemba Bo Sena Yende Jaze Shin Tije Jala Jan Zolo Tabende Jan Rewan Yu Give Nizon Lende Chidon Den Dan Chonyo Ba Shinju Chila Chan Zolo Chenen Zhen Lam Yan Den Laban Dala Rabdun Shingen Dang Ba Yin Den Den Gindin La Ya Cha Zolo Sanje Zola Cha Zelo Gyoba Chila Cha Zolo Gindin Chila Cha Zelo Sulan Dadu Kwisha Che Cha Jara Weba Tamje La Shindu Kunye Changye Ye Lu Dien Ba Ye Nam Gun Chodu Deve Janze Sundu Jubian La Chijira Seven Ganjun Dendrug Chana Bemu Dinzin Yazul So one is so shin de lindu shun dozen so bang wa sen ye re won zhan yin de sun na sun da ma san ye pe ma da ma ye zhe jian a wa de ne ji de ge ye zha xi da mo Wan de me chora me ya wan ji de su na la de mi ni mi che ba 却应当把业务拿来细节吧。年年今天给月扎西苏尼嘛。当把今天对面扎西就他当面当他妈一年切别呢。所以就让我在前段别一些。年年今天给月扎西苏嘛。天不归因扎西修，因了出去送给扎西修，他这等当都因扎西修，家园不送都因扎西修。
We shall now have a special session titled Contribution of Buddha Dhamma and the Sangha towards World Peace. We have both Sangha and academic representation for this session. Most Venerable Sitagu Sayadaw was our esteemed Sangha representative. Due to some reasons, he is not here. Therefore, may I request Venerable Ashin Kumara to please read the message of Most Venerable Sitagu Sayadaw.
The most respected His Holiness the 40th Dalai Lama, the most respected Holy Sangha members, Dhamma brothers and sisters, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read out the speech of the most venerable Sitagu Sayadaw from Myanmar. The title of his speech is Power of Mind for World Peace, as follows. Every religion calls upon their followers to live a moral way of life and to attain mastery over the mind, and to cultivate purity of heart. Whether it is the Bible or the Quran or the Veda or Tipitaka, all scriptures call for peace, amity, and harmony. From Jinnah to Jesus, all great founders of all religions have emphasized religion with virtues of tolerance and non-violence. But the world we live in is often driven by religious conflict and sectarian strife, or even the war of brutal fighting. This is because we usually attach importance only to the outer shell of religions. We overlook the universal truth or the inner core of religions. The result is a lack of love, compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, self-understanding in the mind. When there is no peace within an individual, then there cannot be peace in the world. Violence and peace can never coexist. The only way to achieve inner peace is through insight meditation. This is a non-sectarianism, scientific, result-oriented technique of self-observation, self-realization of the truth. Practice of insight meditation brings unprecedented result. There is experiential understanding of how mind and body are interacting. Whenever negative emotions arise in the human mind, such as craving, jealousy, hatred, anger, ignorance, and so on, these negative spirits trigger unpleasant sensations within the body. On the other hand, sometimes positive states arise in the mind, such as tolerance, love, compassion, sympathetic joy, wisdom, and so on. At the time, mental actions create happiness and pleasant sensations within the body. From every moment to moment, the mind generates hatred or love, compassion or cruelty, sympathy or jealousy, positivity or negativity, pleasantness and unpleasantness, selfishness or selflessness. So, the entire mind is flooded with pleasant sensations or unpleasant sensations all the time. Insight meditation reveals that mental action precedes every physical and vocal action, determining whether that action will be wholesome or unwholesome. That is why we must find practical methods to create a pure and peaceful mind. The practice of insight meditation can be used for keeping the mind to be balanced and the mind to be healthy. By exercising one's mind with insight meditation, everyone can remove the mental disease of negativities and can achieve balance of mind. The balanced mind will make the unbalanced world to be balanced. The stable mind will make the unstable world to be stable. The peaceful mind will make the violent world to be peaceful. People of any faith can practice such insight meditation without discrimination of caste, color, and greed. At the same time, we may follow their own religions and traditions in peace and harmony. There is no need for conversion of religion. A common source of tension and conflict only creates negativity. Therefore, compassion is only for changing a negative mind to a positive mind. As an observer, one will find a society to live and feel with peace and harmony in each natural setting. Today in the world, we clearly see various degrees of spiritual pollution, such as discontentment, dissatisfaction, disagreement, arguments, no forgiveness, demonstrations, strikes, violence, invasions, aggressions, tensions, and so on. These spiritual pollutants are always creating bad consequences to human societies and our human environment. This is the manifestation of an unbalanced and untrained mind, motivated by negativities latent within the human mind. We all understand that we need to protect our environment and society, stop polluting them, and remove such mental pollution. People are searching for a place of peace and tranquility. However, they cannot find out such a place of paradise in this materialistic world. So let us change our mind from negativity to positivity. Removing such pollutants of negativities will promote peace and harmony among human society, as well as a balanced mind and healthy relationship between human society and each natural environment. This is how Buddhism can foster environmental protection. Now, we all religious leaders from different faiths in different places coming and gather together here at this religious dialogue organized by the International Buddhist Confederations. So, I am confident that we should join together hand in hand to abstain from conflict and violence, that we strongly condemn any forms of violence and conflict. We also urge all political leaders, national leaders, and spiritual leaders to join in this agreement. We all leaders must make a vow right here and right now. We declare that we unconditionally condemn such brutal fighting, cruel killings, and any and every form of violence. We must seek forbearance, forgiveness, selflessness, and compassion for the establishment of peace and harmony, stability, security, and coexistence in this world. Let us try to formulate a definition of religion. We should try to understand the intrinsic meaning of religion. Then there will be no greater misfortune for humanity than failure to define religion as synonymous with peace. I really appreciate and congratulate the organizers of this event for their vision and efforts. I heartily congratulate in word and in deed all the religious leaders, spiritual leaders, national leaders, and scholars who have morality, spirituality, and determination to work together for a wider and deeper understanding of religious teaching respectives, and to give people hope that religion will lead to a peaceful future in this world. May all beings be free from aversion. May all beings be happy. May peace and harmony prevail in every corner of the world. Bhavatu Sabha Mingala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Ashin Kumara. And now, for academic representation and address, may I call upon Professor Robert A.F. Thurman, a renowned scholar of Buddhism, who is also the first Westerner Tibetan Buddhist monk ordained by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Professor Robert A.F. Thurman, please.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. So they asked me to say something. I'm a little bit intimidated to speak in the presence of His Holiness and so many eminent spiritual leaders, but I guess I'm supposed to represent the academics. And since although I'm retired and I redefined academic as meaning yogi or yogini of the intellect, I can perhaps say something. And I do love the Indian idea of the academic as a yogi, and I aspire to that at my elder age. Chatong, first let me just invoke the presence of the Lord Avalokiteshvara, the compassion of all Buddhas. Chatong kolo juvi javotang, chentong kawa sampo sanjedang, gang la gangdu de la detamba, tamba chenesig la chopabu, and chatsalo both. So world peace, really there's nothing much to say from academic point of view, different from what His Holiness has always been saying for the last 80 years or 70 years, and that is world peace comes through inner peace. And inner peace for the individuals, the masses of the people, it cannot just come from the leaders, it has to come from the masses of the people in all of the countries. And in order for that to happen, education has to be the central occupation of societies, all societies. And actually, in spite of all the horrible things that are going on in the world today, that are disturbing and upsetting all of us, one thing that is unique to today is the universality almost everywhere of education, educated people. Unfortunately, they tend to be educated not for the right thing. They tend to be educated for making money, for being aggressive and dominating their profession and their society, and sort of being number one, so to speak. And they're not educated in the way that the Sita Guru just mentioned, to become in control of themselves and to develop a good character and to develop wisdom about the nature of reality and to develop compassion for other beings and true altruism. And therefore, in that prayer that I recited in Tibetan for Avalokiteshvara, it praised Avalokiteshvara for being able to manifest whatsoever is necessary to educate whomsoever. So, and that means educate literally to tame, kalagangdul dela detamba, to tame, that is to tame the egotistical mind through wisdom of knowledge and reality. And then yesterday I wanted to say that I was very delighted to have someone tell me, because my Hindi is not adequate to understand the eloquence of the Prime Minister Modi, but I was delighted that he announced that India, the nation, is a nation devoted to ahimsa, to nonviolence and not to war. And therefore it wishes to attempt, of course nothing is perfect in this samsaric world, but it wishes to attempt to maintain nonviolence in the midst of the furious fear and violence stimulated by the dictatorships around the world. People who come to dominate a single person, to dominate the will and the destinies of millions of people, which is a tremendous danger, in fact, to everyone. And the person who is in the greatest danger is the dictator in all of these cases, which we look carefully, we can see that very plainly. Actually, we can see it on television. Everyone in the world can see that the powerful dictator gets in the worst trouble by causing the death of so many people, can easily do it. So I was really delighted because India, perhaps uniquely, has this tradition where the goal of being willing to die even, not to take another life, not to kill. Soldiers, we know, are trained and trainable and educatable to die in the process of taking the lives of others. And they will join up in armies and they will be trained to be violent and even give their lives for violence to win their war. But also human beings can also be trained to put their life on the line for nonviolence, not to take another life. And this has happened many times in the world, and they're not often reported in history because the military type of governments tend to control all the governments in the world. And so India has the best chance, I think, to bring the aims of, for example, today, of course, we were in the presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who has always said he has the 4 aims in life. And of these aims, common human kindness is one, and the world religions being cooperative and not having inter-religious conflict, especially never using religion in politics or in international warfare, is very important. This is his second aim. His third aim is to help India, the country that has so kindly shown him refuge, to rediscover a full conversation of its inner science, not religious, not necessarily bring Buddhism. Not everybody doesn't have to be Buddhist in His Holiness's view, but everyone has to develop compassion and wisdom and needs to be educated for that purpose and can learn that from all of the world religions if they properly learn them, and not just think that being a member of the religion is enough, or even in some cases they can kill in the name of religion, which is very, very wrong and completely wrong, whether it's a Buddhist or a Christian or a Hindu or any kind of person, a Muslim, whoever it may be, Christian, whoever it may be. And so India has this best chance. And in fact, India did this once before, I would like to say. In the axial age, 2,500 years ago, the Shakyamuni Buddha broke through the self-centered sort of class system and the royal system. He was born to be a general and a warrior. He was a Kshatriya class. And he left that class and renounced that. And he broke through and totally conquered his own klesha, his own ignorance and his own greed and hatred and so forth. And along with him, many other great sages and rishis in India also did that. And they wrote the Upanishads, and they wrote all the Sutrakaras emerged. And he, of course, his Shakyamuni taught all the many great sutras. And in those sutras, he created a wave that spread all over Eurasia, at least. And you had Confucius in China and Zoroaster in Persia. You had the Pythagoras and the pre-Socratics in Greece. And everywhere, the various historians called it an axial age. And what the axial age was designed to do was to control the military people, the generals, the kings, from killing people and fighting violently, like in the Mahabharata war, like in the Trojan War, in the Greek system, and they had similar such wars. And that job of controlling the violence of the planet is still not finished. And so India has to rise again to that thing, and this will create another wave that can go all over the world. And so we need to do that now. It has to be, the focus is moksha, liberation spiritually, and also liberation politically, which requires democracy, imperfect as it may be. As Winston Churchill said, worst possible form of government, except for all the others. And then controlling violence, controlling class inequality, the extreme inequality between rich and poor, and controlling alienation and fear and people feeling that one another is very different. All the people of different races and nations and religions have to adopt each other as children, as each other's children, as each other's brothers and sisters, as the Holiness always says. So now then, last thing, the education. India had the great tradition of the Nalanda monastic university, and the Nalanda was only one of hundreds of such monastic universities in India, which amplified the power of the Gurukulas and of the ministries of the kings, and created an education not only for Buddhists, but for all of those seeking to understand physics, nature of reality, biology, nature of life, and psychology, how to transform the mind, these major things. And nowadays there is a movement in India to create, again, a Nalanda, and there is a Nalanda University. But this movement, and now I have to say something perhaps surprising, but that university has not acknowledged and does not possess the core curriculum of the ancient Nalanda University. But actually it's all right, because the core curriculum of ancient Nalanda University does exist on Indian soil today. And it is represented in Ganden, Sera, Drebung, and all of the different monasteries and monastic educational centers that have come back from Tibet, which originally were inspired by Nalanda University and all the other universities from Bengal to Gujarat, and in South India as well, from all over India. And when they were destroyed by Bakhtiyar and others in the 12th century, all of them, these traditions were preserved in Tibet, and by the strangeness of history, they now exist in India. And I just want to mention the names of the great Indian sages and rishis who provided that core curriculum, which are studied today in those monastic universities. And in order to create reason and make people able to think clearly, we have Dharmakirti, the great Dharmakirti, who taught logic, and this is studied today in these Tibetan institutions. And then there is Gunaprabha, who taught the Vinaya, the ethics of the self-restraining people, the monastics. And everyone studies and learns that, and they have to pass exams in that. And many of all these lamas have done that. And then we have Maitreya, even a book through Arya Asanga. We have a book from a future Buddha, the Abhisamaya Alankara by Maitreya, with a wonderful commentary by Haribhadra, a great Indian master. And finally, and then we have Madhyamaka from Nagarjuna and Chandrakirti. And that is physics. As I said yesterday, that is not just spiritual thing, that's physical science. The nature of reality is emptiness, which means freedom. It doesn't mean nothingness. And therefore, people can understand that, and everyone can understand that. And once they understand that, they understand relativity. And once they understand relativity, pratitya samutpada, even pratitya anutpada. And once they understand that, then they have genuine compassion for other people. So it doesn't mean they go off into space somewhere and escape the universe. They become rain clouds of the Dharma for other people. And finally, you have Vasubandhu's Abhidharma, Vasubandhu and Asangha's Abhidharma. And the Abhidharma is biology, is the learning that karma is not just a spiritual theory. Karma is a biological theory better than Darwin, because Darwin only applies to species and to collectives and is materialistic and mechanism. And the biology karma from Buddha and Vasubandhu and others involves the spirit and the mind of the beings. And it also affects the individual. And the individual is evolving, not just the species. And that's really important because it gives the individual the reason for being kind and being compassionate and not doing evil. And that biology should include that idea. It's not just a matter of machinery, mechanism, genetic mechanism. It's a matter also of conscious evolution for the individual in the future life. And my last thing, which is my favorite point nowadays, is we have to engage with the scientists, as His Holiness has always done, but not just listening to the materialist scientists. We have to challenge the materialist scientists. They have to prove to us who has discovered the nothing where they plan to go when they die. Who says by dying you become anesthetized and you cease to exist? Who discovered? They only believe in what they can discover, the modern scientists, which I applaud that method. It's like Buddha's method. There's no dogma that controls reality. And who has discovered nothing? So why do they think you can be nothing just by dying? You cannot. You will have another life. You will face the consequences of if you were a king or a prime minister or a dictator and you cause death and destruction by war, you will experience those consequences yourself. And therefore, you better not do that in such a position of power. Thank you. So that's my last point. I feel that the modern materialists have simply become hypnotized and obsessed with nothingness. And therefore, they have become reckless in the way they control the world, and they don't save the environment, and they don't prevent the wars, and they don't do the things they could do because they think they're going to just be nothing and there will be no consequence. They are like the Charvaka of the Buddhist time. And we have to challenge that from a scientific basis, because we do have proof that there is former and future life. There's many proofs if they will consider them. So anyway, that's my last point. News flash. Nothing is nothing. And no one, therefore, can discover it because it's not there. Therefore, we have to take care of everything. That's the Buddhist message, okay? Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to talk for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robert Thurman, for addressing this special session on contribution of Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. A riveting and a rejuvenating speaker, as always, Professor Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor and good fortune to have His Holiness amidst us this morning. May we seek the blessings of His Holiness Tenzin Gyatso. May I request His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, to address the Global Summit 23 and shower his blessings on us.
야, 다 관계 땡진 돼서 가서 그런 죽임이도 땡중게 되고는 서울 제외 사이에 좀 된데스 다 왜 전부에 되가로 덤바 왕구요래 이제 땡진 잡는 중 사기 땡중기 땡지를 땡네 나라저 생기 응안신 배시 너무 산다 제하게 배 싫으치게 다 될어야 이니 갑자기 저러다가 나라저 안다 저버든다는 용기 땡시 춘이 민도로 중심직된 춘야던 리스군을 개보신 땡시 제주 참여가 땡중사게 책임을 되기 시우저에서 땡사되기 샹라 라레바 샹라 라마레바 라왕의 주의 천에 요마레스 땡스 예 중사되기 샹라 아니 라레바 샹라 땡네 시 다샤바 사마도 그게 패는 되게 매버지 마레스 대시 춘이면도로 중심직된 수양던 중사되기 군대게 땡질을 쏘고 말한서 지금 통주게 단 냠용 용돼야 되기디 그 규인을 땡에 도시 용돼버지기 뒤에디 아니 또버 딱성 소리지기 마도 그게 패는 명이지 말이스 대시 춘이면도로 중심직된 수양
Let me first pay salutation to Buddha Shakyamuni, who taught the truth of dependent origination, Pratitha Samuppada. And among all the great spiritual teachers of the world, one thing that really defines the Buddha as a unique teacher from the Buddhist point of view is his teaching on dependent origination. And dependent origination, Pratitha Samuppada, really captures the essence of Buddha's insight and Buddha's teaching. Now, when we look at the term itself, dependent origination, Pratitha Samuppada, and in Tibetan is Tenjung, which is composed of two syllables. One is dependent, and second, ten. The second is Jungwa, which is origination. And these two syllables really capture a powerful insight into the understanding of the nature of reality. The first, the word dependent, really indicates the basic truth, how everything is dependent upon each other. Nothing is independent. And it is through this dependence, which is the actual fundamental reality of everything. And then the second element, origination, points out how things come into being through this interrelatedness, through this dependence. So on the one hand, when you think about the concept of teaching on dependence, nothing is left that exists independently. But then we cannot conclude by saying, therefore, nothing exists. That's why the second element is important, because even though there are nothing that is independent, but through dependent relationships, things can come into being. And it is the understanding of that truth of dependent origination that can really help us, dispel, ignorance and misunderstanding about the nature of reality. So understanding dependent origination as the heart of the Buddha's teaching and the characteristic of Buddha as a teacher of dependent origination is really important.
엔데네 나라서 삼루 로당 그 토네 나 신의 사심부 쇼직 세윤데 애네 대단데 년기 초들라 착심게야 나들 또서 먼지부 용에도 이들라 자원 두시 샤네 애네 지기 심내 지기 또서 당심 용야로 차단 이부도 용야데 또 나르즈베 로테기 용되기도 와 자사가 안다 나와타고 우먼주고 최저가 나라 근시 세니 계열로도 편존디 사분단의 별로 충저 유린도 롱조 나라 매버 더부 더여와 디지다게 통원 닝지 더버지 셴이 가다 섬 차단 이부되게 녀로 상황 서용거 여버 인도산에 저 군럽게 펜베 삼바 군럽 동에다 차나 대화다 되나 삼베 저 로다데 애니 시우지가 사셔모레스 애니 반단다와 작we 우먼 주고 삼베 그도래야 최주기 유현 모송와 닝지 속으로 수하디 애니 산제베 최기 통모를 깨워 바로도 깨워 탐모를 깨워 닝지디 시우지 사셔모레도가.
So how does this, why is this understanding of dependent origination important? Because if we examine our day-to-day experience of being in the world, each of us will recognize that at the heart of our existence is a strong sense of self, I. And when you lack the insight into dependent origination, our tendency to grasp at this self as real is going to be strong. Once you have a grasping at a self as something real, then the basis for division between I and you, self and others, arises. And on this basis, our reaction, emotions arise. Attachment to those who think are close to us, who are important to us, and aversion to the people that we see as different or maybe dangerous to us. So this aversion and attachment really arises on the basis of our perception of and grasping at sense of self. Therefore, along with the Buddha's teaching on dependent origination, the other important teaching is the teaching on compassion. And the importance of the compassion as the heart of Buddha's teaching can be recognized in Chandrakirti's text, Entering the Middle Way, where he compares, when he writes the salutation at the beginning of the text, unlike other texts and other masters, he chooses compassion to be the object of his salutation at the beginning. And when he pays homage to compassion, he compares compassion to the seed that is important at the beginning for spiritual growth. He compares it to the moisture in the middle that, enables the seeds to grow. And he compares to the fruition at the result as well. So pointing out the importance of compassion throughout all stages of spiritual development. So when you combine compassion and wisdom of dependent origination, then you have the heart of the Buddha's teaching.
사대리 인도산에다 시베 사번 남시디 유능 대의 주로 당매 통원이 시베 사번 가고 있는 사대. 다 나버셔버 지초 강나나야 퇴진원의 여버시나 나고다도 퇴진원의 여버시 판 진댕에게 로되기 애네 차당의 로되기 그게 연구 여버 인도산에 애네 능식이 천디 퇴진원의 여버시 나연구 여르데 나고다도 주고 때내매 상바시가 타 쳐버시가 상로스의 인도산에 애네 가나 지금 그게 유딩의 여도지 로로 샤대야디 미도 상바시가 생고 띵네 코다 쳐버시가 상로다지 되 개심을 하셔.
So as Buddhists, our task is to cultivate these two qualities, compassion and wisdom. And with respect to wisdom, as I spoke earlier, at the heart of which is the teaching on dependent origination, or in other words, the teaching on no self. And the teaching on no self is important, and how do we cultivate this? And here, the 2nd century Buddhist master Aryadeva says the following. The root of cyclic existence is consciousness, and the objects are what consciousness experiences. When you gain insight into the no self or no reality of the objects, that's when we will exterminate the seed that will give rise to existence. So in other words, many of the problems that we face that lead also to samsara existence really are rooted in the way in which we perceive reality. Although reality lacks independent existence or self-existence, we tend to believe in the appearance, and we follow after the appearances of things being real out there. And once through cultivation of wisdom, we begin to see the absence of such independent existence, then our tendency to grasp and our tendency to have attachment based on that grasping will be loosened. And in this way, wisdom will arise.
Ene ngazo bet ro lo nge so de do si bo ngo ni ji tong ngo ni ji si zhe che si bo nang shi si be xuan zhe chang mo lo ji ge nam dun ge ri guo de ji ge nam nge ri guo de ji de ne ge ji du zhe ge ri guo de ge do zai yun de ngo de ri shen de ma ran zo lo tuen ye nge ne ye ba zhe na na shi ji ge de ne me ba ji ta chu ge do si bo ngo ni ji tong 다 모니 또 내주 대라 나란서 치즈로도 또니 애네 차단 걸로 로간다 지기 디무 댄싱기 애네 다 로드즈 제디 고 레용고 요빈드자네 세원 모니 또데 야고 저 상로 당도나 애네 딘데게 세원 모 런신기 동원데 야고 저 상로 가요 왜이나 시원 오니기 동 오니기 시제체스 시원 콘데게 되베 처탐제 전경원의 주거시 때내 매버지기 타 처버지기 상로지 도슬레 인도산에 오니기 시제체스 근데 인도다 나란저 그게 지금 동리가 따와도 상단에 저는 오니기 동 오니기 시제체 러시아 다고에 섬된베 시보 담보 접어 주로서 되게 아니 저기 초식네 되게 가는 나와자고에 오주고 롱디 시원은 시 저니지 전부데 통도 보송도 개셔시 애는 안다 직제 되게 간다 이니 처남 된주든지 낭신 낭어다든 진베 로데 아니 간다베가 나와다도 단단히 주고 때는 매버지 그 상로지 거인들 전에 아니 저는 오니기도 오니기 시제시 러시아 타고 있으면 시보 담보 쳐버 교르세니 아니 덴진 림베 덴진 파샤다 셔버 빵베 아니 냥대가 고방에는 것도 채토그래서 되게 러시아실로도
So
지체 가서 동해 상무단이 이 목대한테 멤버체 간다 동에게서 댄지기 지기에 봐도 댄지세야디 신유를 주로 록시인데 다디 지도 나오는 시 대중은 주로 멤버체가 코다 전에 윤두산에 애네 전에 담보를 낭시 낭도 담보를 준비 애네 갈래 봐 슈슈는 라지게 땡나를 사샤네 네 냠는 전부도 연구민들이 얘네 전주구 섬다 탑지산에 전주구 섬다 시라고 산에 동리기 따와데 니지신도 난den션 상당 게
So
상당베 락제게 다 제가 로 니슈숨주 패지 상당베 셔부 년자리 상당도잖아요 그때 성로양 요 처부로 되기도 봐.
So, as I said earlier, one of the sources of problem is our tendency to believe in the appearance that we experience, our tendency to project onto reality things which are actually not real, and tendency to project independent existence. So, as I said earlier, through cultivation of wisdom, at the heart of which is the teaching on shunyata, emptiness, one will also begin to recognize that our perception does not mirror reality, so that we don't naively believe and run after the projection that we are experiencing through our perception. When we are able to do that, then this will free us from strong craving and grasping, and the craving is removed not simply because you wish it away, but by gaining insight into the nature of reality. So in this way, when you are able to remove craving, then the mind becomes pure. And that purity of the mind, that state, is nirvana. Nirvana is a state of mind. Therefore, earlier I said that what is required on the part of us as Buddhist practitioners is to really, pay attention to these dual processes. One is the process of deconstruction of our tendency to grasp, which is the practice of the wisdom, no self, emptiness, so that we free ourselves from grasping. The other is an active process of cultivation of qualities like compassion, such as I cited from Chandrakirti. So through this combination of cultivation of wisdom through removing ignorance and through this active cultivation of compassion, then there is a real possibility of attaining enlightenment as Buddha suggested. Therefore, it is important for us Buddhists, because otherwise, when we think about existence as characterized by suffering, if there is no way out from suffering, if there is no solution, then focus on suffering alone can be demoralizing. But the Buddha's message is ultimately a positive one. There is end to suffering. There is a possibility of a freedom from suffering, and that is through gaining insight into the nature of reality and cultivating the qualities like compassion. And I can share with you that although I cannot claim to have deep experience myself, but I can share with you that as a result of reflecting deeply and practicing deeply over decades, it really feels there is, once you begin to get a sense or taste, that there is a sense of freedom that comes within you. So there is a real possibility of a transformation.
Tende indusane umunjugwe sigdi tedalodu sejinawa sejane rangelana nebe gyuru rashindu sisumdeda malu dene kemebo tode tanye tembedo ngobonro saage 다 신은 조금 대한데 시우용금이 뭐도 신 즉 저람 토야기 저 땡땡 레용구도 와.
So the same author Chandrakirti also says that as you sharpen and develop your own qualities of the mind, and then the illumination of that, your own mind will open up nature of reality. And through the skillful means of conventional truth, which is the method aspect of the path, then one will be able to travel to the shore of enlightenment. So, and an important part of that, which is a challenge, is to actually develop shamatha, the ability to maintain your mind completely focused and settled for a long period of time. And this is one area I still struggle myself, but still I feel that I'm able to make some progress in the direction that Chandrakirti is suggesting.
And the issue the umunjugwe sigande shude tedalodu sejinawa sejana rangelana nebe gyuru sisumdeda malu dene todo tanye tembedo todo ngobor samde yimi yin rogome bana ningjian georji 대공 대신 성제 상전 정제니 멀로 보는 로에 파버지 왕 엔디 주데 구수더니 쇼양가고 개교고 강괴제고 되니 교고 강보이 눈도단에 개월론 그 슈도기 개회연대 자수 파를 초동조 사다디 서버로 쳐도
So Chandrakirti
지금은 나샤는 로다 개준알레데 여러데 간다 니리신도 창조그 섬다 동리가 따와지 상로지 당연데 지금 저절에 인구도가 천대가래야 다 저런 지기 토비하다 아니 디네야 다 통론도 버지 가고면로 저런 도그리 삼배서시 로리야 최시티기도
So Chandrakirti also says in that same text, actually in the next verse, he says that how when you are able to gain deep insight into the nature of reality through the wisdom of emptiness, in fact, compassion will naturally arise for the beings who are suffering in the world. So the compassion for suffering beings is a byproduct of wisdom that is cultivated. And when one is able to cultivate this wisdom of emptiness and compassion, then one is equipped with the two wings, like a powerful bird. And then with these two wings of compassion and wisdom, one will be able to cruise the space towards enlightenment. So I truly feel that this kind of teaching and imagery that Chandrakirti is providing gives us kind of an optimism and hope as a practitioner. I'm in my late 80s now, and I still practice. And my hope is to be able to at least reach the second stage of the marga, which is the path of preparation, before the end of my life.
친주간에 사연나 저 검체 직지도 차샤나 셰구 차 소시사들 친주간에 공부요래. 이제 다디 섬을 영어도 그게 구조 생애데 안데 샤마타보는 신기 동리가 따와다 장주 섬 디톤에 애니 섬을 영어는 전에게 구조 태행 것도 신 셰구차 소시 고마지고 되기 시라시라 소도 적으면
So in my own Tibetan tradition, as you know, there is also the Vajrayana, a tantric practice, which involves meditation on deity. And in my case, deity visualization has been an important part of my practice, even from my childhood, a particular form of deity, Vajravairava. But, to be frank, even though I do these practices, the practice where I really feel the greatest impact in my own mind is the cultivation of wisdom, and especially the cultivation of bodhicitta, which is the aspiration to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all beings, grounded in compassion. These are the two main practices that really seem to make a real impact in my mind.
세상에 들이대 아니 산재의 책 당아서 배 가서 그렇게 삼단이 다 달라야 그게 대바 장야세 또 시기에 인도산에 다 안다 말에 냠용부터네 뭐서랑 라랭게는 윤도 식섬을야 구조돼야다 교돼야 저기 아니 지 잘람지 톱돼야다 되거로시 미워를 치기요 소시도가 자선가 창조 셔도 넘버지네 다 공ገብ니 성우다니 아니 갈래 섬 모르는 것이 아니 시시 되어지 차 아니 서무 대코나 이게 더나야 그게 로파 저기 전이라 로도야 저기 아니 나데다 로디에르는야 곰고루 겨울다 자산 결혼주에 다가는 신세냈다 지금 서보다 자체에 쉬고 고디에리 상로 니리신도 상당니 치바이나 교단된 루르
So
내가 결혼주 쳐줘서야 아니 다 간다 저기 전조 송지기 돈에 아니 자주고서부터 동리기 따와 관여하디 장면이 숙견세 후다나쇼아.
So many of us who are gathered here are followers of the Buddha. We see ourselves as practitioners of Dharma. So the reason why I shared some part of my own personal experience and practice is to really bring home the point that all of us, each one of us, if we take our Buddhist practice seriously through through meditation, and the meditation really needs to combine both analytic meditation of deep inquiry into the nature of reality, understanding of compassion, and also internalization of that through meditative practice. So this combination of both resting meditation and analytic, discerning meditation is really the way to go. And if you are able to do this, you can really see a real difference even in your day-to-day life. Once you are able to cultivate a little bit of wisdom, you change the way you see the reality and your own existence. When you are able to cultivate compassion, then you really see the difference in your own day-to-day life. And those who are serious practitioners, if we dedicate more time to personal practice, we will also be able to have aspiration to attain higher levels of realization as well. So I urge all of you to make some effort.
나라도 남주 제 공부 차상서 보증아 동직በት 아니 동당야도 끈린 당야로 뜻을 저기 암조 사서 시고르디 그게 곰자야 돌 샤라 지 아주 상단데 투쇼된데 주의로 소시도
So,
나가다 가도 nga 가서 ng부든 저기 지 시우지가 또 초로침으로 시야디 고고 그래 담이 자상 나보 자상도 저게 이제 고고 그래디 이제 조조의 니지신도 창주고সম도 동력이 따와려야 상무단한테 에는 상면 슉 떼우세 후다 나쇼 대야 칸에 셰셰버 지고 말해 된 알아라가 얌용부터네 상무당 아니 세식고 고무로 그저 토도 시켜윤데 뭐냐 전에 카요라여긴 요돼야지 연구도가 에는 나동 부저식 수샤위네 데 더그즈기 구조돼야 또 가고래 엔데 창상을로야 지내 얌용부터네 다즉 상담이나 뒤에 서버로 샤용도가 그다 식삼모임 뭐냐 전에 서버로 샤용데 아니 처로 상월로기 아니 전조 순지기 돈에 아니 장주고슴도 돈이 따와려야 그저 토도기 아니 상로다 나쇼 아선 나디 쉬야인 대게 엔다 간다지 최기 렉지 서르디 디 대창매 공부장 아니 후다 나쇼.
So, of course, as part of our own tradition in the monasteries, there are also rituals that are part of the traditions. In the Tibetan tradition, rituals involve, beating drums and playing cymbals and all these kind of musical instruments. And of course, they are part of the tradition, but it is important for us to remember that is the ritual of these performance of rituals is not the most important one. Because if you focus too much on the rituals, the only thing that you get is all the noise these musical instruments create. Where we should really pay more attention and focus is the inner development, inner cultivation. And inner cultivation has to be done through, as I shared before, combination of this analytic and resting approach, resting the mind, focusing it, settling the mind, then applying it. And so that you can combine, and the focus of those two approaches has to be really cultivation of wisdom, some understanding of the nature of reality, and then cultivation of compassion, and particularly bodhicitta. And if we are able to do this, as I said earlier, in my case, they've become, if you spend some time on inner cultivation through meditation, these teachings become real, they become fresh, they become alive. It is, and in fact, by making these teachings come to life in you, you will really experience the fruits and the benefits of the Buddha's teachings. So, since many of us who are gathered here are practitioners, I really wanted to make this important point. So, also at the same time, urge all of you to, put more effort into your own daily practice.
독스탄 때 호브갈 독스 때에나 내가 교부실하도 와 저기 이내 창주고 섬도 동력이 따라 섬도 도저여 갱의 창주고롬도 교리셔버 충분히나 지성의 갱의 마음을 중에 서기 지금 섬나로려야 로제 용야다 아니 간다시게 남진 주야기 교리야 지금 신이 줘야 지기 사실은 인도 상매 아니 상로동다가 더네 아니 가다 창주고 섬도 동력이 따와라 슉 잡아야 돼 백해셔버리 아니 갱의 창주고롱도 교리셔버 주나 아니 맞아 강의 상황 세토리.
So I can also share with you that by engaging in this kind of inner development, and particularly focusing on wisdom and compassion, it really can help increase our courage as well. For example, in the case of my dealing with the current struggle and situation of Tibet, if you think just only about it from a narrow angle, you can lose your hope. But if you look at this crisis and look at this current situation from the broader perspective of the courage that the cultivation of bodhicitta and compassion gives you, then you can have a much more resilient mind. So even in your own life, day-to-day life, there might be problems which may seem enormous and unbearable, but if you have the courage that bodhicitta and these practices can give you, you will be in a much stronger position to actually turn adversities and difficulties, not be overwhelmed by them, but actually transform them creatively into opportunities as, sort of further, assistance on your own path. So this courage coming from the practice is a powerful tool for transforming, dealing with adversities and transforming adversities into opportunities.
어다데 나샤샤나 도메 ene 사탄의 기회 밑다 보고 차대어리 ene 사사야래 슝디이드 도스 장 엔데 산줄레니 네 슝디이드 삼로 쇼 단데기 디 쇼지 그 로레야 판도 용대야다데 그 민도너신다 샤자가 로 장고야사데 겸전디 소수 개변의 약수디 로 장배 토네 에네 용야지 다 상면에 후다 나로나서 쉬야인 엔터리 데 산제베 총고 산제베 총고리야 들데 어서 소셔 두스리 어디 미 출루 삼월로 미 가다 밀 편도야리 시라야고리 이네 심베 현조 송지가 토네 에네 제 그 서버다 다시 수수도 상다 현대의 패지 낭베축이 캐주 서비스 패지 차대셔 당가라 정말로 된데게다 취수지 아저다 나란즈다 가서 그렇게 네 지금 판매나 뭐 유대비 취수 차대요 다디 렌단전지 임버지 모심에 토네 그저 톱도기 지금 냠렌천이 숙지되기 있나 아니 지금 정부에 대가는데 주로 매워 요래 아니 주로 잠만데 요래 지금 디디기 맹알이야 뭐네 지게다 산제베 셔 냠렌천이 지금 디디 뭐네 지금 카요 라요기 지금 좀저로 거로 동야도가 삼버지 쇼나 대담배 샴딘 주리 대배 거진 소야리 산디 삼월로 공부하시 아니 후다나쇼.
So in my own case, I was a young child born in the remote part of Tibet, in the northeastern part of Tibet, and brought to central Tibet. And ever since, I had the opportunity to be schooled in the study of the Buddhist texts. And, many of these Buddhist texts are treatises written by great Indian masters, and which really present these teachings on wisdom and compassion. And I have personally found them to be deeply impactful while in Tibet, and especially ever since coming into exile, I've familiarized myself with these texts, contemplated on the content of these teachings, and I personally find them to be a powerful source, not just for personal practice, but also mental resilience, to give me courage. And I think this is really important to keep in mind. Today we have a large gathering of representatives from various Buddhist countries. This is an international gathering. Of course, Buddhism is one among many religions on this planet. Yes, all great major traditions of the world carry a message that is same, love, compassion, and so on. But I would say that what makes Buddhist, the Buddha Dharma unique is the richness of the resources that are found in the tradition for inner development, particularly through the combination of what I called analytic, approach and more concentrative, restful meditation practice. The meditation practice is very rich and aimed at transforming our own mind. So that, I think, is an important feature of Buddha Dharma. And if we, recognize this, and if we embody it in our day-to-day life, then the fruits of that embodiment will be obvious to everybody, not just to Buddhists. There are many different faith traditions in this world. There are also many people who do not subscribe to any particular tradition. But for all of them, if we as Buddhists can illustrate through our own life the benefit and value of Buddha Dharma, I would say this would be a service to the Buddha Dharma. This would be a way of saying thank you, expressing our gratitude to our teacher, Buddha. So this is something that I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, sure. I should die in any chance. They are the two, okay, Yame. Two? Yamare. Oh. That's enough. Shashama Guru Jusari.
So, and I've had a very early breakfast, so it seems to be my getting closer to the time when I'm getting hungry. Thank you all.
Thank you, His Holiness, for the precious pearls from the vast ocean of your wisdom. The gratitude we owe to His Holiness is beyond any description and cannot be adequately expressed in words. Nevertheless, it's time for customary vote of thanks. May I request Venerable Sharatse Khensur Rinpoche Jangshub Choiden, Deputy Secretary General IBC, for vote of thanks, please.
Good morning to Your Holiness, and good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries and brothers and sisters and ladies and gentlemen in front of me. I would like to present the vote of thanks from the organizer side, the International Buddhist Confederation. First of all, I would like to present my vote of thanks to Your Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, most respected Tenzin Gyatso, for your very inspiring and your very eloquent and precious sharing of inner experiences that you have gained throughout your life. I do believe very strongly your sharing of experiences will guide our life. And it is not just for us. You have been kind of a source of inspiration for millions and millions of people on this planet. And you're still inspiring many more. And I believe very strongly that there will be many generations coming up that will be fully get inspired by your messages and your lifestyle. So we all respect you from the depth of our heart, and at the same time, since it's my duty to present the vote of thanks, I thank you very much for your such an eloquent and valuable speech. And we need your presence, and we need your guidance continuously for many more decades. So I do request on this stage to please take good care of yourself and live long and keep guiding us. And next, I would like to present my vote of thanks to our eloquent speaker, Professor Dr. Robert Thurman, for his wonderful presence and wonderful presentation of the academic kind of gatherings and academic deliberations. And then next, I would like to present my vote of thanks to Venerable Sitgu Sayadaw, Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Nyanesara, for his message that was read by my colleague. And I would also like to present my vote of thanks to all the kind of dignitaries present on the dais. Let me go through the names. His Eminence Reverend Kembo Lama Gamju Cho Jams Dembrel, Most Venerable Waskaduwe Mahinda Wansa Mahanaik Thero, His Holiness 43rd Sakyatinzin Kundung Gyana Vajran Buche, His Holiness 12th Chamgun Kenting Tai Situpa, His Eminence Padma Acharya Karma Rangdul, Venerable Bhikshu Dhamma Shobhan Mahathero, His Eminence Kyabje Yongzin Ling Rinpoche, Tenzin Lungto Tinle Chupak, Most Venerable Thik Thien Tham, and finally, I would also like to thank the Secretary General of IBC for his wonderful and eloquent welcome speech on this occasion. So thank you very much also to the august gathering of venerables and scholars and all the brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
We are also immensely grateful to His Holiness for the blessings, for these wonderful, blissful, inspirational moments of His most gracious presence amidst us. May we all learn to imbibe the values of ahimsa, karuna, compassion, mutual respect, and move ahead to spread happiness and harmony in all corners of the world. We shall now have a documentary on 19th Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Can I request all our esteemed guests to kindly remain seated? Please have a seat. Please sit down. Yeah, we shall have screening of a movie. Everybody is requested to settle down, remain seated, and don't move from the hall. Thank you. Kindly settle down, ladies and gentlemen. 19th Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was an eminent Buddhist Lama who served as India's ambassador to Mongolia. He is remembered with great reverence for his pioneering effort in reviving Buddhism in Mongolia and also for his service towards welfare and education of the poor. We shall now have a screening of a film by Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta. Before we screen this film, may I call upon Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta to tell us more about this movie. May I call upon Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta to introduce this film to the august gathering here. May I once again request all our eminent guests, all the dignitaries to kindly settle down. Yeah. Over to Mr. Gupta, please.
Good morning to all the venerable monks gathered here for this wonderful event. I'm absolutely delighted and grateful to have had the opportunity to showcase a film that really transformed my life in many ways, and the story that transformed my life in many ways, the story of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Apart from Mongolia, of course, where he did pioneering work for 10 long years, and Ladakh, his hometown in India, many people, even in India, don't know enough about the legacy of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, the 19th Arhat Bakula. Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was one of those pioneering people who brought about a sense of identity to his home place, Ladakh, in the Indian Himalayas. He was trained in some of the most elite universities and teaching centers in Tibet and returned to lead his people, becoming a political representative also of Ladakh with a long friendship with India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. It was Kushak Bakula Rinpoche who organized, many people don't remember, when India was first attacked in 1947-48 by invaders from Pakistan. The resistance force in Ladakh was raised by Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, and that resistance force later became an integral part of India's Himalayan Defense Force as part of the Indian Army. Of course, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's incredible contribution in really building India and Mongolia ties, again, most people don't know about this. I was very, very delighted, and I can see Sonam Wangchuk ji sitting in the audience. Sonam Wangchuk used to be, for his whole lifetime, the private secretary and really the biographer of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, and without his help, we could have never made this film. I am really very, very grateful to Sonam Wangchuk ji for his help, his guidance, his support, both in Ladakh and in Mongolia, which helped us complete this film. I'm very grateful to have got access to this incredible story of an incredible monk who really not only kept alive Ladakhi identity and Buddhism in Ladakh, but also in Mongolia played a pioneering role in holding up its ancient traditions of Buddhism after the fall of the Iron Curtain. I want to quickly thank a few people before the screening. Koteshwar Rao is here. He's really my friend, my cinematographer, and an incredible source of strength for completing this film on the many locations that we went to around the world to complete it. My team from Global Order, Ayushi Sharma, is here. In Ladakh, I want to particularly thank Muhammad Iqbal Bijal and his family who really helped us in Ladakh. Most importantly, I want to thank IBC for the great support, help and cooperation, guidance and advice they gave us in putting together this wonderful film about the story of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche that needs to be known not just in India, not just in Ladakh and Mongolia, but really around the world. Thank you very much. And once again, Sonam Wangchuk ji, thank you very much for your help. Thank you.
This is the Spituk Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital city of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery, and that is a man and his story.
रिम्पोचे का जिंदगी भर अपने के लिए तो पूरा त्याग दिया है, बिल्कुल लोगों की सेवा में लग गए.
He was very futuristic and visionary.
आज लद्दाख के जो बौद्ध धर्म के अनुयायियों में आप देख सकते हैं, उसमें साक्या है, गेलुक है, कयुट है, नीमा है, चारों संप्रदाय आपको यहाँ पे मिलने को मिलेगा. तो ये अपने आप में खूबसूरती है. ये मैं समझता हूँ रिम्पोचे जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान.
This story is spread across 50 long years and 2 countries. It involves a man who was also a monk, a politician, and one of the most successful diplomats in India's history.
Many of Mongolian people with Bakula Rinpoche now.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy, and most respectable person for Mongolians.
He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
When Bakula Rinpoche left his body, I handled his cremation and created a silver stupa for him.
It is a story that began in these mountains with the birth of a prince in a palace.
हमारे सामने जो है माथोब गांव जो है इंडस के इस तरफ का गांव जो है, जहाँ पे 19th कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया वो ये गांव है. और ये पीछे जो है माथोब पैलेस जो महाराजा का घर थे, जो वहाँ पे कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोचे जी ने जो जन्म लिया. लद्दाख के कोई भी बाशिंदा जिस समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हो, जिस धर्म से रखते हो, जिस समाज से रखते हो, सभी लोग जो है रिम्पोचे बाकुला जी के नाम से वो जुड़ जाते हैं और रिम्पोचे बाकुला जी के नाम लेने में भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was the great-great-great-grandson of the last king of Ladakh. In the traditions of Buddhism, he was recognized as a reincarnation of the 19th Arhat Bakula, one of the 16 original disciples of the Buddha. He was sent to the great Buddhist schools of Tibet, where he was a star pupil.
He would have studied and taken some responsibilities, and if he had done that, then he would go in the hierarchy of becoming the Ganden Chipa, which is the supreme head of the Gelugpa tradition of Buddhism, which is a very high position. Not many people in India, outside Ladakh, know Rinpoche as well as they should be, because he was just not simply the leader of Ladakh, but he was also a person of national importance, and his contribution to the nation, in fact to the world, is not highlighted properly.
This is Sonam Wangchuk. For 30 years, he was the personal assistant and confidant of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Today, he is the caretaker of the legacy of Kushak Bakula and the most important narrator of the Kushak Bakula story.
Ladakh is always, he would wherever he go. 2 things: education, Indian first and Indian last. This sense of nationalism which he instilled in the people of Ladakh, I think was his greatest contribution to India.
This patriotism was first tested in 1947. That year, soon after the independence of British India and the division of the country into the independent states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan launched an attack on the Indian region of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. The war that followed changed the story of Kushak Bakula.
He's a monk, but he literally gave a call to the youth of Ladakh to come and fight back these people, and he organized resistance.
उस समय हम लोग लद्दाख छोड़ के भागने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे थे। हम लोग सब घर से निकल चुके थे। तो जब जहाज का आवाज़ आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के एयरपोर्ट चला गया देखने के लिए। तो पहले बार उस समय जहाज देखा ना डेकोटा या तो ये सारा खुशो बकुले जी ने तो किया ना, नहीं तो लद्दाख कहाँ बस इस समय लद्दाख पाकिस्तान में होता है।
The resistance units that were first put together by Kushak Bakula were the precursor of the famed Ladakh Scouts, now an integral part of the
Any other movies being run? This movie's over now, so we have a break here. The movie's over. We'll have a break now. Hello. And then we assemble for the sessions at 12:30, right? Technical as well as right.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and participation, cooperation. We shall have a small break. A lunch break today will be early, and then we get back for the technical sessions, that is academic as well as Sangha sessions around 12:15. Thank you once again.
जब जहाज का आवाज़ आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के एयरपोर्ट चला गया देखने के लिए। तो पहले बार उस समय जहाज देखा ना डेकोटा या तो ये सारा खुशो बकुले जी ने तो किया ना, नहीं तो लद्दाख कहाँ बस इस समय लद्दाख पाकिस्तान में होता है।
The resistance units that were first put together by Kushak Bakula were the precursor of the famed Ladakh Scouts, now an integral part of the Indian Army's Himalayan defense arrangement. The Ladakh airport in Leh was built by the Indian military using land donated by Kushak Bakula from his Spituk monastery.
Army said, this is the place we need to build our airport. Rinpoche said, take it. He gave it away. There was, people like resistance in his monastery, Rinpoche, what are you doing, giving away our land to this? And he said, no, nothing doing. It must be given. And so he gave away.
Karan Singh and his family were the former princely rulers of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. He says the war was a definitive moment which created the need for leadership in Ladakh. And Kushak Bakula emerged to represent the dreams and aspirations of what was, at that time, one of the remotest parts of India.
Kushak Sahib was the main leader at that time. He was the one who received us and he was the one who made all this speech. So he had already, at that time, emerged as the predominant leader in Ladakh.
92-year-old Lama Lobsang saw Kushak Bakula in those years. He says that people from across Ladakh were drawn to the monk as their guru, both spiritual and political.
कुशुक बकुला जी तो हम सब के गुरु है, हमारा तो गुरु है ही है, पूरे लद्दाख का गुरु है। ये सारा लद्दाख को तो बिल्कुल एक तरह से जगाया ना उन्होंने, सोया हुआ था, बिल्कुल लद्दाख सोया हुआ था, वो जगह था। उन कुशुक बकुला की सेवा और कोई तो था नहीं। पंडित जी ने लोगों से पूछा कि तुम लोग को लीडर किसको चाहिए, क्या चाहिए, तो सब कुशुक बकुला जी के हम कुशुक बकुला जी को तुम्हारा लीडर बनाना चाहते हैं, तुम्हें मंजूर है? तो सब चिल्ला कि भाई हाँ जरूर ठीक है।
The political leadership of independent India took notice. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru zeroed in on Kushak Bakula to represent Ladakh.
He was never interested, he had no idea of politics, joining politics, but then fate was, just again.
He took Leh, Muslims, Kargil all together, and then he was the first MLA, member of, Legislative Assembly of then J&K.
The young leader rallied his people, traveling on horseback to the remotest parts of Ladakh, bringing unity to his people and integrating a vast, sparsely populated region through his sheer physical presence.
उस समय में हमारा लद्दाख में इतना लोगों को तकलीफ थे, ना रोड थे, ना लोगों को खान पान का इतना गरीब थे, लोगों को पहनने के कपड़ा तक नहीं थे। बच्चे दिन रात घोड़े पर चला थे, याक पर चला थे, लोगों को उस सिस्टम पे तो कागज भी नहीं थे ना, वो लकड़ी का तख्ता दे के वो पेंसिल वगैरह दे के बच्चों को सिखाए थे। तो रिम्पोचे की कृपा से अभी तो लद्दाख में आप जानते ही 100% एजुकेटेड पूरा रिम्पोचे की कृपा से हुआ था।
He took a group of students from Ladakh to Delhi to get education, and in these days we are having leaders and educated whatever you may call it, scholars and all. They are the product from that group.
Then Kushak Sahib became an important leader. He was the face of Ladakh. He was the one people realized that here was somebody who represented an important part of our country.
As a member of the Legislative Assembly of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which had autonomous status in independent India, Kushak Bakula was the first to understand that Ladakh's identity as a Buddhist province was critical for the security of India. In a note in 1952 to the government of India, Kushak Bakula wrote, "Let India grasp this fact clearly. The existence of the Buddhist community in Ladakh is the only factor which guarantees to it the possession of this important frontier. To save the frontier, India must save the Buddhists of Ladakh. And to save the Buddhists of Ladakh, it must take over administrative control of the district without the loss of a moment."
He didn't like Kashmiri domination and therefore wanted autonomy for Ladakh. Actually, they wanted union territory.
Long before anyone else, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche demanded the union of Ladakh with the rest of India without any special qualifications, and for the region to be directly governed as a part of India rather than as a part of Jammu and Kashmir.
जम्मू कश्मीर समेत लद्दाख भारत के साथ जब विलय हुआ, तब से जो है लद्दाख वालों के मन में एक शंका ये बैठा, हम खुश थे भारत के साथ विलय हुआ, लेकिन इस बात के डाउट थे कब तक हम कश्मीर के साथ जोड़ के रखेंगे, और कश्मीर के जो डिस्टर्बेंस माहौल से जो निर्णय निकाल के आएगा वो निर्णय कहीं लद्दाख पे थपकाया तो नहीं जाएगा। फाइनली यही डिमांड किया लद्दाख को एक केंद्र शासित प्रदेश अलग से बनाया जाए। ये 1950s से डिमांड रेस किया।
All his life he has been talking about the security of Ladakh, because that is also security of India. To have a strong presence of Indianness in Ladakh is how you safeguard your borders. You know, army can't do everything. You have to have the presence of the local. No Article 370, no special status. This is his speech in Parliament.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's dream would take more than 50 years to be fulfilled.
मैं मानता हूं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से
अब आर्टिकल 370 और 35A बीते हुए इतिहास की बात हो जाने के बाद उसके नकारात्मक प्रभावों से भी जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख जल्द बाहर निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
शांति प्रिय लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कम्युनल हार्मोनी के लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कोएग्जिस्टेंस सोसाइटी रहते हैं, और ये यूनिक जो है आपको दुनिया की बहुत कम जगहों पे देखने को मिलेगा। उसमें जो है टॉप लीडिंग पे लद्दाख का सोसाइटी है।
To develop Ladakh in more quicker and more faster, most probably. And then we are a very hostile place. Two borders are there. Ultimately, we got it. It was his vision, but though we need some kind of legislation actually.
In 1952, when the government of Jammu and Kashmir presented its first budget, Kushak Bakula was horrified to discover that the budget had nothing to offer for Ladakh. In a speech that has become history, Kushak Bakula spoke in fluent Ladakhi to explain why he was so disappointed with the terribly discriminatory budget.
There was no mention of Ladakh in the whole budget. He was shocked and kind of lost, because he had so much expectations after all the meeting and assurances that was given to him. So he told the speaker, who was Mr. Sadiq, I want to speak on the budget discussion, without saying he's happy or not. And he said, yeah, why not you speak? And they fixed the date and the time. Then he said to him, my condition is that I don't speak other than Ladakhi. So I will speak in Ladakhi. I will give you the English translation, and it must be read out after I speak. Okay, done. When he was speaking, he was not leaders aggressive. He was very calmly and speak his mind, clear words, and not show his emotions like that. So he was speaking his way, and in between he says, Janab Sheikh Abdullah. Janab Sheikh, that is how he used to be addressed. Sometimes he says, Sher Kashmir Sheikh Abdullah. And the members of the treasury bench will, thump their desk, hoping that he is talking about appreciating or praising their leader, because he's from the same party. Nobody expected him to say what he said.
For nearly 2 decades, Kushak Bakula remained unopposed and revered, the sole member of the Legislative Assembly from Ladakh, with unlimited access to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and seen and heard everywhere as the voice of Ladakh, loved by every constituency and all peoples of Ladakh.
On the left and right side always used to be Muslims. There were many Muslim leaders, like from my community, Sheikh Jamaluddin, Ghulam Rasul Betong, they used to be his right hand and left side leaders. So he was very futuristic visionary.
When the young Dalai Lama fled Tibet with his followers in India, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche helped the young Dalai Lama and his followers find a new home for the Tibetan community in exile in India. Even though he was a monk and remained one throughout his life, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's sense of the world was acute. In the late 1950s, he warned Jawaharlal Nehru that to trust China after the annexation of Tibet would be foolish. But Nehru did not listen. And in 1962, India lost a critical war to China.
Rinpoche told him that it will be the beginning of our trouble, because not only China will occupy Tibet and destroy, and our buffer zone between India and China will be gone. Next will be Ladakh, next will be Arunachal Pradesh, and there will be no end to it. So be ready, and I very strongly want to tell you that you act now, save Tibet, save Ladakh. If not, it will be danger for India.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche had spent his early years as a student monk achieving the highest honors in the centers of Buddhist learning in Tibet. He understood what destruction communism brought to traditional societies. So for years, as a Buddhist monk and an Indian politician, he built a network of connections, of worship and reverence inside the Soviet Union and its affiliate countries, including Mongolia. It was in Mongolia that Kushak Bakula would have perhaps his greatest impact.
Many of Mongolian people with Bakula Rinpoche's name.
Buddhism came from India by Tibet, so we think that India is very close to Mongolia. Geographically, of course, it is very distant, but spiritually and culture-wise, it is very close. So it was very wise decision by the Indian government in late 80s to appoint him as the Indian ambassador to Mongolia.
For 10 years between 1990 and 2000, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was India's ambassador in Mongolia. It was a diplomatic stint like no other.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was an iconic Buddhist teacher who, through his sheer spiritual knowledge, through the manner of his preaching, was able to win hearts of the Mongolian people.
When I think about Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, he reminds me, or I start thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him, because I read a lot about Mahatma Gandhi. I had sort of visionary image of Mahatma Gandhi, and when I was meeting with Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, I was always thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. He was a good model of a real Buddhist monk, of good ambassador, of good envoy of whole of India, of Indian people to Mongolia. So all these things combined helped us to love him, respect him, and with this love and respect, he was able to conquer the hearts of the Mongolians. And that helped a lot in the revival of Buddhism.
Long before Kushak Bakula arrived in Mongolia, a legend had echoed across the vast, landlocked nation.
In Mongolia, there was this prophecy that would say that, when Buddhism was at its peak at that time, during the 8th Bokhan time, the prophecy was that eventually, or in the coming time period, Buddhism will be totally annihilated by the red forces and Arhat Bakula will come and revive. So that was the very strange prophecy made. And they started worshipping Arhat Bakula from that time.
He was not just an ordinary ambassador, he was Kusho Bakula, the reincarnate of a very famous person in the Buddhist history, Bakula, the disciple of Buddha himself.
Within weeks of Kushak Bakula landing in Ulaanbaatar in 1990, the Iron Curtain started to fall. The Soviet Union started to collapse.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, those inside and as well as those who are outside. Can we put the volume down for a minute? Ladies and gentlemen, we had a small break before we embark on this movie once again. I'll request everyone, all our distinguished dignitaries, all the eminent guests here to gather and come back to the hall so that we run this movie once again. I'll request all the volunteers to get all the guests back to the auditorium here, back to the hall. We shall shortly be running this movie. A very interesting, exciting film that was made in Leh. We all must have been there, we all must have heard, as we travel from Srinagar to Kargil and then to Leh. A very exhilarating journey, a rich heritage. Request everyone to come back to the hall.
Check. Check, check. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. क्या हुआ है?
He was an eminent Buddhist Lama who served as India's ambassador to Mongolia, as we already mentioned to you. Bakula Rinpoche is also remembered with great reverence for his pioneering efforts in reviving Buddhism in Mongolia and also for his services towards welfare and education of the poor. we have an interesting documentary by Dr. Hindal Sen Gupta. I would request all of you to kindly settle down before we screen this film again for all of you. I think we can go ahead. People will come once we start.
This is the Spittook Monastery in the Himalayan mountains of Ladakh in India. It stands nearly 11,000 feet above sea level next to the airport of Leh, the capital city of Ladakh. There is one thing common between the airport and the monastery, and that is a man and his story.
रिम्पोचे का जिंदगी भर अपने के लिए तो पूरा त्याग दिया है, बिल्कुल लोगों की सेवा में लग के.
He was very futuristic and visionary.
आज लद्दाख के जो बौद्ध धर्म के अनुयायियों में आप देख सकते हैं, उसमें साक्या है, गिलुक है, कयुट है, नीमा है, चारों संप्रदाय आपको यहाँ पर मिलने को मिलेगा. तो ये अपने आप में खूबसूरती है. ये मैं समझता हूँ रिम्पोचे जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान.
This story is spread across 50 long years and 2 countries. It involves a man who was also a monk, a politician, and one of the most successful diplomats in India's history.
Many of Mongolian people is popular in Vietnam.
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy, and most respectable person for Mongolians.
He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
When Bakula Rinpoche left his body, I handled his cremation and created a silver stupa for him.
It is a story that began in these mountains with the birth of a prince in a palace.
हमारे सामने जो है माथोब गांव जो है इंडस के इस तरफ का गांव जो है, जहाँ पे 19th कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोछे जी ने जो जन्म लिया वो ये गांव है. और ये पीछे जो है माथोब पैलेस जो महाराजा का घर थे, जो वहाँ पे कुशोक बकुला रिम्पोछे जी ने जो जन्म लिया. लद्दाख के कोई भी बाशिंदा जिस समुदाय से ताल्लुक रखते हो, जिस धर्म से रखते हो, जिस समाज से रखते हो, सभी लोग जो है रिम्पोचे बकुला जी के नाम से वो जुड़ जाते हैं और रिम्पोचे बकुला जी के नाम लेने में भी गर्व महसूस करते हैं.
Kushok Bakula Rinpoche was the great-great-great-grandson of the last king of Ladakh. In the traditions of Buddhism, he was recognized as a reincarnation of the 19th Arhat Bakula, one of the 16 original disciples of the Buddha. He was sent to the great Buddhist schools of Tibet, where he was a star pupil.
He would have studied and taken some responsibilities, and if he had done that, then he would go in the hierarchy of becoming the Ganden Chipa, which is the supreme head of the Gelugpa tradition of Buddhism, which is a very high position. Not many people in India, outside Ladakh, know Rinpoche as well as they should be, because he was just not simply the leader of Ladakh, but he was also person of national importance, and his contribution to the nation, in fact to the world, is not highlighted properly.
This is Sonam Wangchuk. For 30 years, he was the personal assistant and confidant of Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Today, he is the caretaker of the legacy of Kushak Bakula and the most important narrator of the Kushak Bakula story.
Ladakh is always, he would wherever he go, two things: education, Indian first and Indian last. This sense of nationalism which he instilled in the people of Ladakh, I think was his greatest contribution to India.
This patriotism was first tested in 1947. That year, soon after the independence of British India and the division of the country into the independent states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan launched an attack on the Indian region of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. A war that followed changed the story of Kushak Bakula.
He's a monk, but he literally gave a call to the youth of Ladakh to come and fight back these people, and he organized resistance.
उस समय हम लोग लद्दाख छोड़ के भागने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे थे। हम लोग सब घर से निकल चुके थे। तो जब जहाज का आवाज़ आया तो सब लोग दौड़ के एयरपोर्ट चला गया देखने के लिए। तो पहले बार उस समय जहाज देखा ना डेकोटा या लिम्स तो ये सारा कुछ बकुले जी ने तो किया ना, नहीं तो लद्दाख कहाँ बस इस समय तो लद्दाख पाकिस्तान में होता है।
The resistance units that were first put together by Kushak Bakula were the precursor of the famed Ladakh Scouts, now an integral part of the Indian Army's Himalayan defense arrangement. The Ladakh airport in Leh was built by the Indian military using land donated by Kushak Bakula from his Spituk monastery.
Army said, this is the place we need to build our airport. Rinpoche said, take it. He gave it away. There was, people like resistance in his monastery. Rinpoche, what are you doing, giving away our land to this? And he said, no, nothing doing. It must be given. And so he gave away.
Karan Singh and his family were the former princely rulers of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. He says the war was a definitive moment which created the need for leadership in Ladakh. And Kushak Bakula emerged to represent the dreams and aspirations of what was, at that time, one of the remotest parts of India.
Kushak Sahib was the main leader at that time. He was the one who received us and he was the one who made all the speech. So he had already, at that time, emerged as the predominant leader in Ladakh.
92-year-old Lama Lobsang saw Kushak Bakula in those years. He says that people from across Ladakh were drawn to the monk as their guru, both spiritual and political.
कुशुक बकुला जी तो हम सब के गुरु है, हमारा तो गुरु है ही है, पूरे लद्दाख का गुरु है। ये सारा लद्दाख को तो बिल्कुल एक तरह से जगाया ना उन्होंने, सोया हुआ था, बिल्कुल लद्दाख सोया हुआ था, वो जगह था। उन कुशुक बकुले की सेवा और कोई तो था नहीं। पंडित जी ने लोगों से पूछा कि तुम लोग को लीडर किसको चाहिए, क्या चाहिए, तो सब कुशुक बकुले जी के हम कुशुक बकुले जी को तुम्हारा लीडर बनाना चाहते हैं, तुम्हें मंजूर है? तो सब चिल्ला कि भाई हाँ जरूर, ठीक है।
The political leadership of independent India took notice. India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru zeroed in on Kushak Bakula to represent Ladakh.
He was never interested, he had no idea of politics, joining politics, but then fate was, just second.
He took lay Muslims, Kargil, all together, and then he was the first MLA, member of, Legislative Assembly of then JNK.
The young leader rallied his people, traveling on horseback to the remotest parts of Ladakh, bringing unity to his people and integrating a vast sparsely populated region through his sheer physical presence.
उस समय में हमारा लद्दाख में इतना लोगों को तकलीफ थे, ना रोड थे, ना लोगों को खान पान का इतना गरीब थे, लोगों को पहनने के कपड़ा तक नहीं थे। बच्चे दिन रात घोड़े पर चला थे, याक पर चला थे। लोगों को उस सिस्टम पे तो कागज में नहीं थे ना, वो लकड़ी का तख्ता दे के, वो पेंसिल वगैरह दे के बच्चों को सिखाए थे। तो रिम्पोचे की कृपा से अभी तो लद्दाख में आप जानते हैं 100% एजुकेटेड पूरा रिम्पोचे की कृपा से हुआ था।
He took a group of students from Ladakh to Delhi to get education, and in these days we are having leaders and educated whatever you may call it, scholars or all. They are the product from that group.
Then Kushuk Sahab became an important leader. He was the face of Ladakh. He was the one people realized that here was somebody who represented an important part of our country.
As a member of the Legislative Assembly of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which had autonomous status in independent India, Kushak Bakula was the first to understand that Ladakh's identity as a Buddhist province was critical for the security of India. In a note in 1952 to the government of India, Kushak Bakula wrote, "Let India grasp this fact clearly. The existence of the Buddhist community in Ladakh is the only factor which guarantees to it the possession of this important frontier. To save the frontier, India must save the Buddhists of Ladakh. And to save the Buddhists of Ladakh, it must take over administrative control of the district without the loss of a moment."
He didn't like Kashmiri domination and therefore wanted autonomy for Ladakh. Actually, they wanted union territory.
Long before anyone else, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche demanded the union of Ladakh with the rest of India without any special qualifications, and for the region to be directly governed as a part of India rather than as a part of Jammu and Kashmir.
जम्मू कश्मीर समेत लद्दाख भारत के साथ जो विलय हुआ, तब से जो है लद्दाख वालों के मन में एक शंका ये बैठा, हम खुश थे भारत के साथ विलय हुआ, लेकिन इस बात के डाउट थे कब तक हम कश्मीर के साथ जोड़ के रखेंगे, और कश्मीर के जो डिस्टर्बेंस माहौल से जो निर्णय निकाल के आएगा, वो निर्णय कहीं लद्दाख पे थोपकाया तो नहीं जाएगा। फाइनली यही डिमांड किया, लद्दाख को एक केंद्र शासित प्रदेश अलग से बनाया जाए। ये 1950s से डिमांड राइज किया।
All his life he has been talking about the security of Ladakh, because that is also security of India. To have a strong presence of Indianness in Ladakh is how you safeguard your borders. You know, army can't do everything. You have to have the presence of the local. No Article 370, no special status. This is his speech in Parliament.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's dream would take more than 50 years to be fulfilled.
मैं मानता हूं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में एक लंबे रक्तपात भरे युग का अंत धारा 370 के समाप्त होने से
अब आर्टिकल 370 और 35A बीते हुए इतिहास की बात हो जाने के बाद उसके नकारात्मक प्रभावों से भी जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख जल्द बाहर निकलेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है।
शांति प्रिय लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कम्युनल हार्मनी के लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, कोएग्जिस्टेंट सोसाइटी रहते हैं, और ये यूनिक जो है आपको दुनिया के बहुत कम जगहों पे देखने को मिलेगा। उसमें जो है टॉप लीडिंग पे लद्दाख का सोसाइटी है।
To develop Ladakh in more quicker and more faster, most probably, and then we are a very hostile place. Two borders are there. Ultimately, we got it. It was his vision, but though we need some kind of legislation also.
In 1952, when the government of Jammu and Kashmir presented its first budget, Kushak Bakula was horrified to discover that the budget had nothing to offer for Ladakh. In a speech that has become history, Kushak Bakula spoke in fluent Ladakhi to explain why he was so disappointed with the terribly discriminatory budget.
There was no mention of Ladakh in the whole budget. He was shocked and kind of lost, because he had so much expectations after all the meeting and assurances that was given to him. So he told the speaker, who was Mr. Sadiq, I want to speak on the budget discussion, without saying he's happy or not. And he said, yeah, why not, you speak. And they fixed the date and the time. Then he said to him, my condition is that I don't speak other than Ladakhi. So I will speak in Ladakhi. I will give you the English translation, and it must be read out after I speak. Okay, done. When he was speaking, he was not leaders aggressive. He was very calmly and speak his mind, clear words, and not show his emotions like that. So he was speaking his way, and in between he says, Janab Sheikh Abdullah. Janab Sheikh, that is how he used to be addressed. Sometimes he says, Sher Kashmir Sheikh Abdullah. And the members of the treasury bench will, thump their desk, hoping that he is talking about appreciating or praising their leader, because he's from the same party. Nobody expected him to say what he said.
For nearly 2 decades, Kushak Bakula remained unopposed and revered, the sole member of the Legislative Assembly from Ladakh, with unlimited access to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and seen and heard everywhere as the voice of Ladakh, loved by every constituency and all peoples of Ladakh.
On the left and right side always used to be Muslims. There were many Muslim leaders, like from my community, Sheikh Jamaluddin, Ghulam Rasul Betong. They used to be his right hand and left side leaders. So he was very futuristic, visionary.
When the young Dalai Lama fled Tibet with his followers in India, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche helped the young Dalai Lama and his followers find a new home for the Tibetan community in exile in India. Even though he was a monk and remained one throughout his life, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's sense of the world was acute. In the late 1950s, he warned Jawaharlal Nehru that to trust China after the annexation of Tibet would be foolish. But Nehru did not listen. And in 1962, India lost a critical war to China.
Rinpoche told him that it will be the beginning of our trouble, because not only China will occupy Tibet and destroy, and our buffer zone between India and China will be gone. Next will be Ladakh, next will be Arunachal Pradesh. There will be no end to it. So be ready, and I very strongly want to tell you that you act now. Save Tibet, save Ladakh. If not, it will be danger for India.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche had spent his early years as a student monk achieving the highest honors in the centers of Buddhist learning in Tibet. He understood what destruction communism brought to traditional societies. So for years, as a Buddhist monk and an Indian politician, he built a network of connections, of worship and reverence inside the Soviet Union and its affiliate countries, including Mongolia. It was in Mongolia that Kushak Bakula would have perhaps his greatest impact.
Many of our Mongolian people is Bakula Rinpoche now.
Buddhism came from India by Tibet, So we think that India is very close to Mongolia. Geographically, of course, it is very distant, but spiritually and culture-wise, it is very close. So it was very wise decision by the Indian government in late 80s to appoint him as the Indian ambassador to Mongolia.
For 10 years between 1990 and 2000, Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was India's ambassador in Mongolia. It was a diplomatic stint like no other.
Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was an iconic Buddhist teacher who, through his sheer spiritual knowledge, through the manner of his preaching, was able to win hearts of the Mongolian people.
When I think about Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, he reminds me, or I start thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. Because I read a lot about Mahatma Gandhi. I had sort of visionary image of Mahatma Gandhi, and when I was meeting with Kushak Bakula Rinpoche, I was always thinking that maybe Mahatma Gandhi was like him. He was a good model of a real Buddhist monk, of good ambassador, of good envoy of whole of India, of Indian people to Mongolia. So all these things combined helped us to love him, respect him, and with this love and respect, he was able to conquer the hearts of the Mongolians. And that helped a lot in the revival of Buddhism.
Long before Kushak Bakula arrived in Mongolia, a legend had echoed across the vast, landlocked nation.
In Mongolia, there was this prophecy that would say that, when Buddhism was at its peak at that time, during the 8th Bogd Khan time, the prophecy was that eventually, or in the coming time period, Buddhism will be totally annihilated by the red forces and Arhat Bakula will come and revive. So that was the very strange prophecy made. And they started worshipping Arhat Bakula from that time.
He was not just an ordinary ambassador. He was Kushak Bakula, the reincarnate of a very famous person in the Buddhist history, Bakula, the disciple of Buddha himself.
Within weeks of Kushak Bakula landing in Ulaanbaatar in 1990, the Iron Curtain started to fall. The Soviet Union started to collapse as Mikhail Gorbachev introduced Glasnost and Perestroika. Within 2 years, the Soviet forces withdrew from Mongolia after 70 long years. And in their place, Buddhist chants rose across the nation.
Even though the Rinpoche being under Jesu
Bakula Rinpoche has got his own legacy, and most respectable person for Mongolians for his great activities surrounding Buddhism. Bakula Rinpoche contributed to bring Buddhism to the Mongolians, who were separated from Buddhism thoughts during the 70 years of communism. He was the Indian ambassador to Mongolia from 1990 to 2000. He contributed to the capacity building for Mongolian youth to learn Buddhism. There are now from 500 to 1600 children in the Buddhist schools in Mongolia. In the 1990s, it was difficult to go to the countryside in Mongolia. Today's communication and transport infrastructure was not present at that time. So our teacher Kushak Bakula worked for years, not only as a diplomat, but also for the development of Buddhism in Mongolia. He supported spirituality among the people and gave us psychological and cultural confidence. We are grateful to him for working towards the development of Mongolian society.
During the long communist rule, Buddhist practices had been attacked and devastated in Mongolia. Hundreds of monasteries had been broken down, thousands of monks butchered, and their mass graves later discovered with bullet-ridden skulls. After the communist regime was dislodged, to soothe the soul of a nation, a monk called Kushak Bakula Rinpoche took center stage.
At that time, celebrating the Buddha Day was forgotten in this country. And Bakula Rinpoche told us, this is very important day. When at the same day Buddha was born, Buddha reached Nirvana and he passed away. These three very important events in Buddhist culture. So I remember when he was advising us to hold the first ever celebration of Buddha Day after so many years of the day being forgotten and completely forgotten. It was done on the stadium in this children's park, and it was hugely attended by thousands of people. And now the Mongolian parliament has passed a special resolution saying that Buddha Day is a very important day in the life of Mongolians, and this is day off for all Mongols.
At that time, the Mongolia was just developing. He helped in establishing the Rajiv Gandhi School of Production and Art in Ulaanbaatar. His suggestions were implemented in Mongolia very precisely.
It is extremely rare for a diplomat to be posted to one country for a decade. The average stint is around 3 years. But even though different political parties took charge of governance in India, for 10 long years, every party in power chose to keep Kushak Bakula as ambassador in Mongolia. It was Kushak Bakula who first brought the relics of the Buddha from India to Mongolia in 1993, which was the most important spiritual event in the country's history after the fall of communist rule. Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was no ordinary diplomat. He was a Buddhist master like no other Mongolia had ever seen. He was Elchen Baksh, as the Mongolians called him and call him even today, the ambassador teacher.
It stayed here 1 month. It made a lot of people believe that this is possible, to be Buddha, to reach this liberation. And I remember one person, a lady came up to my room in my office and said to me that my father, who was ill for many years and he couldn't stand up and he was lying in his bed for many years, he heard that Buddha is coming, and so he decided to come here. Now he is better, now he can stand up from his bed. So Buddha relics also helped in this way people, ordinary people who were ill. So I can say that this kind of miracles also happened. So Bakula Rinpoche was also a part of this miracle.
Some contributions could be measured in terms of numbers. It's like an intangible support that he has brought in India-Mongolia relation. And that foundation has now flourished into a much stronger and thriving bilateral economic relationship.
So important is the legacy of Kushak Bakula in Mongolia and to the Indian Embassy in Mongolia that Ambassador MP Singh has kept the room used by Kushak Bakula at the embassy untouched since the Rinpoche left.
I now have the privilege to bring you to the very room which was used by Kushak Bakula Rinpoche while he was here as ambassador teacher. And I have not used it as an office as a mark of respect to him, but tried to keep it as a prayer room. So this prayer room is a unique prayer room. Of course, it has our own scriptures of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. In addition, I have the Thankas and Dhammapada and Quran and Bible. Everything is in this room.
But Kushak Bakula Rinpoche's impact on Mongolia cannot be understood through diplomacy alone. First and foremost, he was a revered Buddhist monk a spiritual guide who never spoke the Mongolian language but could understand the deepest yearnings of the Mongolian people.
Can you imagine the society where there is nothing in the shelves of the stores to sell, nothing, you know, and it was very hard time for Mongol people. And the presence of Bokula Rinpoche at that time and his spiritual guidance to many Mongols helped to overcome this difficult time for Mongolians.
Mongolia and Russia had seen the downfall of Buddhism at some point of time. It was Kosuk Bokula Rinpoche, during his stay in those countries, had restored and developed Buddha Dhamma in those countries, bridging the friendship between the original land of Buddha, India, and Mongolia and Russia. That's how he played a very important role to connect and build friendship between India and those countries.
This is the Gandhan Monastery. It is more than 130 years old. It is one of the few Buddhist monasteries that survived communist rule. Today, it is at the heart of the spiritual and cultural life of Buddhist Mongolia. The head of the monastery these days is this man, the most important Buddhist figure today in Mongolia.
When I was young, I participated at the Asian Buddhist Conference on Peace, and there I met Kushok Bakulaji. After that, in 90s, he was appointed to Mongolia as an ambassador, and at the same time the communist government collapsed in Mongolia and changed to democracy. I thought he was appointed to Mongolia at the correct time. The Mongolian social, psychological conditions were very bad at that time. During that period, Bakula Rinpoche contributed a lot to peace, and we went together to the countryside of Mongolia for the relief of the people.
So intense was the cause of reviving Buddhism in Mongolia for Kuchak Bakula Rinpoche that this monk and Indian ambassador used all his earnings in Mongolia to give back to the country something it deeply yearned for, a new Buddhist monastery. A branch of his beloved Pituk Monastery was built at the center of Ulaanbaatar.
People would ask and seek his guidance about how to set up a monastery, how to enroll monks and ordain them. So he would explain, but that explanation was not sufficient. And so he decided, maybe one way is to set up a monastery in Ulaanbaatar where people can come and see and then experience. So he took it up with the government of Mongolia, and they happily said, please go ahead and choose any land you want and we give it to you. So he chose this particular spot. Peitup, which means exemplary or a model. This is a name which coincided, it is not that Rinpoche wanted this to be a model as such, but this is also the name of his 800 years old monastery in Ladakh, called Peitup. So he just took that name because he wanted the two monasteries to connect with each other, which means in a way connect Mongolia, Buddhism with India and Ladakh. And it was therefore completed in 1999, and he, in a very big ceremony, which was also attended by the then Vice President of India, Mr. Krishan Kant, the doors of the temples were open. And not only that, the building is there, he also had almost 8 years before the construction had started, set up a school where the monks were being prepared. So the monks were ready to come and join. So we have hostel for monks, some 50 monks can stay here. So it was a kind of a dedication, a rededication of his faith in Buddha Dharma, and to propagate Buddha Dharma in a country which had suffered so much and which was once a very exemplary place for Buddhist learning. So many scholars and high-ranking monks had come from Mongolia. So it was in an effort to reconstruct Buddhism in Mongolia. He did this and he completed it and gave it to the people here.
This monastery has become the focal point of Kushak Bakula's legacy in Mongolia, a place for countless Mongolians to remember him and his healing touch.
When I was 11 years old, I had a vision problem, mostly blind. I met Bakula Rinpoche with my grandmother, who was a follower and devotee of him. He treated me with his beads and prayers for nearly a month. After that there was improvement in my vision. Gradually, there was no problem with my vision. Now I work in telecom department as a technician and a devotee of my guru Bakula Rinpoche.
Wherever he went in Mongolia, Kushak Bakula brought a sense of spiritual resurrection, solace for countless souls. Crowds gathered to see him everywhere. Babies were brought to be blessed by him.
Bakula Rinpoche always supported Mongolian philosophy and spiritual beliefs of the people. During 90s, the territory of Mongolia was divided into 18 provinces. It was an emergency situation. People were very angry with the government leaders, and the socialists were protesting in the country. At that time, Rinpoche used to meet those protesters and always preached peace and non-violence. It was a very important point and lead to democracy in Mongolia. I became a nun at this monastery and practicing astrology for the last 10 years. Bakula Rinpoche was the first Buddhist teacher to Mongolian people. He taught Buddhist practices and rituals to young Mongolian monks. He built many monasteries and temples across the country. We deeply respect his teachings.
If men are known by the company they keep, monks must be known for their disciples. Two men might be considered the heirs to the legacy of Kushak Bakula in Mongolia. They are two of the country's most famous spiritual names. One is an artist and a monk, and the other a famous Vipassana meditation teacher. In the high hills of Aglak, around 100 kilometers from Ulaanbaatar, Lama Purvat has created the most important modern Buddhist shrine in Mongolia. As much a work of great art as it is a place of worship.
In our ancient book of wisdom, it was written many years ago that someone from the south would come for the revival of Mongolian Buddhism. In the 1990s, Bakula Rinpoche came to Mongolia, and we held him in high regard. He played a key role in the revitalization of traditional Mongolian Buddhism, and his activities and accomplishments demonstrated his commitment to its thriving. We are grateful for his work.
With support and assistance from Kushak Bakula, in India, the young Lama Purvat learned the delicate art of Thangka painting. Today he is one of Mongolia's greatest artistic treasures. His hilltop shrine, dotted with white Buddhas under majestic trees, a reminder of his guru and the peace he brought to the once troubled land.
I am a professional artist and had a close relationship with Bakula Rinpoche, who sent me to India for further studies. This opportunity paved the way for my future career. Rinpoche established the Potap Monastery, and upon his passing, I had the honor of handling his cremation and creating a silver stupa in his memory.
Like Lama Puravat, Shirindev Dorlig was one of the discoveries of Kushak Bakula, a young student who Kushak Bakula helped travel to India more than 2 decades ago. He has become the most influential meditation teacher in Mongolia.
When we first time in embassy, meeting with him, sitting in the embassy chair, and then Sonu Wanchuk was translating. And then there was one lady Mongolian who came with me from foreign minister translating from Sanam. And then they were talking, but Bakula Rinpoche and me I felt like we are 2 of us together in somewhere else. And there's something connection with me. And then it changed all my thinking. And then I thought, yes, I am on the right path. This is the person who must send me to India to study the quest which I want to find the meaning of this life. And then after 3 months, the answer came from ICCR so that I could go and study in India. I was the first student from Mongolia to join Indian universities, and then 1 monk from Gandhan we were sent. And Bakula Rinpoche said, you are the lucky one. And then studying in the Banaras University, I heard this story about Naidam Bakula, but I want to prove that somewhere in the Gangyur there must be proof about Bakula 1916, about 16 Barkhans story. But then I found one sutra, which is called Naidam Jutuk, where it describes the role of Bakula Rinpoche, what Buddha have given him some mission so that he could help the Dhamma, wherever there is Dhamma rises, he must go and help them to establish their Dhamma. So then I was so happy that I met the right person, the Dhamma person who Buddha sent to Mongolia.
Even today, the words, the deeds, the love of Kushak Bakula lives on in Mongolia, not least in the lives of young Buddhist students who live and study at his popular Petug monastery. This is where the tribute put together by hundreds of ordinary Mongolian people when the saintly monk died is preserved.
This is made of pure silver, weighing about 160-70 kilograms. Now, this was done after Rinpoche had passed away, and huge people from across Mongolia would come, pay respect at the monastery built by Bakula Rinpoche. This stupa was done by a very famous Mongolian artist, Buddhist monk called Lama Puravat. As you see, Rinpoche is sitting in the middle, and it has his relics. And to this side is a statue of Bakula Rinpoche himself, is done according to his body size, literally. And the clothes that Rinpoche used to wear have been put on the statues.
2 decades after Kushak Bakula's death, the Indian government is sending statues of Bakula to Ladakh, Mongolia, and across other parts of Central Asia.
I was told about the history, what he has done. He was an ambassador, and what he did in Mongolia and Ladakh. We were very happy that we were going to make a sculpture of him. And that too now, we are sending about 8 sitting statues and 2 standing statues to different countries.
उनकी स्टैंडिंग पोज है, उसका फेशियल एक्सप्रेशन मतलब कोई भी चेहरा बहुत सारे मसल्स होते हैं.
Can we have the lights, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very comprehensive, we are still, okay. We are still left with some part of it. Kindly bear with us. Just few more moments. Such a comprehensive film on the great son of Ladakh.
चेहरा बहुत सारे मसल्स होते हैं, फिर मसल कई सारे के होने से एक्सप्रेशन आँख का हलचल है, जान है, लिप्स है, यहाँ के मसल्स है, इसके डिपेंड करता है कि ये क्या सोच रहे हैं, दुखी है, हंसता हुआ है और पीसफुल माइंड है, ये सब पता चलता है।
Back in Ladakh, where the first of these statues are to come up, the legacy of Kushak Bakula is being passed on to a new generation. Nazia Iqbal is a young Ladakhi journalist. She says Kushak Bakula's spirit lives on in these mountains among each and every one of its rugged, loving people.
Growing up here in Ladakh, we always knew what an all-encompassing presence that the Kushak Bakula Rinpoche had on Ladakh. And you know, when he was at his political prime, we were still very young. We really did not understand the enigma that he was at that point. But slowly, now that I know a little bit, now that I've read a little bit about him, I truly feel that not just that he was the biggest leader that Ladakh has seen, but he was one of the greatest leaders that India or the world has seen, really. We had his pictures everywhere. It was, whether it was household, it was hotels, it was the offices, everywhere we saw him. And so that picture is really etched in all our minds. And I think one thing that you will get from everyone you speak to is that how he took all the communities together. As a leader, he was truly a people's leader.
As long as the chants echo in the mountains, as long as the Buddha is worshipped, as long as the butter lamps are lit in the monasteries, in Ladakh, in Mongolia, across India and Central Asia, the love and legacy of Kushak Bakula shall live on.
So this was an extraordinary story of an extraordinary monk, so artistically produced by Dr. Hindol Sen Gupta. Can I request you, Dr. Gupta, to Dr. Hindol Sen Gupta, to please come on the dais. The legacy of Kushak Bakula lives on to inspire the generations. Let's give Dr. Hindol Sen Gupta a big round of applause. Thank you. With this, you want to say something?
I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Okay.
And I just want to introduce, this is my cinematographer, Koteshwar Rao. All the beautiful images you saw was all shot by. I just want to say thank you to all of you. My apologies for the small glitches that happened due to technical issues. We worked very hard on this film, and I'm really happy to have brought this to you. It was a real privilege. Thank you. And to have been able to show the film on a stage where His Holiness the Dalai Lama himself spoke is a real blessing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, IBC.
Very, very well said, Dr. Hindol. And we all know how difficult it is to go to Ladakh. I'm an army officer. I started my career from that part of India. And we all bow to that land, and as well as we bow to Kushak Bakula. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this inaugural session for day 2. We will have a quick lunch break. Get back for the technical sessions, starting academic as well as Sangha session. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your participation. We'll see you soon. preservation of Nalanda Buddhist traditions, and second with Buddha Dhamma, pilgrimage, living heritage, and Buddha relics. So, I welcome you once again to the first session of today, that is the third session of the summit. Nalanda has been a center of learning that not only helped in spread of Buddha Dhamma but also in Indian culture across Asia and beyond. It has been a great ancient monastic center of higher learnings that played an important role in advancing the teachings of Buddha. So this session basically would be talking about preservation of Nalanda Buddhist traditions, as I already brought out. May I call upon our distinguished moderator, Professor Geshe Luang Semten. May I request you, sir, former Vice Chancellor of Higher Tibetan Studies of India. The eminent speakers, respected Geshe Dorji Demdul, Director, Tibet House, India. Jet Sunma Tenzin Palmo, President IBC and founder Dongyu Gatsal Link, Nunri, India. The third eminent speaker is Professor Hwang Sunil, Dongguk University, Seoul, South Korea. And finally we have Dr. Ricardo Sasaki, teacher, Nalanda Center for Buddhist Studies, Brazil. May I request Dr. Ravindra Pant to please felicitate our team of this session, starting with our moderator, Professor Geshe Luang Semten. The moderator, Professor Geshe Luang Semten. Then we have respected Geshe Dorji Demdul, Director, Tibet House, India. Jetsunna Tenzin Palmo, President IBC and founder Dongyu Gatsal Link, Nunri, India. Then we have the third speaker, Professor Hwang Sunil, Dongguk University, Seoul, South Korea. Finally, we have Dr. Ricardo Sasaki, teacher, Nalanda Center for Buddhist Studies, Brazil. A big round of applause for our very illustrious team. Before we embark on this session, few words about our moderator, Professor Geshe Luang Semten, former Vice Chancellor, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, India. He is former Vice Chancellor of Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, Varanasi. He has a rare combination of education on modern lines as well as the Tibetan monastic system. He also served in the editorial board for International Association of Tibetan Studies in Harvard, was awarded Padma Shri by the President of India for the distinguished services in the field of education and literature in 2009. In 2016, he has been awarded Besak Samman by the Government of India in recognition of his outstanding lifelong achievements in the field of preservation, development, and promotion of Indian philosophy, art, and culture within India and outside India. May I request our eminent moderator to please start the process for this session.
Thank you very much. Hello? Okay, it is fine. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. So we have the session on Nalanda, preservation of Nalanda tradition. Yesterday we had wonderful sessions with lots of information about the climate and ecological issues. And this morning we had the most wonderful kind of session with His Holiness's blessings and guidance for our daily life and to save humanity, and to do practice how to do practice in our daily life, maintaining the tradition that we have, which come from the Tathagata Buddha. So today's session is preservation of Nalanda tradition. this Nalanda tradition is not just confined to one particular institution, but it is a tradition that is widely spread in India, mainly led by Nalanda masters. So this tradition actually follows the Buddha's teaching of exploring and investigating and analyzing the reality. That is the core element of philosophical study. And the Buddha has taught different levels of philosophical systems according to the receptivity of disciples. And in this tradition, all the different philosophical schools are studied, as well as non-Buddhist Indian philosophical studies schools are also studied. And in this tradition, in Nalanda tradition, as I said, that the explorative, analytical, and investigative approach, with these approaches, the philosophical philosophy was deeply studied with the instrument of logic and epistemology, because as we have in modern science, in the material physical science, the instruments of laboratory and different gadgets, in the similar manner, when we go into our mind and into the conceptual level, then we need instruments, and for that, logic and epistemology are the best kind of instruments that were developed in this tradition. So this philosophical study is extremely important for spirituality, because spirituality and philosophical studies are inextricably intertwined. For further advancement of spirituality, spiritual practice, the understanding of reality is inevitable, unavoidable. Therefore, the deeper aspect of having insight into the philosophical issues is very much part of the Nalanda tradition. So, and also the Nalanda tradition has an inbuilt kind of a system of investigating and interaction. As we can see that not only within the Buddhist philosophical schools, we have lots of interactions. Within Buddhism, Vaibhashika, Sautantrika, Vijnanavada and Madhyamika, Sautantrika Madhyamika and Prasangika Madhyamika, we have a very strong and deep interaction. In the similar manner, we also had, the Nalanda tradition also had a very profound and strong, rich interaction between the Buddhist philosophical systems and the other philosophical systems, as a result of which the entire Indian knowledge system got very much advanced because of the rich interaction. It was not just, argumentations for the sake of argumentation, but it was for the exploration, for the advancement of knowledge, for the advancement of system of logic, system of epistemology, and then philosophical, the system. So this has paid a lot of contribution, made a lot of contribution to the advancement of Indian philosophical, Indian knowledge system at large. This we can see that after the disappearance of Buddhism from mainland India, then we can see that that kind of interaction and the advancement of Indian knowledge system got stagnated. So this we can see that, how Nalanda tradition, which also includes Odantapuri and other monastic institutions, have played a role in such advancement. So now, as I said, that it has an inbuilt kind of system. Now coming in the modern age, now we have interaction with the modern science and Western philosophy, because Buddhist philosophical tradition, the Nalanda tradition, has a kind of intrinsic nature of making inquiry and participating in the issues which are on the platform at the global level, or whatever platform it is, to participate and then contribute and contribute and also to take. And Buddhist philosophy, in the Buddhist system, His Holiness has introduced science in the monastic institutions, and at the same time, Nalanda tradition is contributing a lot to this, scientific world. So this is how it is enriching. Wherever it goes, it is very much enriching in many ways. So with this, introductory remark, I would like to invite our first speaker, Geshe Dorji Damdullah. Geshe Dorji Damdullah is the director of Tibet House, and he has been the translator to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And very pertinently, for the last many years, he has been running a master course in Nalanda tradition, which is very popular, and it is studied in many countries. So with this, remarks, I would like to request Geshe Dorji Damdullah to speak on his ontological reality, convergence and divergence between Nalanda philosophy of emptiness and quantum mechanics. Please, Geshe Dorji Damdullah, thank you. Time you have is 20 minutes. They will keep the time.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you. 20 minutes, which is from my is 1 to 4. Okay. First of all, thank you so much, Professor Venerable Geshe Samdhanla. Highly respectable scholar, a practitioner, and a great builder of the institutions. A deep respect to him. And we are all blessed today, this morning. His Holiness's the speech. We are blessed with that. And the whole Global Buddhist Summit is greatly blessed. And people who joined offline, online, both. What a great blessing for all of us. And also particularly that, of course, greatly honored by the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday with his inaugural speech. And so with this in mind, let me first begin with the word of salutation to Buddha Shakyamuni in Tibetan. Kange toze nyozo ne dawa tamje bambe chu tambe chune tunza ba kwadam dama chance lo. I remember that when I was in school, when I was, I think, class 7, 8, 9, we were introduced to what is known as the telegraph writing. And if you know what telegraph writing is, which means that you are most likely my age. And if you don't know that, you are younger than me. Because telegraph writing has become obsolete now. Why? Although it's a piece of knowledge, it's totally irrelevant today. Therefore, it is gotten rid of from the curriculum, the subjects. Likewise, all the knowledge, system of knowledge that we have should have some relevance to our well-being. Modern science, quantum mechanics, which I'm briefly going to touch on, it's the comparative exchanges with Buddhist philosophy of emptiness by Nagarjuna. If it doesn't really have relevance to our well-being, then it becomes obsolete. Whereas the word of salutation, which I just said right now, enthused by great compassion, you taught the Immaculate Dharma to dispel the perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. So when I said this, this praise to the Buddha is for him having taught this wisdom, the light of the wisdom. Meanwhile, with the relevance of the well-being of the humanity anticipate great compassion. You taught the immaculate dharma to dispel all perverted views. Wrong views are responsible for all our problems. So, getting rid of the wrong views by showing the right path, that is what helps us, what saves the humanity, what saves all the sentient beings. So, having said this, we see that, broadly speaking, given that I've only 20 minutes, finally the point is that, as His Holiness rightly indicated this morning, that finally, whether you're happy or not happy, whether you're miserable or not miserable, they're all determined by your way of thinking. And this thinking determines the plight of your mind. Stressful, or say the anxietic, or happy, and so forth. So with this, the question is, what is the mechanism? And Professor Gishing Awasamdala here just now, and also Professor Thurman this morning, very clearly indicated that the psychology required to know the mechanism of your mind. And finally, your mind is the one which experiences happiness, sadness, tragedy, anxiety, stress, and so forth. So how does this mind behave in this particular way? So for this, we see that there are three things. One is primarily what is known as a single-pointed meditation, to calm your mind by habituating, training your mind to remain fixed on a particular object, not be wavered easily. Thereby, you can maintain your calmness. This is number one, which comes under the practice of shamatha. And then the other one is cognitive transformation. The means to bring about cognitive transformation, that is that your mind, the outlook of the reality, you change it, and your, say, the thinking pattern of your mind changes, and that your mental state changes. For example, say, while I'm talking, if somebody who I don't like passes by, while the person doesn't do anything to me, I will feel the disturbance here. Whereas if somebody who I really cares for, or who I love so much, if that person passes by, instantly I could feel the calmness. So this is known as the cognitive transformation leading to your, say, the well-being. So for that, the more profound the ontological reality you discover, more profound that cognitive transformation is. More profound the cognitive transformation, more calm is your mind. So this can potentially take us to the understanding that with this knowledge, that cognitively you know the reality as it is, then this will take us to the absolute freedom from all the miseries, or in other words, total fearlessness and infinite happiness. So it's just a state of the mind, just how to manage this mind. And ordinary people, they look for outside factors, expecting, say, peace of mind within you. Whereas the noble beings, they look inwardly to see how the mind works and bring about transformation. With this in mind, my focus on today's talk is primarily on how to bring about, say, cognitive transformation, whereby you wake up from the sleep of ignorance, and cognitively you realize that whatever happened in a dream is just all subjectively arising. Nothing really exists objectively. The moment you realize this, all the mental disturbance, agitations that happen in your dream subsides instantly. So this is the greatest healing. This gives rise to you what is known as a total fearlessness pertaining to the events in the dream. Likewise, the dream of samsara. If you get extremely, the precise understanding that even this, what we see as the reality outside the dream or the waking state, when you realize that they are all like dream, then just as you wake up from the dream and your agitation subside, likewise, waking up from the dream of samsara, all your samsaric agitations will subside. So this is where the Buddha's teachings play a very important role to identify the ontological reality, to bring about cognitive transformation within you, and thereby bringing about the ease of your mind to let go of all the fears, anxiety, stress, and so forth. So with this in mind, effects of insight in Heart Sutra and quantum mechanics say, But if you come to discover the reality, if you come to discover the ontological reality, what is the impact? So, what quantum mechanics has to say and what a Buddhist philosophy has to say. Quantum mechanics, Niels Bohr, Professor Niels Bohr, what is that if you study quantum mechanics, yet if you are not really shocked by it, you have not understood quantum mechanics yet. Which means that the first glimpse of the understanding of quantum mechanics is that you will feel a shock. Likewise, in the experience of the ontological reality as presented by Buddha Shakyamuni, further explained by Nagarjuna, you are expected to feel a tinge of a fear. And this fear, by getting used to this, eventually be replaced by tremendous tranquility and peace of mind. So this is what Niels Bohr said. If quantum mechanics hasn't profoundly shocked you, you have not understood it yet. And parallel to this, what the Buddha taught, profound, peaceful, elaboration-free, clear light, non-composite, such as the nectar-like reality is what I've found. Finding no one who can fathom this path in silence or return to the words. So what the Buddha is indicating here is that this reality that he discovered is so profound that you experience it. Number one, the people to really experience that is so less. So therefore, he chose to remain in silence. So now, what is ontological reality? What is ontological reality? Which means, what is the objective reality there? And why this objectivity, ontological reality, is emphasized so much in Buddhist philosophy and quantum physics. So the approach is so important that when we go in search of the ontological reality, if one presupposes that this is what is expected, you will never find the ontological reality. But its approach must be very objective. Once when I was in Cambridge, that was many years ago, perhaps many of you are not born then, 2003. I used to meet with lots of physicists, and one of the physicists, extremely brilliant, he said that in this world, only physics is education. I said, why? And perhaps in this hall, I don't expect many from physics background. So from his point of view, you are not from education background. So he said, because only physics allows you to have a critical thinking. All others are imitation of the earlier teachers. So there I said that wait, just listen to what the Buddha has to say. I quoted the Buddha, just as the goldsmith tests the purity of the gold by cutting, rubbing, and burning the gold, you should also examine my words and put them into practice, not simply because you respect me. And then this professor, he remained silent for a few seconds, and he said, oh, the Buddha must have been a great physicist. Okay, so this should be the approach. Now, what is ontological reality? We'll talk about is all like dream. Dream meaning that it doesn't mean nothingness. What Professor Thurman this morning said, and His Holiness so beautifully captured in his presentation, that doesn't mean nothingness. It means that things exist by dependence. So dependent origination, how this ontological reality, that nothing really exists objectively, that equals the understanding of dependent origination. So how these two are to be seen as synonymous. And that dependent origin, of course, has to be understood on the three levels. So the point is that when I was in Israel for a conference on consciousness, which was organized by a well-renowned neuroscientist, and this was one of the best conferences that I really enjoyed, where there's a head-on discussion happening, direct discussions, debates, arguments happening, and then one neuroscientist was speaking about reducing, or taking the approach of the reductionist approach of the mind reduced to the brain. And the question came to, if this is the case, where is free will? This was a huge question, and the poor neuroscientist, she got stuck there. Okay, so there was a kind of discrepancy between the two realities presented in physics. For example, today, with the paradigm shift in physics, from Newtonian physics to the quantum mechanics and relativity theory, today, these two theories, they are the dominating physics theories today. And yet these two, they don't really go compatibly to each other. These two are contradictory to each other. One, which is the quantum mechanics, it operates on the micro level, and the relativity theory operates on the macro level. And these two theories, when you try to blend together, which many scientists tried to create the unified field theory, which all of them failed thus far. So while these two theories were posited separately, they work so well. But when they're brought together, then the whole chaos comes into being. They're not at all compatible to each other. So whereas you see the same concept, macro and the micro, in the Buddhist philosophy of emptiness. In the Buddhist philosophy, in Heart Sutra, the Buddha said, form is empty. So the form that the macro world of the form that we see is objectively, it is empty. Means in the macro realization is empty. Emptiness is a form. What you see is the empty objectively, subjectively it is seen as form. So then the macro world comes into existence. So there's a unification of what is known as two truths of the macro and the micro is so beautifully weaved in the Buddhist philosophy. So this is said, Heart Sutra, form is empty, empty is the form. And here, so talking about this ontological reality, the subjectivity, which is the key to the quantum mechanics. Here we see His Holiness the Dalai Lama with Professor Anton Zelenga, and I'm really honored that I'm the owner of actually bringing him, Professor Anton Zelenga, to my room for more discussion on quantum mechanics. And to my surprise, last year he became a Nobel laureate in physics. He's a Nobel laureate. Last year he became a Nobel laureate, and he is one of the greatest the scientists pertaining to the double slit experiment. Okay, a subjectivity in Buddhism, there are all these levels there, and depending on which level you unfold, to that extent, your cognitive transformation happens. And here, the great parallel between quantum mechanics and Buddhist philosophy is that in Buddhism, there's concept of emptiness. In quantum mechanics, there's a concept of the quantum vacuum. And these are very similar. Emptiness doesn't mean nothingness. Emptiness means where all things, the law of karma, everything operates so well. Quantum vacuum doesn't mean it's total vacuum. There's a full of potentiality as presented by the quantum physicists. A great parallel there. And given that I have only 2 minutes more, I'll just quickly go through these. And then dependent origination versus the non-locality and teleportation in quantum mechanics. So there's a great parallel there again, quantum entanglement. Okay, what is the ultimate reality, ontological reality here? In Buddhism, there's what is known as the emptiness of objectivity of the object is the objectivity of the object. And the neuroscientists, the very renowned neuroscientist, very senior neuroscientist, he was literally like a small boy. He was memorizing this line after my presentation. He was memorizing this. He was so intrigued by this line. Emptiness of objectivity of the object is the objectivity of the object. Okay, this is Nalanda, the past. Okay, we see the pertaining to relativity theory. There's the concept of relativity taught in space by Newtonian physics, and Einstein came up and said that it is not only space, also time. The relativity is there. In Buddhism, relativity, time, space, and mind, all three. And then on this basis, His Holiness the Dalai Lama encourages all of us to focus on these treasures, these knowledge of modern science, Buddhist philosophy, and see how we can utilize them for the well-being of the humanity. So this is what is called as the universal ethics beyond all borders of differences. So this is the picture. Okay. I like this. So what the Buddha taught, which is so beautifully encapsulated by what Albert Einstein said. A human being, this is what Einstein, I'm quoting Einstein. A human being is a part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest. feeling that you are so special, you are somebody, and they, you create a division. In the process, you suffer. So criticize others, bully others, accuse others, all these things happen, and meanwhile is the saying that I'm clean, I'm pure, I'm good, I'm the best. So this discrepancy is the one resulting in all the miseries of samsara. This is what Einstein said it. Human being is part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, he or she experiences himself or herself. Their thoughts and feelings are something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of their consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and affection to a few persons nearest to us. When you create this barrier, the people you love, people who love you, become so small in number. Finally, we have to live in the spirit of love and affection, survive by the love and affection. So you suffer. This is what he said. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion. Embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty, rather than creating the sectarianism, creating division. So with this in mind, this says I'd like to draw this talk to conclusion by bringing it to attention that we here in Global Buddhist Summit, this amazing program, a great initiative of the International Buddhist Confederation. And we really need to do something for the knowledge of the humanity. Buddhism as a knowledge of the humanity. So for this, at Tibet House, Delhi, Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, took the initiative of how to promote this, the Nalanda knowledge, which Professor Robert Thurman this morning very clearly indicated that Nalanda is not the ruins. Nalanda is a knowledge, incredibly brilliant knowledge developed over millennia. So this is what they tried. So here we see that this stadium is Integra Stadium in Delhi here, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama blessed and launched the Nalanda Master Studies, which Professor Geshe Samdal indicated. Tibet House, the undertaking of Tibet House, they launched in 2016 in Integra Stadium. It was greatly blessed, and so many people took part in this. So these are the three programs under this scheme. One is Nalanda Master's course, 5 years course. Second one is Nalanda Diploma course, 1 to 1.5 years course. And the third one is Nalanda Certificate course, 2 months course. And then in terms of just within this short span of time, there were about 4,000 students who took part in this program. 4,000 students, just within the span of 6 years. So the first batch, Nalanda Master's course, the first batch is graduated with 464 students, online and offline both. Second batch of students, 949 students currently are studying. And Nalanda Diploma course, the first batch, 576, and every year is increasing in number. Second batch, 660 students, and third batch, 871 students, and the fourth batch now is 1,646 students with 1,134 the students from Russia. And the Nalanda Certificate course, it was 981 students. So this is something very encouraging, and all these people, they are attracted to this course because Nalanda, the great legacy of Nalanda, has a great richness there, profundity there, richness there, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama, as Professor Professor Robert Thurman this morning clearly indicated, the real embodiment of Nalanda is still alive, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We're breathing the same air as him. We're treading on the same land as him. We're living in this land of the Arya Bhumi, land of the superior beings. So we are so fortunate. Why not? If we are to revive this tradition as a great pride of India, why not to make the maximum, to really do something concrete to bring about this academic richness of Nalanda to come out in the world. So with this, some suggested readings: Universe and Single Atom by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Sleeping, Dreaming, Dying, Gentle Bridges, Destructive Emotions, In Search of Memory, Beyond Religion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Kishe Dorjit Abdullah, for your very insightful talk, juxtaposing the modern physics and the more than 2,500 years old Buddhist philosophy of emptiness. I remember Raja Ramanna, a renowned Indian physicist, saying that I'm very fortunate and feel proud to be Indian, where the concept of quantum mechanics was already presented 2,600 years back, whereas in the modern science, this is just a couple of centuries old. So with this, now our next speaker is Chizuma Tenzin Palmo. Chizuma Tenzin Palmo is a bhikshuni in Drukpa lineage of Kagyu school of Tibetan Buddhism. He is an author, teacher, and founder of Donggu Gyatse Gatsel Ling Nunnery in Himachal Pradesh. In India, she is best known for having spent 12 years living in a remote cave in Himalayas, 3 of those years in a strict meditative meditation retreat. Venerable Chizuma Tenzin Palmo. Her topic is Breaking Barriers, the Rise of Educated Buddhist Nuns.
Yes, if I can get my glasses. So good afternoon, everybody. Very lovely to see you all. I thought with Mingyur Rinpoche giving a talk next door, this room would be empty. So thank you for coming. So firstly, we are talking here about the connection of Nalanda University and Nalanda method of teaching philosophy, and how nowadays it correlates with the nuns. So firstly, it is actually not generally known or appreciated that in the 8th and 9th centuries, there was actually probably a section of Nalanda University itself that was specifically for nuns. It's reported that bhikshunis with high scholastic attainments, with names such as Dharmachandra, etc., who was a renowned teacher and philosopher, she was said to have studied at Nalanda University, where she later taught and wrote commentaries on Buddhist texts. There was also bhikshuni Suvarna Dharmanani, who was known for her scholarship and deep understanding of the Prajna Paramita Sutras. So obviously at one time in India, back in the 8th, 9th centuries at least, education was available to female monastics. Although later this has really seldom been mentioned. I never heard about it till we researched it. We also do not know where else in India such educational facilities for bhikshunis were actually available and existed. However, as we know, the Nalanda system of study and debate was imported into Tibet in the 8th century. It was introduced by Shantarakshita, who was an acharya from Nalanda University. At that time, 5 Tibetan young men received ordination as nuns, and the first monastery of Samye was established. An academy was set up to translate the text from Sanskrit into Tibetan, and then through the next few centuries, right, there was a lot of coming and going between Tibet and Nalanda up until the 12th century. So this Nalanda system of academic study was introduced into all the Tibetan traditions, along with the practice of the tantric texts. Unfortunately, for these centuries, this level of philosophical study was not made available for female monastics. the education of Himalayan Buddhist nuns has been very limited, with women receiving little more than a basic education in religious texts and practices. Books were written by male scholars. Let us not forget that. The books are written by male scholars for other male scholars, mostly monks. So, the female voice was hardly ever heard. Educational opportunities were made available. Even the most devoted female practitioners, education was very restricted. The result of this androcentric emphasis throughout the Buddhist world, not just Tibet, everywhere, has meant that the female half of the population had no voice and no role in shaping the philosophy or practice of the Dharma. It's a purely male interpretation, as though this were the only viewpoint possible or of any importance. However, in recent years, there has been a growing movement to provide these nuns and other women with a more comprehensive education that includes the study of philosophy in accordance with the established Nalanda tradition. Firstly, starting in the 1960s, while the Tibetans were in exile in India and Nepal, girls were being educated along with the boys in the TCV and other Tibetan Children's Village and other schools set up for children in exile, girls and boys both. And many girls went on to attend university. So obviously women were quite intelligent, actually. Then in the 1970s, highly educated women were coming to India and Nepal from the West, studying the Dharma in such places as the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics in Dharamshala. They engaged in studies and debating, which previously had been considered off limits and unsuitable for women. The Tibetan nuns were inspired by the example of their Western sisters and began to question the old assumptions that women were not intelligent enough to study philosophy, even though in the Buddhist Mahayana, wisdom is considered female. Prajna Paramita is the mother of all the Buddhas, since Buddhas are born of wisdom. Anyway, in 1985, the American nun Bhikshuni Kamalekshi Somo started Jamyang Choling for Himalayan nuns, where they could receive full education in philosophy in accordance with the Nalanda system taught by the learned geshes, as well as other subjects. And in 1987, in Bodh Gaya, Bhikshuni Lekshi Somo also helped to co-found the Sakyadhita International Association of Buddhist Women. And that next conference will be held this year in Korea. So any ladies who want to be inspired by what is happening in the Buddhist world for women should come along to Seoul, to Korea in June. And men are also very welcome. In 1987, the Tibetan Nuns Project was founded by Rinchen Khandro, who at that time was the president of the Tibetan Women's Association. And this provides a long course in philosophy for nuns following the monks' traditional agenda taught by eminent geshes or monk professors. In 1995, the first inter-nunnery debate session was held at Dolmaling Nunnery below Dharamshala in the presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Then in 2016, for the first time in Tibetan history, the Geshe Ma degree was bestowed by His Holiness the Dalai Lama on nuns who had qualified after at least 17 years of study and 4 years of annual exams. There are now 54 Geshe-mas, and every year more. It is also good news, yes, really, Yawadan nuns. It's also good news that in Nyingmapa Nunnery, called Sogyao Shedok Ling in Karnataka, has recently bestowed the Kenmo title on qualified graduate nuns. Kenmo is the highest scholastic title in non-Gelugpa schools. In the Gelugpa, they're called geshes. In non-Gelugpa schools, they're called khenpos or female kenmos. So my own nunnery of Donjugatsuling in Himachal will also soon be enthroning some of our nuns as kenmos. We are indeed very grateful, I have to say from my heart, we are very grateful to those geshes and khenpos who with their knowledge had devoted themselves to the education and training of nuns, bringing great enthusiasm and dedication to the task. They've been wonderful. Without their help, none of this would have been possible. They have really dedicated themselves now for many, many years, 20 years or more, to educating and training nuns. And really, our gratitude is unlimited. Nowadays, most nunneries include a vigorous study program following the orthodox Nalanda system of Madhyamaka, Prajna, Paramita, logic, Abhidharma, and so on, relying on the texts of Nagarjuna, Aryadeva, Chandrakirti, Shantideva, and other ancient scholars. The nuns absorb themselves in studying these traditional texts and commentaries, and they become masters in the art of analytical thinking and critical reasoning. Much of these texts is memorized to be used in the formal debate refutations, which are a lively interaction between opponents for the purpose of establishing clear view and the correct understanding. These debates help clarify any misunderstandings and are a direct transmission from Nalanda University method of training, which was only extant in Tibet nowadays. So it's amazing that the Tibetans carried on this tradition from the 8th century. Of course, for now, the nuns are obliged to follow the same curriculum as it's been traditionally taught for monks. It's necessary for nuns to prove themselves as just as intelligent as the monks by following the same academic program. Any alteration in the syllabus, even an improvement, would be seen as a deterioration in the standards. But perhaps in time, as nuns grow in confidence, they may incorporate a more feminine insight and intuitive approach along with the rational and logical aspects of Dharma philosophy. Also, the introduction of more modern methods of instruction and more knowledge of neuroscience and quantum physics may bring about further insightful exploration and the blending of both the ancient and the modern understanding of mind and matter. As His Holiness and as Geshe-la has been just saying, this is a very important step now for the Dharma and a big challenge. After all, impermanence and change are fundamental doctrines of the Dharma. So why is the Buddhist establishment so resistant to any change, even for the better? However, for now, nuns are happy to follow the well-worn path trodden by the monks of old. Nowadays, Himalayan nuns have become masters in the art of debate. Recently, 100 monks from our affiliated monastic college of Kampagar in Himachal Pradesh came to our nunnery to debate with our nuns. They were lively sessions from which the nuns considered themselves to have emerged the winners. Likewise, in Tibet, so well done nuns. We have 20 of them sitting right here now, so I had to mention that. Likewise, in Tibet itself, there are large nunneries, some with several thousand nuns or more, who study these standard philosophical texts, and many nuns have become khenmos and teach others. Just as in our nunnery now, many of the teachers are graduated nuns themselves. These nuns are also writing books and are even claiming to give the female point of view. This is an important development, as philosophy is not just a subject of academic study, but is also an integral part of the spiritual practice of Buddhism. The study of philosophy allows these nuns to deepen their understanding of the teachings of the Buddha and to apply these teachings to their daily lives and meditation practice in a more meaningful way. Women are empowered by knowledge. In addition to the spiritual benefits, the study of philosophy also provides these nuns with confidence and valuable critical thinking skills, which can be applied to all aspects of their lives. This education not only benefits the nuns themselves, but also contributes to the preservation and transmission of the traditional Buddhist teachings in the region. It's likely that nuns will be a good source of transmitting Dharma to the lay villagers in their Himalayan regions, who usually have lots of devotion, but very actual little understanding of the basic Buddhist tenets. Educated nuns would give classes in Dharma and also serve as counselors, especially for the village women who have nowhere to turn when dealing with marital and family problems. These village women cannot discuss such matters with the monks, but could turn to the nuns for advice, especially if some nuns are specifically trained in counseling work. This would be a great benefit to the lay people and help in propagating the Dharma, especially in those remote Himalayan regions where there's a lot of conversion to other faiths going on, being systematically carried out. The Buddhist people are particularly vulnerable since they do not really know. Oh, sorry, I've lost the page. Oh, here we are. They do not really know much about the Dharma. They have lots of devotion, but the actual knowledge, they don't really have much. So they are very vulnerable to conversion by other faiths who systematically set about taking them on a different path. Anyway, it's mostly women who have an interest in spiritual matters and would appreciate guidance from female monastics. So only 30 years ago, Himalayan nuns were uneducated, ill-housed, generally neglected and overlooked. Since that time, they have risen to become respected scholars and teachers, keeping pure ethics and living in well-run, disciplined nunneries. They are exemplary monastics. So what do they lack that separates them from those nun scholars in Nalanda 1,000 years ago? The answer is full bhikshuni ordination. So now is the time for the Bodhisattva monastic lamas to appreciate the achievements of their Dharma sisters and grant them their rights as full members of the Sangha. Then finally, the fourfold Mahasangha as envisioned by the Lord Buddha will be established for Himalayan nuns in the Mula Sarvastivadin lineage. So the introduction of philosophical training for nuns is a positive change, and I'm glad to see that more and more nuns are getting access to a comprehensive education. It's important to recognize and support the education of these nuns, as they play a vital role in the preservation and transmission of the Nalanda Buddhist tradition within the Himalayan region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chizuma Tenzin Panmo, for your wonderful and informative presentation, projecting the development of education in nunneries. Of course, female constitute 50% of our human society, and education in nunneries is extremely important. It is not the case that in nunneries there has not been education, but the formal education which Chizunma Pelmo has been referring is a formal education in terms of obtaining degrees for khenpos and geshemas for nuns, Otherwise, in general, in Buddhist, terms, study, contemplation, and meditation has been the part of monasteries and nunneries in India and in ancient India and Tibet. So we also have, great Jizunmas and great meditators and great practitioners we find in the history. So now I would like to call upon Professor Hwang Suni from Dongguk University. Professor Hwang Suni is a professor in the College of Buddhism in Dongguk University in Seoul, South Korea. His main field of research is the doctrinal history of Indian Buddhism and the South and Southeast Asian Buddhist culture. He has been a visiting professor in many of the universities outside Korea, and also there are lots of articles and books to his credit. The present title of the paper is Nalanda and Korea, its ancient link and contemporary development. Professor Hwang Suni, please.
Venerable members of Sangha, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sunil Hwang and I'm from Dongguk University, Seoul, South Korea. And it is my great honor to be able to give a presentation here in this auspicious conference. And this morning I was so touched with seeing, His Highness Dalai Lama talking, and I'm very happy. So today I'd like to talk about Nalanda and Korea, its ancient link and the contemporary development. I made it in a 7 part. I try to complete within 20 minutes. The relationship between India and Korea, particularly in the context of Buddhism, has a long history. Nalanda, a renowned Buddhist monastery and the center of learning in ancient India, played a significant role in this relationship. Nalanda was a hub of intellectual and spiritual exchange, attracting scholars and students from various parts of Asia, including Korea. Korean monks from ancient kingdom of Silla traveled to Nalanda to study Buddhist precept, doctrine, and philosophy. They then brought back Buddhist sculptures and other important artifacts to China and Korea, greatly influencing development of Buddhism in East Asia. Today, Nalanda continues to hold an important place in the heart of many East Asian Buddhists as a symbol of their shared Buddhist heritage with India. The relationship between India and Korea, forged through the exchange of knowledge and ideas, at a place like Nalanda remains important, especially as this year marked the 50-year anniversary of diplomatic tie between Korea and India. My talk is basically depends on the book called Biography of Pilgrim Monks to the West, to India in Tang Dynasty, written by Yi Jing. Yi Jing is a very famous pilgrim monk from China. And he wrote this book not in China, but in Palembang, Sumatra in Indonesia. That was the ancient capital of the maritime trade kingdom called Srivijaya. So you can see it's very far down there, even lower than Singapore. You can see the red dot there. So Yi Jing was already very, very international figure during that time. And fortunately in South Korea, we had wood block preserved in Woljeongsa Temple in Ode Mountain. And Ode Mountain is the east middle part of the Korean peninsula. Woljeongsa Temple is one of the most important Buddhist temples in South Korea. It has got wood block here. It said biography. It starts with the biography of pilgrim monks to the east to India in Tang Dynasty. Ministry of Buddhist Canon in Goryeo Dynasty sculpted this under imperial edict in the year 2046. So this is a very, very long wood block, and it was done with the edict from the government. So Korean people also regard this biography as very important. In this book, the life of 61 pilgrim monks appear, and among them, 9 actually are about the Korean monks from the comment from the Chinese pilgrim monk. And the 9 monks are Arya Barman, Heop, Gubon, Sarvajina Deva, Hyongak, Burajanya Barman, Hyunyu, and the 2 unidentified monks who died in a sea travel, during the sea travel in the South Sea. So I am skipping all the translation I've done here, but I will recall part when I need to record it. So first of all, their journey to the west, to the India, how they make it. So when we see those 8 monks made their journey to India, some of them took land route through Tibet to India, and some of them through the sea route, through Srivijaya, which means Palembang in Indonesia, and then to India. So as you can see here, during that time, the capital was in the middle part of the China. Some of them go through the Tibet, and then go to the Nepal, and then to the middle kingdom, Magadha area. Or they go to the Guangzhou area, southern part of the China, and then go south to the Sumatra, and then they go either to the Sri Lanka or to the Tamlariti, the most famous port when the India trade with China. Journey to India appeared during the Yijing time was different from those of Paxian and Xuanzang. Both traveled to India through northwest region, which means Afghanistan and Pakistan. So this is the route of Paxian. You can see they cannot go through the Tibet, so they go way round through the Taklamakan desert to the northwestern part of the India. And the Xuanzang as well take a similar route to the northwestern part. But Yijing's time, it become different. Tibetan route become popular due to the formal relationship between Tang Dynasty China and Tibet. There was a marriage of a Tibetan king, Songchen Kampo, and the Tang princess Wenchen at the year of 640. You can see in the middle is King Songchen Kampo, and to the right, Chinese Princess Wenchen, and to the left, Newa Princess. So somehow during that time, Tibet become a kind of intermediate place where it can actually link China through to India. From India through to China, it's become a central hub to link between the two. So many people made their journey there, and one comment from Yijing said, if they are really hurry in walking, it takes only 5 months, from the East India to Xi'an. There are also sea route. The boat utilized for maritime trade in South Sea can be seen depicted in the stone carving of Borobudur, located in Java in Indonesia. So it's further down there, and you may visit Borobudur. If you check very carefully, many boats appear. Because maritime trade during that time was very important and very strong, and usually, Malaysian, those Polynesian people are in charge of that. Chinese people also built a junk, but that occurred during the Song Dynasty China, which means 200 or 300 years later. So during that time, they use Southeast Asian seamen, their boat, they use it. Both at South Sea during that time were moving through monsoon seasonal wind, through deep sea travel. So monsoon seasonal wind in Indian Ocean, winds blow in summer from southwest to northeast, winter from northeast to southwest. So before then they have a coastline travel that takes long time, but they discover monsoon wind. So this is summertime. They actually move very fast from Sri Lanka to the southern part of Myanmar takes only 2 or 3 weeks. And from the Indonesia, Palembang in Sumatra to Guangzhou, China, takes 50 days. They talk about 50. So it's very quick when they discover. And this is the winter time when the wind blow from northwest to northeast to southwest, so people can moving. So this monsoon wind was called the trade wind because of this wind. You know, the very remote region can have a trade together. So I always believe the best product India export to the Southeast Asia and East Asia must be the Buddhism, because Buddhism dominated, you know, Southeast Asia as well as China and Korea and Japan. Through this trade route, make it possible. So one of the very interesting remark about the I Ching's mention about Korean monk was Borajanya Bhadman, Haryun, and he initially took a sea route from the Shilla to Fudan area in China. That's just next to Taiwan. And then from there, from Fudan to Xi'an, the capital of Tang Dynasty, China, on foot. And then he become joining the member of Hyunjo, one of the very famous Chinese pilgrim to India, and that they walk through Nepal and then Nepal to East India, as little as 5 months. So this is the route actually Hyunjo took it. If he were in a really hurry, that journey may take, I think, about 10 months. 10 months he can make it. How about the notion of Korean people during that time among the Indian people? I Ching mentioned very interesting thing in his book. Arya Varman, he said, was born in Gwegi and located in eastern boundary and passed away at the age of 70 in Yongcheon, in western most point. So Gwegi is a Korean peninsula, and Yongcheon is a Nalanda area in India. He further commented, Gwegi corresponds to Kukuteswara in Sanskrit, and the Kukuta means chicken, Yesla means precious. That is the kingdom of Goryeo. According to the legend in this country, feather of a chicken wing were plucked and used to adorn to venerate the chicken god. In India, Kukuteswara is referring to kingdom of Goryeo. So Kukuteswara means Kukuta Iswara, which means the country where its road is chicken. And mural painting of Goryeo people with the feather of a chicken wing were plucked appear at Samarkand in Uzbekistan during that time. This is one of the mural painting there in Samarkand. You can see Goryeo people adorn the chicken wings over there. Even in the Joseon dynasty, when we are checking the mural painting of the Buddha's lifetime, you can see many Korean people still using a chicken feather or bird feather, adorning their head there. So that's the notion of Korean people during that time among Indians. And I Ching said not Nalanda Vihara, he said Sri Nalanda Mahavihara, and that's his translation over there. And the Nalanda, according to Xuanzang, and from the modern etymological point of view, can be analyzed as a na alamda, which means not enough giving. So endless giving, they can do it. But according to I Ching, he mentioned something different. Interestingly, there is a pond named Yongcheon in Nalanda temple that relates to this legend. Nalanda is the name of the dragon. Since there was a dragon named Nagalanda in Bin City, it was named after it. So maybe the name of a dragon is Nalanda or Nagalanda, we are not sure, but there are some differences. And according to I Ching, there are 8 rectangular buildings with a 3-story rectangular building. This is the map of Nalanda during the 1860, when Alexander Cunningham drew the drawing. And this is the current day Nalanda, which has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 buildings, rectangular buildings there. From the aerial view, you can see it is kind of shape of Nalanda. You can actually see. And also, according to the Taranatha, the main stupa south of the Nalanda site was a Sariputra stupa. Now, if you go to Nalanda currently, they said it's a Sariputra stupa. But according to I Ching, it is Mulla Ganda, disappear. Mulla Ganda Kuti, where the Buddha stays there for 3 months during the retreat. That is why they built a stupa there. So that's over there, the building number 3. And the building number 3, some people talk about it's a pyramid shape. Some people talk about, something different. But this is a very interesting building. This is 1915 when they first saw the stupa number 3 before excavation. When they tried to excavate into there, they found out some kind of, basement of the building. And then step by step, they discover the towers and the central part and the staircase going up there. So that's the current form. So this is not actually completed form of building number 3. It must be like that during that time. I Ching mentioned Buddhist stupa, huge stupa there with a very high. There are some reconstruction, work going on, but still at the moment we don't know exactly. So if you go to Nalanda, if you are watching it only only on the ground, you are not really see the full picture of Nalanda. You need to see from the sky, then you will see the whole building there. So when I Ching visited, he said the temple was a home of 3,500 monks. The support for the temple came from the 201 villages, with the king donating the land and labor as well, so that many Chinese pilgrims and Korean monks and from the Southeast Asia, they can comfortably study there under the patronage. So how Nalanda become so successful? One thing I'd like to talk about the library of Sri Nalanda Mahavihara. I Ching mentioned about the Silla monk Heop. He said, while reading Tang Buddhist text called the Yang Run, the Chinese translation of Mahayana Sangra Sutra by Asanga at Nalanda Temple, I Ching stumbled upon a note stating that the text was copied and written by Heop, a Silla monk, under the Bodhi tree near the Mullaganda Kuti. Actually, it means if any Chinese monk or Korean monk go to Nalanda, they can easily get access not only to the Indic Buddhist manuscript, they can also access to the Chinese manuscript as well. Nalanda Library preserved not only Sanskrit and Pali Buddhist manuscript, but also foreign manuscripts such as those written in Chinese. It was an international library at that time, one of the unique library. Anyone wants to study there, they can get all the material. According to I Ching, before Heop, Chinese monk Dohi brought both old and new translation of 400 Chinese Buddhist texts from Tang Dynasty to Nalanda, where they are now housed during the time of I Ching. So Nalanda Library is a huge library, gathered together all the Buddhists, not only within India, but also from East Asia and Southeast Asia as well. So copying Buddhist manuscript was like an ongoing task for the monk, much like the work of a Silla monk Heop. So many, monks there from East Asia, they copy, Chinese text there. So they do their own contribution there. So then, and second point, how Nalanda become very important, is mainly because this is the center of Buddhist tradition and new ideas. I Ching, the one who wrote this text, looking for the Vinayas, he is looking for the genuine Buddhist precept. And he found out Mullah Sarvastivada Vinaya might be the excellent. He actually brought it back to China and translated. Suen Zhang, before then, went there looking for the Yogacara philosophy. And he wrote Vijñapti Matrata Siddhi Shastra. And it became main text for Paxiang school in China. This is Vasubandhu lineage, which is different from Silla Monk Heop. Silla Monk Heop also looking for Yogacara philosophy, but he is more interested in Mahayana Sangraha Shastra, which was done by Asanga. So maybe there are some difference between Korean monk and Chinese monk during that time. During the 7th century, Vijñapti Matrata, or mind only, was the leading doctrine as well as a philosophical idea throughout East Asia. With the help of those pilgrim monks, Paxiang school, part of East Asian Yogacara tradition, become a predominant Dharma school in China, Korea, and Japan. Even before Joseon Dynasty in Korea, during the maybe 1400 Common Era, Paxiang school become most strongest Dharma school in Korea before the Zen meditation dominate Korean area. Most of Silla monks copied and collected Buddhist texts in Indic language to bring back to their home to translate. But unfortunately, apart from one, most of them couldn't make their way home. They passed away either in India or on their way back, go back. And third one I'd like to talk about the importance of Nalanda is that Nalanda is not just one place. Nalanda is centrally located. Okay, I will finish it in 2 minutes. So Nalanda, Yijing said, the temple is located to the south of Rajgir, ancient capital of Magadha Kingdom. Vulture Peak and bamboo forest are situated nearby. Southwest of the temple faces the Mahabodhi temple in Bodh Gaya, while south faces to the Mahakashapa mountain. To the north, it faces Vaishali. To west, it looks at Deer Park of wise men in Sarnath. To the east, it faces Tamlariti, which was an important port for maritime trade with the Tang Dynasty China. So as you can see in the map, Nalanda is centrally located. It's on the crossroad among the old important Buddhist sites. During his time in India, monk helped pay homage to the sacred relics and resided for a decade, 10 years, in Sinjisa temple located in Amravana in Vaishali. Recently, he joined to the east to stay a Buddhist temple owned by Tokharian monk from the north. Temple had originally been constructed by Tokharians to house monk from their own country, and it was known as its wealth and abundant resources. And according to Yijing, there are 2 foreign temples near Mahabodhi temple in Bodh Gaya during that time. One was called Guna Charita, the other one is Kalinga. Guna Charita, many monks from northwest stay there. Kalinga temple, many monks from south there. And according to Yijing, there was Jina China temple near Deer Park of wise men in Sarnath, but not anymore when he was there. So, kind of a network was already built during the time when Nalanda becomes center of intellectual learning. And the monk can, exchange the information and join there together. So, Dongguk University, where I belong, founded in 1906 in Korean Buddhist Joge order. And Dongguk became one of the leading Buddhist study center in South Korea. Now we are trying to expand our link with Indian universities. College of Buddhism at Dongguk University is expanding its connection with Buddhist universities in India to revitalize Korean historical link with India. We've already done with the Gautam Buddha University and Nalanda University. We are aiming at doing with the Nawa Nalanda Mahavihara and the Sanchi University of Buddhist and Indic Studies. So we already done with the Gautam Buddha. and with the Nalanda University as well. And I hope we can expand our link with the Nalanda Mahavihara, and also the newly built Sanchi University and Buddhist and Indic studies. If we completed it, I think we can revitalize the ancient link on the study of Buddhist ideas and Buddhist precepts, together with India and Korea, and together with the countries in East Asia and Southeast Asia as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hiwang Sunil, for your very clear presentation with respect to the relation between Korea and India, particularly in the context of Nalanda tradition. So now I would like to request Mr. Ricardo Sasaki. Mr. Ricardo Sasaki is a founder, director, and teacher at Nalanda Center for Buddhist Studies in Brazil. And he has been trained for the last 41 years under many teachers of various Buddhist traditions. And he is very actively involved in disseminating and preserving Nalanda tradition in Brazil. The title of his paper is Bridging the Gap, Maintaining Nalanda Buddhist Tradition in the Modern World. Thank you, Mr. Sasaki.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First time I came to India was in 1987, and one of the first places that I went to was Nalanda, and it was supposed to be a very short visit, just come, see the ruins, and come back. And I was fortunate to find two students from Bhutan. There was no possible to stay in Nalanda, it was just the ruins. But there is this place, where they study, so they invite me to stay in the room with them. And so I could stay a few more days. And I remember there was a beautiful full moon there. And so this is the beginning of my history with Nalanda. So this is just to place some context. Okay. No. Okay. So usually, Nalanda tradition, when we hear this expression, we associate with Tibetan Buddhism. And of course, there are plenty of reasons to associate this. Waves of teachers from Nalanda, from India, went to Tibet from 9th to 12th century. So what I want to is to broaden this perspective a little bit. No? Well, mine is not working this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Can I move from here? Okay, great. Okay. So, Nalanda, however, is not limited to Tibetan Buddhism, and it has a significance much broader than this, because it had a significant influence on all the branches of Mahayana Buddhism, and also is connected to the older schools of early Buddhism. So, what I call the first phase is Nalanda before it became a university. It was a city, and you have plenty of reference to Nalanda. Buddha visited many times, and it was mentioned that it was prosperous, influential, and populated in the time of the Buddha. So, and he gave many sermons there. One thing that people also don't know much, the Buddhist people, is the relationship of Nalanda with Jainism. Mahavira is mentioned several times staying in Nalanda. Nalanda became a center of Jain activity, and he is believed to have attained moksha in Pavapuri, that is in Nalanda. So let me tell about Shariputra. Everybody knows about Shariputra, and he has a special significance for the early Buddhas, especially in Theravada. So Shariputra was one of the main disciples of the Buddha. He is considered a champion of the Abhidharma style of Dhamma teaching. And the Theravada tradition considers Shariputra as the greatest Arahat. So the legacy of Shariputra, you can extend to the appreciation of logic and analysis in Dhamma teaching. So why to talk about Shariputra when we talk about Nalanda? Of course, Shariputra is closely associated with Nalanda. A major stupa in the ancient Nalanda University is known as Shariputra stupa. And though the birthplace of Shariputra is still controversial, many people believe that it is around Nalanda. King Ashoka built a stupa in Nalanda in homage to Shariputra. So that was the first phase. And then from 450 Common Era on, then it became a university. University was raised there under the patronage of the Gupta. And as a university, it has a lot of influence in the Chinese and all the Eastern Buddhism. I love this picture because when we see all the people who knows Nalanda, and what we see is just, I think, 1/16 of the size that is buried underneath, that still have to be. It's fantastic, it's huge. When you go there, you don't really see. So Nalanda influence on Eastern Buddhism. Here we can see representation of Xuanzang, the Tang dynasty, and Nalanda distributed knowledge to many parts of India and beyond, attracting students and scholars from Korea, Japan, China, Tibet, Indonesia, even Persian, even Turkey. So you have some personal accounts, Faxiang, Xuanzang, Yijing. So this I call the second phase, the influence of Nalanda into Mahayana Buddhism, whole Asia. And of course, the third phase is the influence of on Tibetan Buddhism. So here you have the 17 great Nalanda masters that often the Dalai Lama mentions, that influenced so much the whole of the Tibetan tradition. I remember a long time ago there was a conference at Nalanda, and Dalai Lama was there. And something that I still remember till today is that he said that every day in the morning he bowed to Nalanda. No matter where he was, he bowed to Nalanda because Tibetan Buddhism would not exist without Nalanda. So it was really beautiful. Okay, so this is the three phases of the Nalanda influence on Buddhism. And now let's go to the influence of Nalanda in the West. And particularly, I'm going to talk about the influence in Brazil. I chose this picture. This is in front of our center, our forest center in Brazil. And I chose this picture because you can see Venerable Dhammadipa, who is a meditator, meditation teacher, very knowledgeable in Yogacara and Abhidharma. And I met him in Nalanda, together with Dr. Pant. So two big influences in my life. So let me tell about Buddhism in Brazil. Though Chinese are reported landing in Brazil as far as 1810, but the official coming of Buddhism, really Buddhism, was through Japanese immigrants. The first ship was Kasatomaru, 1908, and then also came some Chinese and Korean immigrants. And my own father came in one of those first ships to Brazil. The growth of Japanese Buddhism was slow, and it brought the Pure Land and Zen and Nichiren, the well-known Buddhist schools of Japan. There was a Chinese temple that was founded in 1962, and there was a Theravada temple that was established in 1967. It was a small temple for the from the Sri Lanka Theravada community. The first decades of Buddhism in Brazil was mainly practiced in ethnic communities, mainly Chinese and the Japanese. People don't know, but Brazil has the largest Japanese population after Japan in the world. So we have a lot of Japanese there. But the temples were mainly just ethnic. People just talk Japanese, So if you don't know Japanese, And we don't have, like Europe or United States, we don't have Laos or Cambodians or Thai people, Burmese people or Sinhalese. Only Japanese, Chinese, few Koreans. So to establish a Buddhist center there is very difficult now. So in 1989, I established the Nalanda Buddhist Center for Buddhist Studies. The name Nalanda pays tribute to the famous Buddhist university, birthplace of Sariputta and a center for dedicated study and practice. Our center was inspired and encouraged by great teachers whom I have studied and met personally, like Samdet Pra Mahagosananda. I studied with Achan Buddhatasa and Agamaha Pandita Rewata Dhamma Sayadaw. So through this inspiration, we try to give to the Brazilian people through Buddhist tradition, and is spoken in Portuguese and adapted to the Brazilian culture. Okay, we have a very practical approach. We give regular classes since that time, so it's over 30 years of classes, many classes every week, and retreats every month. And also in many different places of Brazil. Brazil is very large, it's bigger than India in terms of extension. And people like the whole West, people like meditation, so they want this practical approach, and not so much ritualistic or devotion-oriented like ethnic temples. Also, we actively participate in, give courses, participate in conference, and have regular practice. In the beginning, of course, it was more presential, and then as soon as internet started, we also started online courses. So this is some examples of people that great teachers that we invite to Brazil. These are really in the beginning, so like Rewata Dhamma Sayadaw and Bhante Gunaratana, that were both were there many times in Brazil to conduct longer retreats. So we do these longer retreats since 1994. No, we were the first place in Brazil, I think in South America, that to start to give longer retreats in the forest tradition of in the early teachings in Theravada. Here you can see Santikaro, who is the main translator from Achambuddhadasa. And you can see many of the teachers that we have invited. Mostly are from Theravada tradition. We are quite connected with early teachings, but we also invited, we had Zen teachers, Japanese, Korean. I myself trained in Korean tradition for a few years, and Tibetans. So we keep the spirit of Nalanda. No, we don't close in just one tradition, but we are very open to many of the lineages. The invitation of these teachers demonstrates Nalanda's commitment to providing high-quality teaching and leadership to the Brazilian Buddhist community. So here you can see Venerable Dhammadipa and Venerable Ottaranyana Sayadaw. We don't do just meditation practice or just courses. We also publish. We have our own publishing place, Nalanda editions, and we have published 30 books so far, with many others. Our last one was the translation of Bhikkhu Bodhi about social and community harmony. And we just did this translation. One of the books here is Step by Step by Mahagosananda, and our translation was the first translation after Cambodia, so it was very, very interesting. Okay, we have a strong online presence. Since the beginning of the internet, we have a website, very active website, and so we didn't wait COVID to start online presence. We were there many years before. For example, in 2021, we organized this Vesak conference, and was 12 countries, teachers of 12 countries speaking 3 different languages, and was fantastic. As I mentioned, we were one of the first, maybe the first Buddhist center to do online teaching, distance learning initiative. This is our one of our websites. Okay, and this is our retreat center. We have a retreat center in the forest. As I mentioned, was was the first dedicated center in the forest to longer retreats. And we like nature, so our center is right inside a forest, so it's very nice. Some people say that it looks a bit like the forests in India and in Thailand. So here you can see some photos. And establishing the retreat center was not an easy task. It is 100% funded by us, by Brazilians. We don't receive any money from any financial help from any other country. Results are humble, but spiritually most satisfactory and rewarding. So our conclusion, right, just in time, is the Nalanda tradition, the Nalanda Buddhist tradition, which emphasizes diligent study, critical inquiry, sincere practice, and compassionate action, continues to thrive and expand even in the distant land of Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ricardo Sasaki. really, you have shown that how Nalanda tradition is being brought in Brazil, and as we have been hearing for the last 2 days, the Nalanda tradition is not just a study, it is not just a knowledge system, but it is combined with the spiritual system and realizational system. Without realization, the study is fruitless. Without study, the realization would not be possible. So these two must go together, and this is Agam and Adhigam. These two are the aspects of Buddha Shasana. So therefore, making attempt to bring both of these traditions, go ahead, is really challenging. And also, as you have said, that there are many challenges. Of course, there are many challenges, material challenges, and cultural challenges, and civilizational challenges, and lots of many challenges at individual level, at social level, at institutional level. So therefore, as we have been seeing that in Nalanda, the study, contemplation, and meditation, these three go together. And without having these three components together in an institution or in an individual's life, the Buddhist, the practice is not going to be complete. So therefore, I really appreciate you making, every possible effort to bring this tradition and, making this available to the people of Brazil. So, with these words, we have now 14 minutes with us for question and answer. So if there are anyone who would like to, ask questions, please. Yes, yourself, please. Could you please pass on the microphone?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, good.
First of all, thank you so much for those brilliant presentations on science and Buddhism and the practices in Yi Jing's book, elaboration, and the Nalanda tradition in Brazil. Overwhelming and so much to learn. My question is to Mr. Sonil from Korea, Dongguk University. Very interesting comment you mentioned that the Korean monks, came to India as observed and as recorded by Yi Jing, but they couldn't return back to Korea, as you mentioned. So, which reminded me of two eminent Korean monks like Jajang and Uisang, who actually brought back Buddha's relics from China to Korea, and they set up the Tongdosa and Byomyosa. So I thought, and you're right, they, from what I have come across in my travels in the area in China, Korea, there is really no Korean monk who had come back and would have written like Xuanzang or Yi Jing or Fayan. But maybe I thought I'll make this comment, and in case you could throw more light on Jajang and Uisang, who I think went in 7th century to China.
So,
thank you.
During that time, go to China and coming back to Korean Peninsula was not that dangerous. It only takes 1 month or 2 weeks by boat. It's okay. But go to India is different story. When I went to Donhuang, I went to very famous Taoist temple there. And near the Taoist temple, there was a huge desert area. So when I standing in front of the desert, while I was watching there, I cannot go into there because, in the ancient times, any East Asian monk, they made their journey to the India through Taklamakan desert. They already gave up their life, I think half of them cannot make it. It is the same story when they took sea route. When you check many Buddhist jatakas and abhadanas, you can see lots of comments about the shipwreck. They try to get some kind of help. So in Korea, the coastline in the east and west and the south, we have Avalokiteshvara statues everywhere, praying for Avalokiteshvara, save human beings, when they have a problem on the sea. So in both of the cases, to go to the India is totally different. Just one case, we have one monk survived from his journey to India and going back. His name was just Hecho. But he couldn't coming back to Korea. He passed away in Mutai Mountain in China. So that's the one case I can mention. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Do you know of any Indian monk who reached Korean shores as recorded in Korean history? Thank you.
Yeah, we have some cases where Indian monk called, I can't remember the name, during the 500 AD, reaching west coast of Korea, and some of the monks through the land route to the Jeonjin, one of the northern Chinese country, and then go to the Goguryeo area, 380. Common era. So there are cases where Indian monk made their journey to Korea.
I have got two small queries. One from myself, Neeraj. I have got two small queries. One from professor from Korea. Just to add to the last question of Dipankar, I think it was a 14th century monk from Nalanda, Ji Kong, Dhyan Bhatta. Last question of Dipankar. I think it was a 14th century monk from Nalanda, Ji Kong, Dhyan Bhatta, who went to Korea, and he was the last Indian monk who went to Korea, and there is Pudo inscription there. So that means Nalanda was active till 14th century. So that means the argument with Jesun Ma was making, that needs to be rectified, that Nalanda monks, there were no interaction with Nalanda. The question to Damdullah from Tibet House, because he has been talking in Nalanda was a center, Nalanda, quantum mechanics, neuroscience. I just want to know the basic physics and mathematics which were being taught in Nalanda. Like what was the astronomical system which was being followed by Nalanda masters? What was the notation system, mathematics calculation, Bhur Sankhya system? So can you highlight all those things? Or what were the metallurgical processes? What were the alchemical things? What things they were using in Nalanda tradition? I am talking about Nalanda tradition of science and technology.
Thank you. I couldn't hear completely.
Okay, Neeraj, would you mind speaking a little slow? Particularly your question to me.
It is echoing.
There's a tremendous echo there.
It is not audible.
Speak a little slow.
Yeah. Okay. And briefly, please, to the point, your question.
Because see, quantum mechanics and neuroscience are very higher sciences. We are basic people, laymen. So kindly enlighten us on mathematical systems in Nalanda tradition, what kind of astronomy they were following, whether it was Ardharatric or Ratric, what was that astronomic system. You enlighten us on the alchemy, perfume science. So all these basic sciences which were part of Nalanda curriculum.
Thank you so much. So basically, you are interested to know about the alchemy, neuroscience, mathematical calculation, and so forth, according to Nalanda. This is what he's saying?
Yes, I am just asking, sir, that we don't want to listen on higher things, only on basic things. What was like mathematical computation? So they followed Bhut Sankhya system. What is that Bhut Sankhya system? They followed Ardharatric system of astronomy. Kindly enlighten us. Yeah. They followed certain kind of metallurgical processes. Kindly enlighten us. Because quantum mechanics is very high science. We are lay people. We are interested in lay.
Yes, Neeraj. So there are astronomical areas to be discussed, and mathematicals and alchemies, and many areas to be discussed. But in this context, we are talking about Nalanda's, particularly in the Shunyata and dependent arising theory. So in this context, we have been juxtaposing between quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and shunyata. We are not, juxtaposing shunyata with, the astronomy. We are not juxtaposing shunyata with alchemy. In this very context, we are talking about, the quantum mechanics and shunyata and the dependent arising pratitya samudvat. In that context, Keshe Damdula has made the presentation.
And also that we need to keep in mind that how we began our discussion, which His Holiness the Dalai Lama very clearly indicated this morning, is that the purpose of all these studies, most likely when I began my talk, you were not there, you came a little late. I already indicated the purpose of the discussion. The purpose is that I began by saying telegraph writing is a very basic piece of knowledge. Is totally obsolete now. Why? It is no more taught in the schools. I learned it, I jokingly said, people who know about telegraph means you are my age, minimum. So whereas those who are younger have no clue what is telegraph writing, because it has become obsolete. What is obsolete is totally irrelevant, nothing to do with us. So whereas the Nalanda tradition is so rich to manage our emotions of anger, agitation, fear, stress and so forth. For this, we talk about the cognitive transformation. And this cognitive transformation, to preserve this Nalanda tradition, if we only talk about very simple things, then where modern science is so advanced, and Nalanda we talk very simple things, then who is there? Today, the world will not pay heed to the Nalanda tradition. We are talking about the preservation of Nalanda tradition, which means that people should pay heed to this, saying that this tradition is so profound as quantum mechanics. So therefore, it's so important to highlight the greatness of this tradition, not just the simple things like alchemy or the small things. And on top of that, we need to keep in mind that what mathematics is for physics, to maintain the rigor of physics, mathematics is required. Likewise, to maintain the rigor of philosophy, logic is required and epistemology is required. So therefore, it is not like 100% same. If it's 100% same, then there's no need, it's all just redundant. Whereas we need different traditions pointing to the same reality. Thank you so much.
Any research evidence on Nalanda University emphasis on right livelihood? Because I'm actually contemplating job versus right livelihood. Right livelihood is better than job. So the concept of job has to be replaced by livelihood on the at the human being level, is my thought. But does Nalanda has any evidence that they worked on right livelihood?
Not hear what you said.
There's echo,
Please say it again, more slowly.
Yeah, I'm talking about all over the world, people are getting stress levels high, and I attribute to some extent to jobs. So the
jobs.
Yes, the concept of jobs should be replaced by the concept of livelihood, right livelihood.
Your last word perhaps is not understood. The concept of job is to be replaced by?
The right livelihood.
Livelihood.
Right livelihood. Jeevan Vidhan.
So what is your question?
My question is...
What's the question now?
Yeah, the question is any research evidence. Any research evidence from Nalanda.
The last word was on right livelihood.
So what's the question?
The question is, any research evidence on Nalanda that emphasizes on right livelihood?
Okay, so basically, if your focus is just on right livelihood, Of course, Nalanda, whole this system is designed to bring about the psychological transformation, cognitive transformation, whereby your emotional state is balanced, and then through this emotional balanced state of the emotions to derive behavior, to derive your livelihood, behavior, how to earn your livelihood in a very rightful way. So this is very much, this is the whole point of the Nalanda tradition. Thank you.
We will take the last question, sir, as we have already overshot the time.
Thank you very much. My question is to Damdul Geshe. Thank you very much for your nice deliberations, quantum physics. As I am a man from physics, I was studying physics in the Calcutta University. So my question is, you have the idea about the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Actually, this Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is based on the quantum physics, and can you explain to me how you can relate with the Shunyata, the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? Because if you want to determine one position, you cannot determine the other position, that's light or other things else. So my question is, whether can you give any evidence that it can be related to the Shunyata or emptiness too? Thank you very much.
Okay, so basically Heisenberg is what I studied when I was in class 12, like 30 years ago, and is about the position and the velocity. So we cannot determine both simultaneously. If you determine the position very precisely, the velocity we have to compromise it. If you determine the velocity so precisely, the position has to be compromised. So Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty. And this is not my teacher. I asked this question to my teacher, and my teacher said that, Dorji, it is not the case that we don't have the instrument because of which things become so uncertain. This is not the reality. The reality is that reality of the object itself is such that it has the nature of the uncertainty. It's not that we don't have the instrument, therefore we cannot determine the position when we determine the velocity, we cannot determine the velocity when we determine the position. This is the nature of the, so later on when I discussed with Professor Anton Zelenka, Nobel laureate in physics last year, so we went into really great detail into double-slit experiment, how one object, how the electron can behave in two different manners, particle as well as the wave, depending on how you design the experiment. Yeah. So the point is that yes, this is a great relevance to Shunyata, meaning that in fact I was trying to ask question to Professor Anton Zelenka and trying to suggest if you can design the same experiment in a different ways, and all the possibilities that I suggested, he said that we did it like this, like that. All what he said, we already did it. All these possibilities, he said. And for amazement, that in this world, there are only 7 double-slit experiment apparatus in this world, and he is taking care of one of them. And I asked one Indian, very senior Indian physicist, how come there are so many thousands of quantum physicists in the world? How did they do the experiment? He said, no, we don't do the experiment ourselves. We simply get the data from those people who actually do the experiments with the help of these 8 apparatus, and then we try to deduce our own conclusion. This is what he said. So what I'm saying is that in quantum mechanics, like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, so there's a great deal of, the observer dependency. The observed makes no sense, the independent of the observer. In other words, that observed in the Buddhist context is the object. The observer in the Buddhist context is the subject. Independent of the subject, object makes no sense. Object makes no sense. In the independent of the observer, observe makes no sense. So which means from the object, things are all empty objectively. This is the deduction, which a deduction of quantum mechanics, and likewise of the Buddhist Shakyamuni's teaching, further the commented upon by Aranigarjuna, which Geshe also Sandela very clearly indicated that Professor Raja Ramanan, the Indian brilliant quantum physicist, like 30-40 years ago, when His Holiness gave a teaching on the shunyata, emptiness, at the end of the discourse, Professor Raja Ramanan went to greet His Holiness and express that what you taught, which was already taught in this world 2,000 years ago, today is only about 100 years that modern science is discovering it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such stimulating discussions and participation. When we were talking about Shunyata, zero, it reminds me, those who understand Hindi, that famous Indivar, जब zero दिया मेरे भारत ने, दुनिया को तब गिनती आई, तारों की भाषा भारत ने दुनिया को पहले सिखलाई. Thank you very much, the moderator, Professor Geshe Nwang Semten, the eminent speakers, respected Geshe Dorzi, Jetsunma Tenzin Palmo, Professor Huang Sunil, and of course Dr. Ricardo Sasaki for such a wonderful, such an educative and enlightening session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We shall soon be starting with the next session. So you are all requested to remain seated. We will have the tea break after this session. I would request to settle for the next session. After this enriching third session, we now embark on the final session of this historical summit. An interesting and exciting session that will focus on Buddha Dharma, pilgrimage, living heritage, and of course Buddha relics. May I once again request everyone to kindly remain seated. The tea break will be after this session, that is the fourth session and the last session. Tea will be after this session, so kindly gentlemen, please remain seated. We shall shortly commence this session. Tea will be after this session. Those who have left the hall, kindly come back. We will continue with the fourth session. Today's second session, that is the last session of the summit, and then we proceed for the tea. As I already brought out, an interesting and exciting session that will focus on Buddha Dharma pilgrimage, living heritage and Buddha relics. In this session, along with 8 great heritage places related with the life of Buddha, other important but lesser known places will also be discussed in addition to Buddha relics. Our distinguished moderator for this session is Professor Dr. K.T.S. Sarao, former professor and head of the Department of Buddhist Studies, Delhi University, India. Can I request everyone to kindly settle down and then we proceed? It has been so exhilarating seeing your participation. I would request the first speaker, Professor Belav Lage Dayanand Chandima Vijay Bandara, Professor Sri Jayawardhanpura University, Sri Lanka. Please join our hands together for all these illustrious speakers. Then we have Dr. Victor B., Secretary IBC and President, Buddhist Gem Fellowship, Malaysia. Third speaker, we have Professor Anura Manatunga, Director General, Archaeological Department, Sri Lanka. And the fourth eminent speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Batr Kitinov, Leading Research Fellow of Institute of Oriental Studies, Russian Academy of Sciences, Moscow, Russia. And of course, we have Mr. Deepak Anand, a Buddhist pilgrimage interpreter. I would also request Mr. Deepak Anand, who is a Buddhist pilgrimage interpreter. Mr. Deepak Anand, if you are there, kindly come and occupy your chair on the dais. May I now request Sri Rajesh Raina, advisor IBC, to please felicitate our moderator and the team of our speakers. Firstly, the moderator, Professor K.T.S. Sarao. Then we have Professor Belav Lage Dayanand Chandima Vijay Bandara. Next, Dr. Victor B. Third speaker is Professor Anura Manatunga. We are still waiting for him. Next is Dr. Batr Kitinov. Is he there? Okay. Before we embark on this session, let me introduce our eminent moderator for this session, Professor Karam Tej Singh, a former head of Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. He was awarded the prestigious Commonwealth Scholarship in 1985 to study at the University of Cambridge, from where he received his second PhD in Pali and of course Buddhist archaeology in 1989. Professor Sarao has been a visiting fellow professor at Dongkuk University. Some of his recent publications are Buddhism and Jainism, Encyclopedia of Indian Religion, The History of Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya. On the occasion of Independence Day 2018, the President of India conferred on him the Certificate of Honor for Outstanding Scholarship in Pali language. Then the Ministry of Culture, Government of India also conferred the Vesak Citation to Honor in the year 2020. May I request our esteemed moderator to please commence this session.
I think your mic is...
Hello. Okay, right. When the preparations for this conclave were being made, my friend Professor Ravindra Pant, the director here at IBC, and the DG Shri Haldar, and of course Venerable Dhammapiyo came up with a suggestion that instead of the expression Buddhism, why don't we use the expression Buddha Dharma? I thought, what a wonderful idea. Our colonial masters, when they started reading our scriptures and started sort of following their agenda, they put all kinds of labels on us, the ones who were colonized by these masters, and particularly with regard to Buddhism. The Victorian Indologists had very interesting, in certain ways very degrading labels and interpretations that they put to our religions. For example, the very word Buddhism or Hinduism. This idea of ism is basically a Brahmic idea, where you have the one who is in and somebody who is out. The kind of inclusiveness that we have in Buddha Dharma, that is kind of totally left out. And so our Victorian Indologists, our colonial masters, they sort of try to not only divide the so-called Hindu, Jains and Buddhists and so on and so forth, but also in this agenda, they sort of belittled Buddha Dharma. Buddha Dharma is much, much more than Buddhism. So I personally am really very grateful to my friends at IBC to come up with this idea. So as you will see in the timetable, it is not Buddhism, it is Buddha Dharma that we have used. Because Buddha Dharma is much, much more than Buddhism. So I thought I would like to mention here. And now pilgrimage. When the Buddha set the wheel of the Dharma in motion, Buddha couldn't be present at every place, and then various other masters started spreading the Dharma. Shravasti became a kind of headquarter where the Buddha spent most of his rainy retreats. And in various plans and policies were made at Shravasti. And then Buddha couldn't be present in Shravasti also all the time, though it became the headquarter pretty early when the Buddha started preaching the Dharma. So an idea was developed that why don't in certain ways do something there whereby the Buddha is present all the time in Shravasti. So a seed of the Mahabodhi tree was brought there, and a Mahabodhi tree, a branch of the Mahabodhi tree was created. So now the Buddha is not only seen in the Dharma, and the Dharma is seen in the Buddha, but also the Mahabodhi tree also in certain ways is partly the Buddha himself. And so by seeing the Mahabodhi tree, the visual or the darshan of a Mahabodhi tree also means to see the Buddha and to imbibe the Dharma. And then the various places where the Buddha spent some time, or the various Dharma masters who spent some time there. So in a way the spiritual energy and the Dharma sort of is imbued in those places. So when we approach those places, go to those places, in certain ways we imbibe the dharma. And so one of the major ways to imbibe the dharma or to crystallize the dharma in you is to go on pilgrimage to these tirthas. And so the institution of pilgrimage is one of the oldest institutions in the world, and in Buddhism it is clearly one of the oldest in the world again, and a very important institution in Buddhism, especially in terms of spreading the dharma, which is a sort of constant practice, because the beings get transmigrated in the world all the time. More and more new beings are coming, and so this is the best way to imbibe dharma, by these beings to go on pilgrimage to these places. Now, the four speakers that we have today, they of course express their views on this institution of pilgrimage. The first speaker is Professor Vela Balgedyanand Chandima Vijay Bandara. He's a very senior professor from Vijayawardhana University, where he was also the Vice Chancellor for 3 years, from 2004 to 2006. After having got his degree from PhD in religious studies from the UK, he has been associated with Sri Jayawardhanpura University, where he is even now the visiting professor. Professor Vijay Bandara talks about the very idea, how could pilgrimage be sort of justified as an institution in a religion which is not exactly a theistic religion. How does Buddhism just sort of justify this? When I was reading his abstract, I found it really, really very profound and very interesting. So may I invite Professor Vijay Bandara to please express his. Yes, please.
Venerables and all professors and learned people gathered here. I am very happy to be fortunate to address you in this beautiful gathering where so many scholars from world over are here and discussing different traditions with the hope of uniting together. And therefore this is a beautiful occasion. And I like to thank first the organization who invited me, and also who are sort of mediators, Dr. Dhamendra Porage and Mrs. Sharmila Milroy. They were instrumental in bringing me here, so I'm thankful to them for making me meeting world-renowned scholars, especially like Robert Thurman and K.T.S. Saravo, Professor Saravo, whose books I very often read, and my other colleagues. So it's very, very nice occasion for us to talk something which should be present, right? So I think for Buddhists, the most important present occasion is that when they are on a when they are pilgrimages, right? So pilgriming means going to the holy places, and then you may perhaps, what is holy in Buddhism? Is there a concept of holy, right? And we worship relics. Relics, why relics in Buddhism? Because Buddhism is a very unusual religion. When it was confronted by Westerners, they thought this is very, very unusual. No God, no holy places, holy people, no divine concepts, right? So they were wondering, they don't know, they don't tell anything about the creation of the world, a creator, nothing, right? So how could they ask, you call yourself a religion? But the term we have for religion is agama. So we say Buddhagama. And Buddhism, as Professor Rao said, ism. Right? Ism is also not something very pleasant, as Professor said. There is a saying in English, don't make your ism your prison. Right? It really makes you prevented from thinking. It bans thinking. It doesn't allow asking questions. So it's dogmatic. Right? But the Buddha enlightened himself just because he could ask questions. He was challenging. He challenged his parental religion, the culture, all culture, Vedic culture, and even the Shamanic religions and culture he challenged. He could ask questions. He was such sort of, even though he was not a logician, he was a rational thinker, right? So he challenged his tradition. So such a person, right, encouraging other people to question, think independently, right? How could we have a religion with all pilgrims, relics and all images, prayers, so-called prayers, not actually prayers, but such things? Why this is considered so important, right? It's actually a question for many people, Westerners, right? As Professor himself said, I agree with him that we have better terms for our religions. But when we speak English, of course, we have to select between, select some words from their culture, their tradition. So we have selected Buddhism is a religion, Buddhism is a philosophy, like that. So when we say religion also, we have problems. When we say philosophy, then again, many problems. If we say that Buddha was a great philosopher, of course it is true, he was a philosopher, but when we look at the sort of context of philosophy as it is taught in Western universities, etc., right? We talk of a philosopher who was living during the same time in Greece, Socrates. But you see, nowhere in the world people have pictures of Socrates and light oil lamps, burn candles, making prayers. No. Nobody says Socrates Saranam Gacchami. Thank you. Nobody says Socrates Saranam Gacchami. Nobody has images and worship. But for the Buddha, we have images everywhere. Right? Even when Buddha was living, some people wanted his image. Some people painted his picture. When Bimbisara sent a letter including the Buddha's message, Dhamma, he had a pen friends among kings. Right? Rudraka was one of his friend. King of Gandhara was a pen friend. Right? So when he wrote to them, he wrote about the Buddha and his teachings. And he painted the Buddha on a scroll. Right? So that was one way that ritualism, worshipping of images and all these things started. Even when there was trade relations between Sri Lanka and India, some Indian merchants came to Sri Lanka. And one royal princess called Muktalata, who sometimes called Mukta, right, this girl came to buy certain Indian ornaments. And when traders told about the Buddha, this girl was interested, princess was interested in having a picture of the Buddha. So the traders said, next time we come, we bring a picture. They went to see the Buddha and said, ask Venerable Sir, there is a royal princess in Sri Lanka who wants to see a picture of yours. Right? Then Buddha volunteered to pose for a painting. And the painting was made and it was brought to Sri Lanka. Right? So like that, the Buddha's image was different from that of a dry philosopher. He was a person loved by people. Buddha was well known for his ways of talking to people. He was called a Mihita Pubbangama. The Buddha used to smile first. Whenever a person comes, Buddha smiles. And Pubbha Basi, he was the one first to greet. Right? And he asked about whether they had a good sleep, had some nice food, sort of friendly questions. Right? In our Dhamma books, the Buddha is described like that, a very friendly person, lively person. And he taught the religion. Right? Even according to the Western definition, he may be not a religious master because no creator God, no one to pray for. But he had certain principles, right, encouraging people to live by, and he has a religious goal to attain salvation. So Buddhism is both a religion and a philosophy, but not according to the strict Western definition. Right. Therefore, we Buddhists from the beginning, right, had this notion of, concept of worshipping. Right? Buddha encouraged people to worship their senior people and the great places. When he was talking politics with Vajji state people, he said, you may have certain holy places respected by your ancestors. So don't forget those places. Worship. Keep continuing to respect. So he was not rejecting people's idea of having holy places and respecting elders, seniors, right? The teachers who show you the way to salvation, they are to be respected. Right? Buddha said, Ukkadaru mansanan nityang apachito maya. Those who hold torches to people, those who provide light to people are always respected by me. So Buddha himself was respecting those who are respect worthy and encourage us also to respect who are respect worthy. So we make respect to those people, and we go on pilgrimage to respect places, right? And this pilgrimage or pilgrim, right, in India, in Sri Lanka, in our all Buddhist countries, is a very pleasant institution. All Buddhists make it a point to go to holy places in Sri Lanka at least once in a lifetime. And when they have opportunity to come to India to worship the places, the place where the Buddha was born, the place where he got enlightened, and the place where he had the first sermon, right? The place he parinibbanized. All these places, we Sri Lankans think it's very, very happy thing if we have at least once in a life a chance to worship these places. And Buddha himself recommended these 4 places in Mahaparinibbana Sutta. So we need, and presently it is connected with tourism, of course. So people come from all over the world to see these interesting, important places. And these places are there is no way that people can have any doubt about the holiness of these places, sacredness of these places. For instance, in India, the Buddha, according to some of those scholars, is the only person among the great religionists who has a birth certificate and death certificate. Right? Buddha has the birth certificate issued by Indian government. King Dharmashoka. He ought, in the place where Buddha was born, Hidang Bhagava Jate. Right? So that is his birth certificate given by the government, Indian government. So nobody can claim that he was born elsewhere. Nobody can say he was born in Manchuria. No. Buddha was born in India, and that place, without any doubt, we can go to that place and worship. This is the place where Buddha was born. Imagine that Buddha was born here, right? Therefore, we get what we call Buddha Lambana Piti. Buddha Lambana Piti, the joy of thinking about the Buddha. So pilgrim is a very important thing. So once in a lifetime at least, right? Or many times as possible, we make pilgrimages, right? And then the objects, right? When something is a sort of very old object or respectable object, we call relic. So Buddha's relics. Someone may ask, why sort of how very realistic, very revolutionary thinkers like Buddhists, right? How they have these bone pieces of the Buddha, or unburned pieces also like tooth relic, right? How come that Buddhists worship these things? How do you think they are holy? Right. We have been listening to good educating papers, talks by people here. From the beginning to the end, we were very carefully listening, and we noticed that they all tell us of the joy of our religion, the faith, right? It's different from theistic faith, right? We love our teacher, we love our master, and we were talking about the two aspects of Buddhism. We have love or compassion, and we have intelligence or knowledge or wisdom. Two aspects, right? What does relic represent? Right? Relics, although they are bone pieces of the Buddha, our teacher, right? Relics think us of very deep philosophical ideas, right? Impermanence of everything, the nature of the body, right? So that is philosophy, right? So relics are also teaching instruments, right? Not only showing that we worship the Buddha, we have respect to the Buddha, the same time they give us the message, they teach us, right? These are the bones of the greatest master who was ever born on this earth, but he could not live forever. He has parinirvanized. So the relics tell us, right, the great philosophical concepts that we can meditate on. So the best technique of mind improvement given in Buddhism is meditation. Right? We have seen many venerables who are presenting us meditation centers and meditation techniques and all that. So the meditation for us starts when we start relic worship, right? So therefore, that is why some Mahayana texts, even though in the beginning they ask Anasti Rudure Kaye Kuto Dhatur Bhavishyati, right? The Buddha's body has no blood, no bones, therefore how can you have relics? They ask first, but later they realize these relics, although they don't really compare with the absolute truth of Shunyata, they are really things for our religion, right? Therefore, with the development of Mahayanism, they developed stupas as well. That's why some Japanese scholars, when they write about Mahayana Buddhism, they write the Mahayana Buddhism is actually, right, talking about importance of stupas, and it's near stupas, this first Bodhisattva Ganas. Bodhisattva Gana means group of practicing Bodhisattvas. The first, they were starting their religious career near places where stupas were. So stupas are important both for Theravada, Mahayana and even Vajrayana, right? Stupas are very important. Relics are there for us to worship, right? Theravadis not only worship the Buddha's relics, even the Arahant relics. So we respect our seniors and learn from them and learn about the reality of the world as well. So it's multi-purpose, right? And all our religious rituals are centered upon these important holy objects and holy places, holy characters of people. And Religion definitely has to be aesthetic. People, we human beings, are not born to always cry saying that everything is impermanent, suffering, not that, right? Buddhism is a religion of aesthetic pleasure as well. Therefore, we, whenever, right, practice Buddhism, meditation, we can meditate on beautiful things also. Whenever Buddha happened to travel in India, he saw beautiful places and he was telling, Ananda, look at this Chapala Chaitya, Ramaniyam Ananda Chapala Chaitya. When there is beauty, when there is pleasant place, we can meditate. Like that, Buddhism is made a balanced religion because we have rituals and objects to worship. We are not always unhappy saying that things are impermanent. We get happy also. Dhamma piti sukhang seti. The happiness given by Dhamma makes us sleep well. I think these whole signals were for me to stop the talk. Therefore, I take the signal. Respect your order. Thank you very much for being good listeners.
Thank you very much, Professor Vijay Bandara. Now, one of the very interesting byproducts of pilgrimage is tourism. The second speaker, Professor Datuk Seri Victor V. Eng Lee, shall be talking about this. Professor Eng Lee has been looking after tourism in Malaysia, literally, and he is also the founding member of Buddhist Gem Fellowship and is its president for the last 25 years. And other than this, Professor Lee also has been working as a professor at the School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events at the university, Taylor's University. Professor Lee, Eng Lee talks about the contribution made by three Chinese Dharma masters who came as pilgrims to India, as you know, Xuanzang, Faxian and I Ching. Most interestingly, the Chinese masters, particularly these three masters, left so interesting an account of their pilgrimage of India. For example, Xuanzang, who spent about 15 years in India, in his travelogue called Thatang Siyu Chi, he writes in such detail about this account. I remember once in a conference, one gentleman suggested that perhaps Master Xuanzang was a spy because he mentions everything in such fantastic detail. So it's a very important historical document for students such as mine who study history. So may I invite Professor Eng Lee to make his presentation, please.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Serrao. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here to give a talk about the contribution of Chinese pilgrims to Buddhist tourism in India. Now let me set my time so that I'll finish right on time. All right, my name is Dr. Wee from Taylor's University. One of the things I did, before that I was in government, I retired as a permanent secretary of the Ministry of Tourism in Malaysia and ran a big campaign, Visit Malaysia Year 2007. I was also the chairman of the Tourism Promotion Board before retiring, and now I'm with the university. Now, one of the things that I enjoy doing is organizing pilgrimage of Buddhist heritage. I'm going to Sri Lanka next in June. I'm going to Central Asia, and I'll be leading a pilgrimage in India towards the end of this year. Now, what is a pilgrimage? Going for a pilgrimage is going for a religious or spiritual journey to a sacred place. It could be a site, a shrine, or a temple. Now we know that Muslims go to Mecca, the Christians go to Bethlehem, the Jews go to the Temple of Mount in Jerusalem, the Hindus go to Varanasi on River Ganges. But where do the Buddhists go for pilgrimage? According to the Mahaparinibbana Sutta of the Digha Nikaya, Buddhists are advised to visit the 4 holy places. And according to the Buddha, in the process of visiting these 4 places, if a person passes away, which actually says that in the past, the journey to do a pilgrimage is really very dangerous. Then a person would be reborn with a heavenly birth. Now, of course, we know that there are 4 plus 4 places that befits Buddhists to visit. One is Lumbini, where the Buddha was born, Bodh Gaya, where he gained enlightenment, Saranath, where the Buddha turned the wheel of Dhamma, and Kushinara, when he passed into Parinibbana. But there are also 4 places of miracles. Shravasti, and we also know that Jetavana Grove is there. Buddha spent 25 years of his arranged retreat in Shravasti, and also that was where the twin miracles were performed. Rajgir or Rajagaha, the taming of Nalagiri with the metta radiated by the Buddha. Sankarsya, when the Buddha descended from Tavatimsa heaven after teaching his mother who has passed away, the Abhidhamma for 3 months. And Vesali, where the monkey offered honey to the Buddha. So 4 plus 4. Well, this is basically the map of the pilgrimage, all marked out in red, and places of great significance. So it is possible to go on a round trip. It takes about 2 weeks, and it should be, a pilgrimage is something really important for Buddhists to undertake, because it is a journey of great merit. And that is why in the process of undertaking a pilgrimage, if a person passes away, he will be reborn in the heavens, according to the Buddha. And also, the quality of the pilgrimage that one has depends on the frame of mind. These days with the handphone, the first thing that you do is you want to take a picture of yourself with the sights in the background. That is absolutely wrong. When we do that, put aside the camera, put aside whatever, and pay complete devotion to the place, to the sacred place that directly links you to the Buddha. This is a place of great significance. And just as the Buddha was a human being when he attained enlightenment, therefore, being at that place, you get the inspiration that I also arise within me, that one day I too will be able to gain enlightenment. And because you're creating great merit, please don't forget to share merits. Sharing merits with other beings. Sharing merits if your parents have departed, also with them. And not only your parents, but your parents' parents. And not only the parents of this life, but parents of previous lives. Because this is not the only life that we live as Buddhists. So it is the journey of great significance, and the quality of the pilgrimage is the quality of your heart and mind. Now, we know, let us just recount some of the great pilgrims of the past. One is Emperor Ashoka, who became Dhammashoka because of the battle in Kalinga. And he embarked on his pilgrimage on the 8 shrines in 249 before the Christian era, in the 20th year of his reign. And we are really thankful to Emperor Ashoka, because it is with Emperor Ashoka that he built stupas and raised sandstone pillars that mark these sites, that enable the future pilgrims to visit these places. And of course, we have Buddhist kings, queens, nobles, and other pilgrims who follow this example. Now, from China, we have devout Buddhist monks like Fa Xian, which is the splendor of Dhamma. That's the meaning of Fa Xian. Xuanzang and Yiting, and they face tremendous hardship, perils, exhaustion, traveling without food and water. And in order to test this, I also made journeys along the Silk Road. Later on, I'll tell you about the Silk Road trips that I organized. So you can ask, when you say Taklamakan Desert, this is Taklamakan Desert, Gobi Desert, this is Gobi Desert, and how did Xuanzang ever make it? Or talking about the Pamir Mountains or the Karakoram Mountains, I've been there as well. And I could see how these monks traveled. And this journey attests to the indomitable spirit of these monks, the courage to undertake the pilgrimage, the religious devotion, and the endurance. Many pilgrims never made it. They died along the way. And we had Professor Huang from Korea who mentioned about how many monks have gone to India and never come back, right? Because the journey is really hard, and they never returned. Some just prepared to remain in India. Even going to India was difficult. So some actually settled in Central Asia, and they call it, that's good already. I'm really happy where I am. Now we know that there were attacks on Buddhism in the history of Buddhism, 2,500 years. The first major attacks came from the, I don't know how to pronounce that, Hephthalists. They called the White Huns, and they invaded India in 470 to 480, the Common Era, and destroyed the Buddhist establishment, including the monasteries, statues, stupas, and looted the wealth that was buried under the floors and walls. And Buddha, because precious things are being put in the Buddha images, so Buddha images was also smashed. And later on, we know that India was attacked by the Khilji Turks from Afghanistan at the close of the 12th century, which led to the destruction of Nalanda University. Yeah? And after that, there was a complete decline because all the teachers were killed. And with the members of the Sangha removed, no one was actually there to lead the demoralized deity. So they converted into Islam or absorbed into other existing religions in India at that time, Jainism or Hinduism, and they became the lowest caste because they don't have any caste as Buddhists. Now let us talk about the Chinese pilgrims. Very quickly, there was interactions between China and India, and the monks from India have gone to China, bringing Buddhist doctrines, passing through Central Asia and Southeast Asia. Now from the 1st century Common Era onwards, the monks from India and Central Asia traveled a lot to China. And then as Buddhism was introduced in China, monks got inspired by India and braving the very tough journey to come to India. Like the 4th century, they traveled to India, brought back the texts, the scriptures, the doctrines, carried Buddhist articles for rituals and ceremonies, and provided detailed accounts of their spiritual journey to India. And India, according to these monks, was considered a sacred and mystical realm inhabited by civilized and sophisticated people. That was what the Chinese thought of Indians. You know that China was actually isolated because on the east is the sea. On the north, they have attacks from the Mongolian tribes, horsemen. And on the west will be the deserts and also attacks. So they were isolated and they thought that, well, we are the Middle Kingdom and everybody else are barbarians. But that's not the way they thought about Indians, because they think that the Indians were civilized and sophisticated people. Sacred place for the Chinese monks. So the Chinese monks have gone to India, number one, to return to the source of Buddhism, to learn it from the teachings from the best masters, to collect sutras in the original script, which they bring back to China for translation, and also to collect Buddha statues, relics, and other artifacts. And so began the journey to the west, Fa Shen, Xuanzang, and Yijing, about hundreds of Chinese monks who made pilgrimages to India. But these monks are retained in history because of the detailed accounts that they're given about the trip. And it contains the Buddhist doctrines, the rituals, monastic institutions, as well as the social and political conditions in the South, Central, and Southeast Asia. So there was a wealth of knowledge contained within their records. And just the means of travel, first one to travel among the 3 monks was Fa Xian, and he went by the land route from China to India and returned by sea. So land and sea. Xuanzang took entirely the Silk Road, land route to India, land route back to China. Yijing, by that time, there was already trouble. It is impossible to travel by land. So he went by sea to India and sea back to China. So very interesting, different ways of traveling. Very quickly, just one slide on Fa Xian. He was born in Shanxi in the 4th century CE. And he traveled to India, the holy land of Buddhism, of course, to visit the holy places, to bring back the Buddhist texts, especially Vinaya texts. So he brought the Vinaya of the Mahasanghikas and Sarvastivadins, yeah? And he started his journey on foot, across the Taklamakan Desert. Taklamakan Desert is the desert of shifting sand. The word Taklamakan means you go in, you will not come out. is a desert of no return because it's arid, it's really dry. And he started his journey when he was about 60 years old, actually 65 years old. So if you think that you're in the 60s and you're too old to travel, take your inspiration from Fashion. He went by foot and across the Taklamakan Desert where whole place was deserted, where there's no living things. And the only way you can see your pathways is to follow the bones that are left on the sand. So he went to India, crossing the Taklamakan, as well as through the Pamir Mountains. 8,000 feet up, and down there will be the Indus River. Very dangerous, sometimes no path to walk as well. On his way return, he took ship. He went to Sri Lanka, 2 years there, and he returned by ship. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much good experience with ship. First time to Indonesia, it's got a big storm, I think something like 7 days or so. And you know, the waves, and the ship was leaky. And they had to throw things from the ship. They wanted to throw his sutras. He said, please don't throw my sutras. I collected them, please don't throw. And after they repaired the ship, landed them in Java or Sumatra, we're not sure of the actual place. Then to return back to China, another storm that blew the ship off course. They had food for 50 days. The ship actually went 70 days on the ocean. His journey was twice as long, but he managed to make it. He returned to China at the age of 77 and wrote a book called Record of the Buddhist Kingdoms, and also strengthened Chinese Buddhism, all right? This is the route that he has taken, all right? So you can see the actual route. Down here, this is Sumatra. Then the next is Xuanzang. He's really my hero. He's a great Chinese Buddhist monk, a scholar, translator, and who traveled overland from China to India along the Silk Road. This was during the Tang Dynasty. And it was actually being safe to travel along the Silk Road. Not always, you know. Many centuries of China, there was breakup. There was a lot of fighting and also attack by the nomadic tribes. So you go with a caravan, you get attacked, they kill you and take all your things. So it's not safe. But this was a time when it is actually safe to journey into India and journey to China. He actually sneaked out from China because he was not given the visa, the traveler papers to travel, so he had to sneak out. And after that, he had to face the entire desert by himself. Even his own one assistant abandoned him. And you know the desert, you think Silk Road, you see a road. You don't see a road. You look around you, there are just rocks all around. Just sand and pebbles, or sand, that's all. And where do you go? Which direction do you go? So Xuanzang was lost in the desert for 5 days, and he almost died because a water bottle dropped on the sand. But fortunately for us, he was saved. He journeyed to India and brought back the untranslated original Sanskrit text, including the Yogacara Bhumi Shastra. And he studied under the best teachers in Nalanda and brought back to you. Oh, okay, that's not my bell. Thank you. And so this is the map. His corner traveled every corner, including India, and they kept a meticulous account of what he saw. He studied under the best teachers. Actually, the record of Siyuchi was written for the Tang Emperor because Tang Emperor wanted him to be an advisor of the court. Taichung, who is the emperor, wanted to expand his territory. But Xuanzang says, please, I cannot. I brought back all the sutras and I want to translate them. So as a replacement, it took him 14 months to write the Siyuchi, a very detailed account of what he saw. Okay, so this is the great Tang records of the Western regions. And this was used by the English archaeologists like Alexander Cunningham to uncover Buddhist sites. And of course, you have Yi Ching. He traveled to India by sea and also returned by sea. I spent some time in the Malay archipelago and wrote us a book called A Record of the Buddhist Religion as Practiced in India and Malay Archipelago. Okay, now, in terms of reclaiming the holy sites, Buddhism actually disappeared from India, the land of his birth, for about 6 to 7 centuries. So all the records are lost. And it is Alexander Cunningham, we are really indebted to him because he used the accounts of Xuanzang and Fashion in order to find some of these places. The first place that was discovered was actually Saranath. And it is because they tore down the big stupa and found a box with some inscriptions on there, and there was a relics which was thrown in river Ganges. But that was the one that started the search for other holy places. At that time, the translations of Sanchang's records was already out in French and also later on in English. And with that, they discovered Shravasti, Kosambi, Kushinara, and Bodh Gaya. And of course, Lumbini was from the records of Faxian and Xuanzang. Recently, they also found, when they did an excavation in the 1990s, a marker stone which marks the exact place where the baby was born. Okay, and Mahabodhi, our gratitude to Anagarika Dhammapala for reclaiming this Bodh Gaya for the Buddhists. Okay, and then of course Kushinara and vicinity. Kushinara is in Uttar Pradesh, where the Buddha passed away. Both Faxian and Xuanzang has some kind of a record. And archaeologists tried to find out where is Kushinara. So the current site was actually after some kind of investigation. And so the Mahaparinibbana temple was built by the Indian government in 1956. Because they found a reclining Buddha statue, which is about 6.1 meter. So we say that it's Kushinara. But one of the speakers, Deepak Anand, has identified another site which could possibly be Kushinara. All right. So recent identification, he's now going to be on our panel. 2010, Deepak Anand, an engineer who worked with Nalanda Mahavihara, plotted the sites mentioned by Xuanzang and the British archaeologists using a map, using GIS technology. And he actually walked 2,000 kilometers or miles, on foot in order to retrace Xuanzang's journey along the Gangetic Plain in order to identify potential Buddhist sites. And so he was using Sanchang's records, and it makes us feel very excited about it as well. And these are some things, Faxian and Xuanzang from Lumbini to Kushinara, he has mapped up some of these things. And we are actually going to launch a video that he has done in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, in July. And we would actually like to kind of publicize it, and hopefully we can come up with more of such videos based on your research, going on the ground, tracing the sites that was identified by Xuanzang. Yeah? And I must also say, this is my last slide. If you see number 1, which is marked in red, that is the journey of Xuanzang from Xi'an to Tufan. That is my first Silk Road. I organized 1 year, 1 route, so 3 routes for Silk Road spread over 3 years. So the first year was done on the early part of Xuanzang's journey, ending at Tufan. The second part, if you can see number 2, that is in Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Because what Xuanzang did was he crossed the Tian Shan Mountain and went to the other side. In May, next month, I'll be leading a group over to for this Central Asia. And Central Asia, in the town called Termes, there's an excavation site of ancient Buddhist monasteries. Just at the Amudaya River, on the other side is Afghanistan. So there was a trade route. And there's not only one monastery, but several Buddhist monasteries. And there's a protected UNESCO World Heritage Site. So we are going there as well. And just a bit to the south, you will also see a big reclining Buddha found at this place called Ajina Tepa. In Central Asia, although they are no longer practicing Buddhists, but this is places of Buddhist heritage as well. And the third, we'll be continuing from Xuanzang's trip, going to Kashgar, Khotan, traveling the southern Silk Road, and as well as going up the Karakoram highway that leads you to Pakistan. That's the route of pilgrims, bringing Buddhism from India to China and from China to India. So this is my last slide. This is only to say that when we talk about pilgrimage, I would actually like to travel to these places and bring people, and in order to revisit this place and bring up our inspiration out of admiration of all these monks that have traveled the Silk Road before. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Those of you who are not familiar with Xuanzang's Tathang Siyuchi, let me share this information with you. Though of course we will have a very beautiful presentation at the end of this session by Deepak Anandji, who has also used Tathang Siyuchi about the various places visited by this master from China. In the 1850s and 60s, Brigadier Alexander Cunningham, when he got a copy of Thatang Siyuchi, its English translation, because he was a brigadier in the British Army, he took an elephant. He traveled on the same route as Xuanzang, and 90% I think of the places, Buddhist places that we know of in India were discovered by Brigadier Cunningham on the basis of the information provided by Master Xuanzang. Such a wonderful historical work. Just like Master Dharmaswami, the Tibetan pilgrim who came to India, his travel to India coincided with the attacks of Bakhtiyar Khalji. And the kind of information and record left by Master Dharmaswami is such an important historical document that if you really want to know the kind of depredations made by these soldiers of Bakhtiyar Khalji, you must read Dharmaswami's account. Wonderful. The next speaker is Professor, my friend Professor Anura Manatunga. He is the former head of the Department of Archaeology at the University of Kelaniya, from where he retired as a senior professor and director of Archaeology and Center for Heritage Studies. Professor Manatunga also is the former Vice President and Joint Secretary of the Council of Archaeologists in Sri Lanka. He shall talk about the tooth relic that we have in Kandy. Those of you who are familiar with the value of the tooth relic in Kandy, you know. Right from Anuradhapur and Polnaruva to all the way till Kandy and Kotte kingdoms, this tooth relic literally played central role in deciding the power play in the Sri Lanka kind of politics that was played there. So I invite Professor Manatunga to kindly make his presentation on the tooth relic.
Good afternoon to everybody. I am very happy to stand up in front of the Professor K.T. Saravo. Professor Saravo is a teacher of most of the Sri Lankan Buddhist scholars, and he is a teacher's teacher. And also I am very happy to sit in the same dais with one of the most senior Sri Lankan professors, Professor Chandima Vijayabandara. And also I would like to address you. Most of you are familiar to me and familiar faces from GBU and some other places. So today I am going to talk on the tooth relic, but I think Professor Sarao has already summarized what I have to say. So my first slide. Yeah. The topic is the journey of the tooth relic, because the tooth relic was not in one place. It always on the journey. Therefore, I used the title, The Journey of the Tooth Relic, and it was socio-political importance of the tooth relic in Sri Lanka and other countries. Because it was not confined only to Sri Lanka, but South India and Southeast Asia has been influenced. First, we will see what is the importance of the tooth relic, and you know that tooth relic, this is the canine tooth of Buddha, right canine tooth, and it was taken to Sri Lanka in the 4th century CE. I will tell that story a little later. And that's the most venerated relic of the Buddha. We know that there were a lot of relics of Buddha collected by Malla kings at the Mahaparinibbana. But among all of them, the tooth relic in Sri Lanka is the most venerated one. And it was highly influenced and significant in political and social milieu in Sri Lanka and other countries. It's not only a religious relic, it is something else. It's a national symbol of Sri Lanka, right? And also it accumulated large number of property in the name of the tooth relic. Thousands of acres of land and millions of rupees accumulated in the name of tooth relic, and it was one of the richest temples in the world. And also it has been contributed for very rich literature. There were several chronicles written on the tooth relic, Dalada Sirita, Dalada Pujavaliya, Dalada Vansa, like that. So those, most of them are in Sinhala, in Sinhalese language, and also in the 13th and 14th century. And those literature are very rich and very important when we are considering the history of Sri Lanka and also the history of tooth relic. Sorry. And it is also a live object. It was not a relic only, but most of the other relics were only relics and also the in ruin condition. But this is not like that. It is all still is being live, and it's in the live monastery. And we have a very huge and very strong administrative setup to maintain the tooth relic in Sri Lanka. It is one of the biggest administrative setup, we can say, in one of the Buddhist monasteries. And not only that, and due to this tooth relic, we have very significant monumental buildings there. The tooth relic temples. The present temple in Kandy is one of the most beautiful buildings, and also there were several other buildings in some other kingdoms. Before I go to the tooth relic, I would like to mention about the other relics in Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka, we have some more relics. You know about Tapaswa and Baluka, who took hair relics from Lord Buddha when he was alive, and they were taken them to Myanmar, Burma, but on the way to Myanmar, they have come to Sri Lanka and they have deposited some of the hair relics in Sri Lanka. This is mentioned in the 10th century inscription, actually, in the place where Tiriyaya is somewhere near Trincomalee, somewhere here. The inscription found there mentioned that Tapaswa and Baluka has come there and deposited hair relics there. But we can't say it, whether it's correct or not, because the inscription is very late inscription. 10th century means about 1500 years later than the Buddha's demise. So therefore we don't know the historical truth of that, but that at least we can say that there was a belief that there was a hair relics in Sri Lanka. And also hair relics, generally the Sri Lankans believe that Buddha visited Sri Lanka. Either historically we can't prove that, but people believe so. So during that time he has offered some of the hair relics to one god called Saman, and they were deposited at the Mahiyangana Stupa. It is somewhere near the Kandy there. And also some other tooth relic also found in Sri Lanka. We have not seen it, but it was deposited in the relic chamber of the Tissamaharama Stupa for some time, and now it's in the Somavati Stupa, somewhere near Polonnaruwa. And frontal bone also enshrined in the somewhere called Seruvila near Trincomalee. And also Buddha's collarbone, one of the collarbones were taken to Sri Lanka in the 3rd century BC during the King Asoka's time, and it has been enshrined in the stupa called Tuparama. It was the first historical stupa in Sri Lanka. And large number of other relics, Buddha's relics, were taken by one person called, during King Devanapitisa's time, and enshrined, not King Duttagamani's time, and enshrined in the Mahatupa. And then some relics we have discovered recently from eastern province area called Nilagiri, and those discoveries we surmise them Buddha's relics due to some other reasons. And then we have some Buddha's relics donated to Sri Lanka, to Vaskaduwa temple. That monk is in the other hall and speaking at this time. He was the custodian of those relics there. Those are in the Vaskaduwa temple. So those are the Buddha's relics other than the tooth relic in Sri Lanka. I will show you some of the places where those relics were enshrined. This is the Tiriyaya where the hair relics were enshrined, and this is Mayangana Stupa where the relics were also enshrined. Then Somavati and also Tisamaharama stupas are there. And this is the Tuparama, the first historic stupa in Sri Lanka. There the Buddha's collarbone has been enshrined in the 3rd century BCE. And this is the Mahatupa that has lots of Buddha's relics and built in the 1st century BCE by King Duttagamani. And this is the largest stupa in the world at that time, and it's the 3rd largest and highest stupa in the world, even present. And when it was built, it was the highest stupa in the world. That's why we call it the Mahatupa. And this is Nilagiri stupa, where we discovered relics recently. I am very proud and very lucky to be the custodian of these relics as the Director General of Archaeology. It's in my own office. We have a shrine room in my office, and we do and venerate them every day. We do some rituals by my office people. And this is Vaskaduwa temple where Cunningham's relics given by Cunningham was deposited, and this is the Reverend Vaskaduwe Dhammaramathero. He was in the other room now speaking there. And this is our present Indian High Commissioner. He has come there to get blessings of the Buddha's relics. And this is the arrival of tooth relic to Sri Lanka. We believe, according to the chronicles, that one king called Guhasiva in Kalinga, he faced some problems with the Magadha king, and for the protection of the tooth relic, he wanted to send them to Sri Lanka. So he asked his daughter Hemala and his son-in-law Danta to brought them to Sri Lanka. They were in the guise of Brahmins. They brought them to Sri Lanka in the 4th century CE, when King Keith C. Meghavarna was the king at Anuradhapura. So this painting was done by one of the well-known painter in Sri Lanka in the early 20th century, and depict how tooth relic were brought to Sri Lanka. And that mission, I mean Hemamala and Danta, they landed in the place called Lankapatuna in the eastern coast. And this is Lankapatna, you can see there, is still there is a temple. And then it was taken to Anuradhapura, and first it has been deposited at the temple called Mahamegha Vihara. The Mahamegha Vihara was not properly identified, but we believe that it was the Isurumuniya temple at Anuradhapura. But recently one of the scholars identified it as some other place, but traditionally we believe the first place where the tooth relic was kept at Anuradhapura was the Mahamegha Vihara, and it has been identified as the Isurumuniya temple at Anuradhapura. This is the Isurumuniya temple. And then it has been taken to Abhayagiri Vihara at Anuradhapura. Abhayagiri is one of the biggest viharas there. There are 3 biggest stupas. I think Professor Rao knows very well about Sri Lanka. Jethavanarama, Abhayagiriya and Mahatupa. And the Abhayagiriya was dominated by another sect, mainly the Mahayanists, and they were taken Dalai, and therefore Dalai has not been mentioned much about in the other chronicles, because the Sri Lankan chronicles like Mahavamsa and Deepavamsa were written by Theravadins. Therefore, Theravadins chronicles, it has not mentioned much, because it was venerated and kept in the Abhayagiriya. It was known as the Uttara Vihara at that time. And that tooth relic was very soon became a part of the Sri Lankan people's life, because it got the royal patronage, and it was kept in a separate house, separate monastery called Dantadatu Guha. Dantadatu means a tooth relic, Guha means, you know about house, Dantadatu Guha at Anuradhapura, and that Dantadatu Guha almost kept near the king's palace, because kings wanted to have it nearby them, and they practiced daily rituals. Sometimes some kings do rituals by themselves, not by their servants. They sweep the building, they clean the building by themselves, and they started some periodical annual festivals like processions. Dr. Victor told about the Fahian's visit there. The Fahian has mentioned about the tooth relic festival in Sri Lanka. He illustratedly mentioned about that. And it simply became the symbol of royalty, because in Sri Lanka, even today, it is believed that if you belong the tooth relic, you belong the country. So that's the popular notion in Sri Lanka. It became one of the well-known things. And in the 12th century, the capital city of Sri Lanka shifted from Anuradhapura to Polonnaruwa. So this is the one of the landscape view of Polonnaruwa. And then the relic transferred from Anuradhapura to Polonnaruwa and kept it in several shrines. One of them is the Atadage, we call it Atadage. This was built by King Vijayabahu the First. We call him Vijayabahu the Great. And he not only deposited the tooth relic there, but he has handed it over. The protection of the tooth relic were given to some of the South Indian army called Veilakkaras. So this it was mentioned in this inscription. It's very important inscription. So this army looked after, on behalf of the king, the tooth relic at the Polonnaruwa. And here, this area, we have 3 tooth relic shrines. One is Watadage, this one, it was built by King Nissankamalla. And this is we call Hatadage. We call it Hatadage because it has been built within 60 days. And this is Atadage. In these 3 shrines were built by 3 kings to keep the tooth relic at Polonnaruwa. Therefore, we call this the whole area the tooth relic terrace. It's well-known place at Polonnaruwa. And after Polonnaruwa, it was shifted to some other places. After declining Polonnaruwa, it was taken to some other places called Dambadeniya. Dambadeni is in somewhere closer to Colombo. This is Vijay Sundararama of Dambadeni. It was there, and then it was taken to Yapahuwa. This is the Yapahuwa, one of the photographs of Yapahuwa. And during the period when it was kept in Yapahuwa, some South Indian kings, Pandyas, they invaded Sri Lanka and they took the tooth relic there, along with the Patra Dhatu, the begging bowl. So then we have to fight with South India and have to take back them and deposit it in very secure manner in Sri Lanka thereafter. So it was kept sometime in Pandya country in South India, Madurai. And after that, it was taken to Beligala Vihare. It is also in somewhere in the middle of the country, and also Devanagala Vihare, that it was also taken there. When some princes were fighting for power, they wanted to capture the tooth relic and would like to keep it with them because they can claim for the power if they have the tooth relic. And during the, you know about the Portuguese, they invaded Sri Lanka in the 15th century. They wanted to destroy the tooth relic. They burnt tooth relic temple and they wanted to take it. But unfortunately, they couldn't take it because we had kept several replicas. They captured only one replica and they destroyed that replica in the name of the real tooth relic in Goa. They took it to Goa, and when they took it to Goa, the Burmese kings, they wanted to take it. But they were not given because some fraction of the Christian clergy, they asked them not to sell it to some other countries, you must destroy this. Then they found it and burnt it. But we know that it is not the real tooth relic, it's only a replica of tooth relic. For the protection of the real tooth relic, we kept several replicas. And that real tooth relic were taken into the middle of the country and hide it in this grinding stone. It's a millet grinding stone. It was kept there by one of the custodians of the tooth relic, and it was taken into this Delgamo Vihare. It is near Ratnapura presently, and then it was taken to Candy. So this painting, this is 19th century, early 20th century painting, shows how they tried to destroy a tooth relic. And then during disturbances of the Kandyan period, so Britishers, when they invaded Kandyan kingdom in the center, we wanted to protect the tooth relic. Therefore, we took it to some other places like Pusulpiti Vihare and Hindagala Vihare. This is two places where we kept the tooth relic. But Britishers couldn't capture that. Actually, Britishers did not know the value of this tooth relic at the beginning. They got the country by a convention. We call it the 1815 convention. But we didn't give them a tooth relic, because we know that the real power is with the tooth relic, not only a letter or something like that. But later Britishers understood the importance of that. Then they wanted to have the tooth relic also to keep with them. Then they, beg some of the Kandyan feudals to hand it over to them. But they also didn't like to hand it over it. But at last, because they were very powerful at that time, the Britishers were very powerful, we have to hand it over to them. But the Kandyan nobles, the feudals, has given a condition to Britishers. You must not publicly exhibit this, and also you should never sell this. These two conditions were given to Britishers, and then only we have hand over the tooth relic to the British government. So that's two conditions are very important when we consider about the antiquities, because we had that mentality that we should not sell them, because Britishers sold everything. Most of the time they take from Sri Lanka, from Kandy, and they auctioned them in London. But we gave them with that condition, they can't sell them. And then this temple, it was the tooth relic temple in Kandy. It was, Britishers also kept it there. This temple was built by Kandyan kings, so Britishers also kept in the same thing, and also they held rituals and everything. But after Britishers captured the kingdom, within 2 years, there was a rebellion against them. And that time, the rebels, what they did, they they took it secretly and kept it some other place. the person, it has been done by the monk called Varyapala Sumangala Thero. He took it from place to place, and he kept it in a bag in his shoulder, and he didn't want to shelter his shadow on that, because he was very much concerned about it. Therefore, he kept his head in this way always. When he was captured by Britishers, his head was turned like this, because for 3 years he kept his head like this, because he don't want to keep his shadow on the tooth relic. So likewise we protect that. And this is the, you can see the tooth relic in the capsule here. This is the tooth relic. Within this capsule it is there. And this was covered by this one, this casket, and it is there. And there are a lot of rituals, candy pageant is there, dancers, candy and rituals practicing there. So this is Candy Temple, the present view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Manatunga. The next speaker is Dr. Ba'atar Kitino. He is a research fellow at the world-famous Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Science, Moscow. Dr. Kitinov got his doctoral habilitatus as well as associate professorship also from this institute. Dr. Kitinov also worked as a cultural ambassador of Mongolia to Russia for 4 years. He has done some work at the again famous Tibetan library at Dharamshala, and was a visiting professor at the Westminster University in the UK. He specializes in the Russian and the Central Asian Buddhism, which is basically based on the Tibetan tradition. His paper is on pilgrimage in Russia, especially in the areas, Kalmatia, Buryatia, Tuva, and the Altai region follows the Buddhist tradition over there. And Dr. Kitino specializes in that, and his paper relates to that. So may I invite Dr. Kitino to please make a presentation.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here and participate at this important Buddhist event. And let me to show you my presentation, which is called Buddhist Pilgrimage in Russia. First of all, I need to point out that there are, for instance, 3 points to know about issues concerning this my topic. First of all, it is historical one. It means that when Buddhism came to Russia, which tradition, traces, and so on. The second is the social issue, because mainly almost all people who followed historically Buddhism in Russia, they are nomads. So nomads, they migrated in different regions. And for instance, they migrated from modern Xinjiang province of China to Siberia, and then, for instance, to the Caspian Sea. It is near Caucasus Mountains. And the third one, and also concerning this issue, I would like to say that that's why there are places of pilgrimage, routes, old shrines. They are not only in Russia, of course, but they could include China, Mongolia, also Kazakhstan, for instance. And if we say concerning Oirat or Kalmyk people, their shrines could be found even in Turkey and in Germany and in the USA and so on, and in other countries. As it was said earlier by another speaker about Brazil, that they have largest Japanese population outside Japan. So it means that nation could migrate, and it migrates with their customs, with their traditions, and they could recreate places for worship, being far away from their original places. So same we could find also in Buddhist history of Buddhism in Russia. And this third one is theoretical level, cult level. For instance, in Buddhism of these nomads, we could find traces of not only of shaman beliefs, cult of heaven, cult of earth, but also traces of Uyghur and Tibetan Buddhism, even Nestorian Christianity, Mani teaching, and Tao teaching. So let me show you my presentation. For the first time, Buddhism appeared in Russia around 8th century. It was Baha'i state in Russian Far East. From that time, we have some relics. Actually, they are just small ones, but they purely show the influence of Chinese Buddhism at this region. And the really found, big, for instance, the ruins of temples and so on. These remains found in Russian Far East, then they trace back to 15th century. They include, for instance, 2 temples, 2 columns, small and large, 2 commemorative plates with texts, and they all were found on Tyr cliff, and it's possible even to date them. They were erected in 1413 and 1433. All they were dedicated to Guanyin Bodhisattva. It was period when the Ming Dynasty tried to open its country and also to establish the relations with Amur river tribes. Actually, if we study or if we know Chinese history, we could say that it was time when Ming Dynasty tried to establish a relationship with Central Asian Khanates also, and they invited many Tibetan Lamas to Nanking, to a capital, former capital, and later to Beijing. So here you could see the map of Baha'i state, and here you see, okay, it is Silla, Korean state, Tang Dynasty. It was this map dedicated to Baha'i state. It was a time of flourishing of Tang Dynasty. And this is Russian Far East. So this is the same map. You could see Baha'i state and Korea and the Chinese territory. Okay. This is Tamkha on Tyr cliff. It was the third dedicated to the third period of this influence, and this Tamkha was seen until 19th century, or maybe until beginning of 19th century when it was destroyed. And now you could see on this right picture there is no Tamkha, but it was shown like as it is shown here by the Russians even at the beginning of the 19th century. And this is, now we could say, I could find this Tyr cliff near Tyr village. It is over here, just opposite the Sakhalin mountain. And here you see Japan and Korea and China, and just to show the place. It was the earliest region where Buddhism had its influence, and it was Chinese Buddhism. Another wave came with Mongolian tribes, and it was, I will show later time when it happened. So here you could see also a map of Asia. It is Baikal Lake, and it is Buryat people, 4 Oirat, mainly I will say about them. 4 Oirat, they are called in Chinese, for instance, like Siulote, and in Mongolian 4 Oirat, and now we could say it is 4 Oirat, but now these people are known, this people is known like Kalmyk people. So it was Tibet, from where Buddhism traveled to Oirat, then to Mongols, and then to Buryat people, and later also to Tuva and the Altai people. I will tell it about a bit later. So, what about Buddhism among Oirat people? Buddhism had three waves of its spreading. First came from Uyghur people. It was 13th century when Chinggis Khan began his campaigns, and due to this big migration, Oirat people, as many other Mongols, they came to contact with Uyghur Buddhism. But it doesn't mean that Buddhism was unknown for Mongol people earlier, because, for instance, there is the small stone tablet. It is like size like 30 to 20 centimeter. It was written, and it is shown over there. It was written in 608. It was beginning of, for instance, influence of maybe Chinese Buddhism at this big, huge territory of Central Asia. And it was translated by the Mongolian scholar Hutzbatar. And it is shown that if we rely on this tablet, which was which had its scripture dated back to beginning of 7th century, Mongolian peoples, they were connected with Buddhism from that time. So now we could say 14th centuries we have that the Mongols have ties with Buddhism, maybe Chinese Buddhism. The second wave, it was the Tibetan Kagyu Buddhism tradition, mainly Karma Kagyu tradition. From 13, it doesn't mean that till 15th century, but from 15th century we could count influence of Tibetan Gelug tradition. Actually, from the middle of 16th century. But also it doesn't mean that Oirat people, they didn't know it, because there is also one big stone in Ulaanbaatar in Chinggis Khan Museum. It is called like stone of Guyuk Khagan. Guyuk Khagan, he was grandson of Chinggis Khan. And it was written there, but it was erected by Oirat, son-in-law of Guyuk. So it means that Oirat people, at least their authority, they knew, sorry, not Guyuk, but Munga Khagan. Yeah. Anyhow, I want to say that they know Buddhism from the middle of 13th century. Here you see the migration map of Oirat people from the end of 16th, beginning 17th century. Each tribe is shown over here: Hoshut, Turgut, Jungar, and Derbe tribes. How they moved from Central Asia, I mean from Western Mongolia, from modern Xinjiang province, to Irtysh River, it is South Russian River, and how they went to Ural Mountain, and then went to Volga River and Caspian Sea. And now Kalmyk people, they live near Caspian Sea, near Caucasus. But earlier you see here dates, places, everything is shown according to the Russian archival documents. This is a map of not middle, but maybe first third of 18th century. Here you could see four main forces are shown here: Russia, Siberia, or Russian Asia, Tatar of China, land of Elut, and Japan, island of Japan. And here you could a little bit, you should understand what is space. There's Eluts. And translator of this Russian edition, he translated it Elite means like elite, you know, land of elite people, land of elite population. But elite, it is another name, inner name of Oirat people. Oirat, it is in Mongolian, in Oirat language. But for foreigners, especially for Chinese, they call usually them like elite people. And you see here really four main forces of this time, and that's why Oirat or Kalmyk people, they were unable to keep their achievements in Buddhism because they were nomads. And every time they had to struggle for their independence. And many Buddhist places of worship, they were just crushed, they disappeared. So now here you could see map of Russia, including Buddhist territories. I told you now about this region. Now Kalmyk live here, near, as I told you, near Caspian Sea and Caucasus. It is European part of Russia. Also here you could see Buryat Republic, Tuva Republic, and Altai Republic. Diamond Sutra, it is like, you know, Kalka from Sanskrit to Tibet, right? Prajna Paramita. Okay, yeah, this is a Diamond Sutra. It is direct Kalaka from Sanskrit to Tibet, and from Tibetan to our language, to Kalmyk language. So here you could see at the same time three languages. This is Kalmyk Republic now. It is shown how it is situated in Caspian Sea, near Caspian Sea and Volga River. Also, what I wanted to say that because Buddhism during Soviet power was prohibited, and everything actually was crushed and disappeared, and the monks were anyhow had to leave their robes and so on. Many shrines, they are rebuilt, they are very new. Anyhow, this is the Buddhist temple in Kalmykia, Elista town. It is the capital of Kalmyk Republic. All Nalanda teachers, famous teachers, they are created in these sculptures around this main temple. And here you could see temples of another tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, you know, like Kagyu and Nyingma traditions. Also, they are erected in Kalmyk Republic now. And maybe then about 3 years ago, this new statue of Maitreya was erected near Caspian Sea. Actually, Caspian Sea has very special, Kalmyk people have very special feeling to Caspian Sea, to this region. And why? Because I will explain right now. So it is again map of Russia, map of Kalmyk Republic in Russia. And here you could see, for instance, here this Buddha figure. It is a place of one, not old, but this Kalmyk temple appeared after war between Russia and France, when Napoleon wanted to invade Russia. And when Russian troops entered Paris, Kalmyk troops were among the first who entered to this city of France. And after that, due to this victory, this temple, this special temple, was erected about 200 years ago. This big Buddha figure shows special place of worship. It is like small mountain in steppe. Also, Buddhist pilgrimage, Buddhists make pilgrimage to this Hoshu temple. Now it is within Astrakhan region, as is shown here. And this one is also within Astrakhan region, but small Bogdo. So there are two Bogdo mountains. One big Bogdo is within Russian territory in Astrakhan region, another one in Kazakh territory, Kazakhstan. This is big mountain. You could see only steppe and only this one, and it has special legend that once Dalai Lama decided to visit some places, and he flying over Earth, he landed here, had his dinner, and went out, and went to another place. This is Khoshutsky Khurul. Now it is new erected one. It was destroyed during Soviet power. And this, you know, this new legend now is developing in Kalmyk Republic that Buddha Kashyapa Kassapa once said that his teaching will have revival again once more in sea, which is associated with his name. So Kassapa means connected with Caspian Sea, and special one item is that this is actually the most northern place where lotus how to say, grow, you know, as is shown here in map. Here you could see also Caspian Sea and lotus. It is up to now scientists don't know why lotus appeared in Caspian Sea, how it is connected with this region of traditional growing. Here you Caspian Sea. So Buryat region, Buddhism Gelug tradition penetrated to territory of Buryat in 17th century, and then it spread all over Transbaikalia, and from the middle of 18th century, the head of Buryat Buddhist community is called like Pandita Kambolama. So this is datans or temples in Buryatia. You could see that many of them, they all exist up to now, or they were rebuilt. Also because it had many losses during Soviet power. Ivolginsky Datsan is the famous one. It is the place where Kambolama resides. This temple is dedicated to former Kambolama with his it contains, it has his body, and actually also is a place of worship for Buddhists. Kumarajiva, a very famous translator, it is a monument in Kucha town, Xinjiang province of China. What is interesting that, okay, this is his travel of this Buddha statue, but now this statue, which was brought to Central Asia from India by father of Kumarajiva. Now it is in Buryatia region, in this Datsan. And this photo of this statue as it is now. It is said that this statue is was made during life of Buddha, during his lifetime. Tuva, there's just, okay, I'm finishing. Buddhism in Tuva. Actually, we could say that first Buddhism appeared in 13th, 14th century, but Gelug traditions appeared during time when this region, as Altai region, was included to Djongar Khanate. And Bogdo Gagen, the head of Mongolian Sangha, was recognized like head of Buddhism, of Tuvian Buddhism, Buddhism in Tuva. So this Buddha statue was erected last year in Tuva Republic. And this temple will be opened in a week. So next week there will be big gathering of Buddhist lamas and so on, believers, for the opening ceremony of this new one building. This is famous Buddhist temple in St. Petersburg, Russian capital before Soviet time. This year it is, so it was built at the end of Roman dynasty, almost 1 century ago. This is the modern, its modern view. This is first Buddhist temple in Moscow. It had consecration ceremony last January, just 3 months ago. And this is its hall, main hall. You could see here a statue of Buddha. It is Padarak of Sri Lanka. It was brought to Moscow. And here you could see also statue of Kusho Bakula Rinpoche. Sorry, yeah. So this is the main hall of Moscow Buddhist temple. And of course, Russian regions, they have their own places of worship. This is in Krasnoyarsk, South Siberia, Krasnoyarsk Buddhists. So again, about Russian regions, for instance, Kalmyks, they had migrations at these big, huge regions. So this is Samara region, Russian Samara region. And after archaeological works, they could find these statues of Buddha, and now they are in their museum, State Museum of Samara. So, Samara Buddhas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Kitino, very apologetically, I would like to use my privilege as the moderator to cut into the question answer time, because we are really running short of time. So we'll use this few more minutes for a presentation by Shri Deepak Anand. Shri Deepak Anand is an engineer by training. He has used his expertise and dedication to document various Buddhist sites, just like Dr. Cunningham, but by using his modern techniques, he has produced a very beautiful work to document these Buddhist sites, especially as mentioned by Master Xuanzang in his Thatang Siyuchi. So may I invite Shri Deepak Anand to make his presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chair, Venerable monks, nuns, and dear Dhamma friends, good evening to all of you. So basically this presentation is about International Buddhist Confederation and the future plans of IBC for the sublime wanderings of the Buddha. That's Buddha Charika, where Buddha made his wanderings. So basically all of us are aware of the fact that Buddha Dhamma originated in India in 6th century BCE, and by middle of first millennia CE, Buddhism took root in almost all Asian countries. And in its 2600 years of journey, the Buddha Dhamma, it evolved into multiple traditions, and within traditions there were again many traditions. And also in this 2600 years, Buddhism is it has reached almost all nook and corners of this planet. But one thing that unites entire Buddhist community, following any tradition, this is this small sacred geography which is called Buddha Charika. And India and Nepal jointly, we are very proud of this sacred landscape which unites entire Buddhist world. And Government of India and IBC is very committed. We understand the sanctity of this place and what is, how important it is to the world. So Government of India and IBC is very committed towards revitalization of this entire Buddha Charika. So let me start with the journey of in the footsteps of the Buddha pilgrimage, how it all started. So in his last journey, Buddha in his last journey from Rajgir to Kushinagar to attain Mahaparinibbana. So on his way, in his interaction with Venerable Ananda, he mentions about these 4 places. Lumbini, the place of his birth, then place of awakening, the place of first sermon, and place of Mahaparinibbana. He mentions that anybody visiting after his Mahaparinibbana, anybody visiting these places with right intention, this will help him in his practice. So this is how this journey of in the footsteps of the Buddha pilgrimage started. And then after 200 years after Mahaparinibbana of the Buddha, King Ashok, he came in contact with Buddhism, he practiced and he realized its benefits, and then he embarked on his own pilgrimage. So according to Ashok Avadana, he visited 32 places related with Buddha. So you can see a cluster of some 13 places in Kapilavastu area. Kapilavastu means present day time, Tilarakota, Lumbini, and Piprawa in India. So this area, I mean, it's ancient Kapilavastu. So there were like, 13 places there which Ashoka visited, and he marked all those places. And similarly, there's a cluster of places in Uruvela, I mean, like, the present day Bodh Gaya, the surroundings of Bodh Gaya. So this is the place where Buddha practiced different kind of spiritual practices for 6 years. So then again, Ashoka visited all those places according to Ashokavdan. So these are the 32 places. And then we have example of Venerable Xuanzang. I mean, like, when he came, I mean, you can see this is that track of Xuanzang. He crisscrosses entire Gangetic plain. And probably what happened after Emperor Ashoka, after Raja Ashoka, his example of following the footsteps of the Buddha, it was like, followed by subsequent kings. So what happened, like, probably all the places associated with Buddha in the Gangetic plain, right from his birth to his Mahaparinibbana, they were marked by, like, sacred, Dhamma markers. So when Xuanzang came, he visited many places. So, I mean, this is the ancient, like, you can see, this is Kuru, this is Panchala. So this is tentative map of those Janpadas where, I mean, Buddha made his wandering. And this place is marked in red, I mean, all these places. So these are small kingdoms at the time of Xuanzang, where Xuanzang saw Ashokan stupas to mark the presence of Buddha. So there are many places marked in blue. So these places are still not identified. These were visited by Xuanzang, so they are somewhere here, but I mean, still they have not been identified. But this Shug, according to Xuanzang, is the westernmost place where Buddha made his wandering. And then, of course, I mean, starting from Shug means, I mean, present day Haryana. So the Buddha Charika, it starts from somewhere like, on the, from Haryana to border of Bihar. I mean, so like, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Nepal, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So this comprises the Buddha Charika. So I would take few examples like, what IBC is doing to, like, take pilgrimage to lesser known places. So I mean, in between what happened, after Xuanzang, we do not have much evidence about, what happened to this elaborate Buddhist pilgrimage. Even when Dharm Swamin came, he has a very small, like, not very detailed pilgrimage in entire Gangetic plain. He just came to Bodh Gaya and Nalanda and around. So probably, there was a change of political climate in around 9th, 10th century. So probably that new political climate was not very conducive for the sustenance of Buddhist pilgrimage and this elaborate monastic system. So Buddhism came to, I mean, it started declining, and probably by 13th, 14th century, it came to its ebb. And so then there was translations of Buddhist texts, especially the travelogues of Fashian and Xuanzang. And this is how we got to know that Buddhism has got Indian origin. And Gangetic plains are the place where Buddha made his wandering, and all those sacred places which are mentioned in Buddhist texts, it is in Gangetic plain. And so when these books were translated, it was realized that it is going to be very arduous task to refine all those places and, I mean, like, revitalize those places. So Archaeological Survey of India was set up in 1861, just to systematize all the study and to initiate the process of revitalization. And I must say that Archaeological Survey of India has done a great work in last 150 odd years. And based on works of Archaeological Survey of India, at least we have, I mean, even the archaeology department in Nepal also. So, I mean, after independence, Government of India also realized that, I mean, we have to continue with this work, and this revitalization process should be, I mean, expedited. So now, by the sustained efforts of Government of India and Archaeological Survey of India especially, and tourism departments of different states, this 7 great places and of course 8 great places in Nepal. So now they are now like, they are, what do you say, I mean, they are part of in the footsteps of the Buddhist pilgrimage. But then this is not the end, it's just a beginning, because Buddha Charika, I mean, where Buddha made his wandering, it's very special, and the sanctity of this landscape is eternal, and it needs to be like, revitalized. So this process is going on, and many of the places mentioned by Xuanzang have been identified. I mean, there are stupas there, and there are like, markers there, but nobody goes there. People are not aware of it. So IBC is initiating this, like, process of incorporating all those places into this mainstream in the footsteps of the Buddha pilgrimage. So let me start with, I will cite only a few examples. Let me take the example of Shug. So Shug is as we know, Shug is in Haryana, and it's on the bank of river Yamuna. And we have lots of mention about ancient Kuru, where Buddha gave some very important sermons, including the Mahasatipatthana Sutta. So, according to Xuanzang, let me show in detail. So this is that track of Xuanzang. He starts from Sangol and he goes all the way to Bairat. From here he comes to Mathura, and then only when he arrives at this place, Shug, he says that he saw an Ashokan stupa to mark the presence of Buddha. And so this place is full of Buddhist remains. There was an Ashokan pillar here close to Shug at Topra. It's 15 kilometers from Shug. And that Ashokan pillar was removed from Topra to Delhi. If you go to Firashok Kotla, there's an Ashokan pillar there. So this Ashokan pillar is basically removed from here. And so this is a stupa at Chaneti. It's again very near to Shug. So this area comprising of Shrugna, Chaneti, Adi Badri. So this has got lots of ancient remains. And Xuanzang says this was the place where Buddha gave his, Buddha visited this place, he inducted people into Sangha. And this stupa is a Ashokan stupa again. So Xuanzang, according to Xuanzang, this could be the place, this could be the stupa made by Emperor Ashoka to mark the presence of Buddha. So now the idea is that since this is a Buddhacharika site, so it is very, its sanctity is very sanctified state stupa. So the idea is to bring it into in the footsteps of the Buddha pilgrimage, mainstreaming it. Now similarly, this is another site called Indrasala Guha. So all of us have heard about this very important discourse called Shakyapanya Sutta, mentioned in Pali Sutta, Pali Tripitak. So this is basically based on Xuanzang's account. This place was discovered very recently, 20 years ago. So you can see this, there's a rock shelter cave here. So this is basically, Xuanzang talks about this cave where there was a dialogue between Buddha and Indra. And you can see this structure, this is basically a stupa. It's all camouflaged by biomass. So if you remove a layer of biomass, you will find a stupa here. So it's all ancient bricks. Entire hill is covered with ancient bricks from 5th century, 4th century. So again, this is a very important place. So again, the process of bringing in the footsteps of the Buddha pilgrimage has been started. This is Gurupada mountain. This is Kukutpadgiri. And all of us have heard the name of Mahakashyapa, the third most prominent disciple of the Buddha. This was the place where Mahakashyapa took Samadhi. Mahakashyapa is also he was the first patriarch of Sangha after Mahaparinivan of the Buddha, and he also convened the first Buddhist council. So this majestic place is very close to Bodh Gaya, but people are not aware about this place. Similarly, this is Jwafadi Mound. So this is a stupa mound, and it's just 2 kilometers from ancient Nalanda University. And according to Xuanzang, based on Xuanzang's account, this place was excavated in 2007. So Xuanzang says that this stupa is basically to mark the birth and parinibban of Mahamoglan, the second prominent disciple of the Buddha. So when they excavated this stupa, they found a mud stupa from Buddha's time. And this mud stupa was encased by brick encasing from 2nd century AD. So this is a very ancient stupa, and it belongs to, according to Xuanzang, this is Mahamoglana stupa. So again, idea is to revitalize this place. Now, second thing which International Buddhist Confederation is thinking about, planning into, is reviving the ancient tradition of Chaitya-charika, that is walking pilgrimages. So this entire sacred landscape, there are so many numerous references about Buddha going from one place to another. Again, we have references from Xuanzang also. Xuanzang also took, in his pilgrimage, he also took some established routes, which was followed from the times of the Buddha, even before Buddha's time, all those ancient trade routes. So especially the 3 important journeys of the Buddha, like the Great Renunciation journey, from Kapilavastu to Bodh Gaya, that is Tilarakota to Bodh Gaya. Second is his journey to Sarnath from Bodh Gaya after his enlightenment, the first journey, and his last journey from Vulture's Peak to Kushinagar to attain Mahaparinibbana. So all these journeys are very important, and I'm sure, followers of the teachings of the Buddha, they would love to take this walking pilgrimage. So idea is to systematically, slowly, because based on the recent studies, all these paths have been almost tentatively established. So two of the walking pilgrimage trails which IBC is going to take up in coming few years. The first is the trail of Mahaprajapati Gautami, the foster mother of Buddha. And we just know her as a foster mother of Buddha, but we do not know she, along with 500 Shakyan ladies, they walked from Tilarkot to Vaishali to meet Buddha. When Buddha arrived at Kapilavastu after the death of his father, so Mahaprajapati Gautami met him and requested him to be inducted into Sangha. So Buddha said no. And after that, Buddha along with other monks, he went to Vaishali. So all these ladies, Shakyan ladies, they got collected and they decided that let's go to Vaishali and meet Buddha and put our case again with him. So all of them, they walked. The Buddhist literature mentions that they walked barefoot from, this is 300-kilometer trail. So Lumini Development Trust and International Buddhist Confederation, they are working on reviving this trail and reviving the legacy of this great nun Mahatheri, whose contributions are immense. And we will be commemorating the legacy of Mahaprajapati Gautami. So very soon we are going to announce the date. IBC is going to announce the date of, in consultation with the Lumini Development Trust, we are going to announce the date of this, when we are going to start this. And on this track, there are many important monuments. This trail runs along the parallel to this river Gandak. And there are 2 Ashokan pillars and big stupas, at Kesaria and Nandangarh and Ramagrama. So, these are a few monuments, like this is Ramagrama Stupa, this is Kesaria Stupa, Nandangarh Stupa, 2 Ashokan pillars. So, this was ancient route. Similarly, another route which IBC plans to revitalize is the first journey of Buddha from Bodh Gaya to Sarnath to deliver the first sermon to his 5 of the former colleagues. So again, this route is, this is Uttarapath, that ancient, which has been very widely mentioned in the Buddhist literature and all other ancient text. So this Uttarapath is this connects Bay of Bengal to Central Asia. So it was a very prominent trade route. And Buddha walked this route. From Bodh Gaya, he went along this, this is Vindhyachal range. So this is called, locally it's called Kamur range. And along this 100-kilometer trail, there are 3 Ashokan inscriptions, minor rock edicts. And these minor rock edicts are the first edicts of Ashoka, the very first edicts. So here are pictures no, I don't have a picture for that, sorry. So the idea is to revitalize this 250 kilometers of trail. And then these are few monuments on this ancient trail. Villages have got ancient remains, Buddhist remains. And in Sarnath, this is Ashokan pillar site of Lord Bhairav. So basically it is an Ashokan pillar site, but now it has been transformed into there's a Majar and Brahminical shrine. So it's mix of it. But traditionally it was a Buddhist site. It's a Ashokan pillar, now being worshipped as a Shivalinga. But this entire route is full of antiquities, Buddhist antiquities. So this is the second trail which IBC plans to revitalize in coming few years. Maybe next year. This is the MRE which I was talking about, minor rock edicts. In this rock edict, Ashoka is sharing about his own experience of practicing Dhamma. And he's also asking common people to start practicing. He says, it's not only meant for people, people, rich people. Common people should also start practicing it, practice Dhamma. It is very beneficial. So this is what is mentioned in the first minor rock edict of Emperor Ashoka, which is at 3 places along that trail. And third thing that International Buddhist Confederation is doing is to develop a national annual event calendar to celebrate the legacy of Buddha and his prominent disciples. So IBC has been celebrating the day of Vishak. Last slide. Day of Vishak, and then Abhidhamma Day and Ashara Purnima, and Honorable Prime Minister has been gracing most of these events. In future, IBC is also planning to commemorate the Parinibbana days of Mahaprajapati Gautami, Sariputta and Moggallana. So friends, this was all I had to share, and the revitalization process is an ongoing process. It will take many years, but Government of India and International Buddhist Confederation is determined, and we are very sincerely working towards the revitalization of this heritage. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak. Without further cutting into your tea time, I apologize for the extra time that we have already taken. On behalf of the IBC and the Mahasangha and all of you, I would like to thank all the 5 wonderful speakers for the evening, and let's break for tea. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor.
We also thank Dr. K.T.S. Rao, our moderator, and the entire eminent team for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we straight proceed for tea. After a short tea break, we will have the valedictory function, where the Honorable Minister of State Culture would be arriving for the valedictory function. So may I request you all to be present by 5:15 for the valedictory function. Thank you. the dignitaries, everybody to kindly assemble here. The Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji is already here. He would be amidst us in a few moments from now. आप सबसे गुजारिश कृपया इस प्रांगण के अंदर अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. We will start the valedictory function in a short while from now. Thank you.
Can I please request everybody to please settle down? Thank you.
To the valedictory function as we await the arrival of Honorable Minister of State Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal. Today's Global Buddhist Summit comes to an end with the main theme, responses to contemporary challenges from philosophy to praxis. As we all saw, the summit focused on finding solutions to modern-day challenges using the teachings and principles of Lord Buddha. And with the main objective of the congregation was to explore ways of disseminating and internalizing universal values of Buddhism. We shall shortly be starting with the valedictory function. It has been... Hello, there is some change in the setting of this mic, it seems. Excuse me. Hello, check. Hello, check. Can we get back to the original setting? Hello, check. Hello, check.
Sir, we haven't changed anything. हमने कुछ change नहीं किया है.
Right side is okay. The left one, if you can have a look at it. There must have been other speakers, so must have been some adjustment to their voice. Hello, check. Hello, check. Thank you.
Check my test. Hello, check. Holly.
Rinpoche Drepung Losling Monastery to please, you would be requested to come occupy the stage. I would also be requesting Dr. Damind Porge, Deputy Secretary General, you would also be occupying the stage, sir. And then Venerable Jangshuk Choiden. We will do the welcome address. We extend a warm welcome to Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Government of India, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, on the valedictory function of two-day Historical Global Buddhist Summit 2023. It's a great honor to have you amidst us, sir. We also welcome His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, Drepung Losling Monastery, Dr. Damind Porge, Deputy Secretary General, IBC. We are also deeply honored to have Mrs. Amita Prasad Sarabhai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, and Sri Abhijit Haldar, Director General, IBC, on the dais. May I request Dr. Damind Porge, Deputy Secretary General, for the welcome address, please.
Good evening to you all. His Eminence Ling Rinpoche on the dais and Sri Amita Prasad Sarbhani, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal, and Sri Abhijit Haldar on the dais. Your Holinesses, Your Eminence, Most Venerable Sirs, distinguished dignitaries, and Dhamma brothers and sisters. It is with great pleasure at this moment, in the conclusion of this historic first Global Buddhist Summit hosted by India, the International Buddhist Confederation, the Ministry of Culture. So, we have come to the end of very productive 2 days. And in this beautiful evening, where the Grand Masters, Buddhist leaders, Venerable Sirs from all over the world gathered in New Delhi, I would like to read out the declaration of Global Buddhist Summit 2023. The focus of the Global Buddhist Summit was on modes of disseminating and internalizing universal values and to find ways to work together to address the burning challenges both within and globally, and offer a sustainable model for future of the world. There has been general agreement that the basic fundamental which can provide inspiration and guidance in the light of Buddha's message of peace, well-being, harmony, and compassion for universal peace need to be highlighted and worked upon as follows. Number one, aim. In the present world scenario, the human race has been in great need to be free from conflict, ill-feeling, greed, selfishness, and uncertainty of life. We are in the dire need of peace and harmony, both in our personal life and at the global level. The texts, doctrines, and philosophy of Buddha Dhamma are best guide for interfaith dialogue, harmony, and universal peace. Number two, peace. We recognize that peace is the foundation for human happiness and well-being, and that conflicts and violence are a significant threat to peace. We call upon all nations, organizations, and individuals to work towards creating a world free from conflict, violence, and war. Number 3, environment sustainability. We recognize that environmental degradation is one of the most pressing challenges facing humanity today. We affirm our commitment to protect the environment and promote sustainable development. We urge governments and individuals to take action to reduce carbon emissions, protect biodiversity, and preserve natural resources for future generations. Number 4, well-being. We acknowledge that true happiness arises from inner peace and contentment. We encourage individuals to cultivate mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom, which are essential for promoting happiness and well-being. Number 5, Buddhist pilgrimage as living heritage. We recognize the significance of Buddhist pilgrimage as a living heritage that promotes spiritual growth, cultural understanding, and social harmony. We call upon governments to preserve and protect the sacred sites of Buddhism and promote their accessibility to people of all backgrounds. Number 6, recommendations. There is a crucial need for a paradigm shift in human attitude towards nature, drawing upon the teachings of the Buddha for the welfare and of all sentient beings. Members of the Sangha, Buddhist leaders, scholars, followers, and institutions can play a significant and effective role in addressing the multifaceted crisis. Continuation of annual Global Buddhist Summit is one such important step in this direction. Number 7, Nalanda, one of the greatest seats of Dhamma education for nearly 700 years between the 5th and the 12th centuries AD, precedes the modern system of university education. It was famous for value education and character building. These values need to be inculcated among youths to rejuvenate the society towards Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very rightly brought out. The Global Buddhist Summit has been an enriching experience with 4 Sangha and 4 academic sessions. May I now have the honor of requesting His Eminence Ling Rinpoche to say a few words and bless us.
강기 투지 예존네 다와 탐지 땅 방배지 담배 춘네 던제 고담데라 차체로 강제자외 고외 신감소 펜당데와 말륜 종외 제제 세왕 땡진 자주의 샤베 시대 파도 땡큐지 most venerable members of the Sangha, Excellencies, Honorable Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal, and members of the diplomatic community, dignitaries from different countries, adequate Buddhist scholars, Dharma practitioners, and media persons, ladies and gentlemen. Dharma greetings. I feel honored to have participated in this 2 days Global Buddhist Summit 2023 on the theme Responses to the Contemporary Challenges, Philosophy to Pretexts. I enjoyed the 2 days deliberation at this summit. All the presentations were enlightening and relieved the various aspects of the Buddha Dharma in very simple and lucid manner. At this moment, I remember yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister inaugural address in which he rightly emphasized significance of the Buddha Dharma today. He urged for the collective search for the inner essence of life in the context of our present efforts. One should begin by seeking the inner essence of our common faith to promote the universal teachings of Buddha. Urgent steps needs to be taken in all three aspects of pariyatra, means theory, patipapati means practice, and patipaveta, realization. It is urgent, therefore, to pool all the available resources, but far more important is the members of the Buddhist Sanghas collective will to act. As well as this morning, as His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet emphasized this morning, in order to effectively accomplish this, we must work on, we must each work on the depending our understanding of the dependent origination and thereby increase our bodhicitta. It is our responsibility to make people aware of the universal and practical teachings of the Buddha, known to everyone, especially the youths of today. Education should be imparted to our youths following the universal principles of Dharma that was taught and preceded in our ancient Mahaviras like Nalanda. Much effort has to be devoted in nurturing maintaining the current achievements of the universal Dharma. Hence, the need for a vigorous program of action for the future. Prospects of the future are indeed very bright because the Buddha's teachings, universal values, devote of the Dharma. With the forces on the universal peace and compassion and happiness and harmony, the redoubles its effectiveness and also expands subsequently its influence not only in the countries where Dharma is practiced, but in entire world. Buddhism today is not only part and parcel of the rich Indian culture, but also becoming a part of the world culture because of its universal and secular teachings. Much needed in today's chaotic world to sustain the society, Buddhism is basically a philosophy of life. How we can live a life of peace, happiness, harmony within and share some with the world around us. It is my utmost belief that the deliberaties at the summit very well exploit fundamental values of Buddha Dharma that can rightly provide inspirations and guidance in the contemporary settings. From this angle, we can say that the Global Buddhist Summit 2023 has been a very successful event. I feel such historic events should be undertaken every year in order to make us mindful and act towards world peace. Last but not the least, I would like to offer my thanks and hearty congratulations to all the members of the International Buddhist Confederation who participated from various countries, taking up the initiatives to organize the Global Buddhist Summit in India, which is the land of origin of Buddha Dharma. May all beings be happy. Tashitele, thank you. I will recite a short dedication prayer to dedicate all the merits that we have accumulated for the last 2 days for the well-being of all the sentient beings and for world peace. Jambe bawe jidar kemba tang gundu sambo tenyang tejen deda gunjin jesu dalo jin gewa deda tamje rabdo duzum shebe gewa tamje di ngowa kanla chodo ngaba dashin gewe zawa digungi sambo jojo rabdo ngowa shu janju semjo rinpoche maje banam jeju gewa nyamba meba Hone Gondo Pewa Sho, Donang Gombo, Jere Sewa, Seje Dewe, Janga Hanshi, Yonzo Yaji, Melom Hanze, Desan Dende, Nudu, Chao, Nandong Chuni Sangbu, Dende, Dang, Chosum Tuji, Tudan, Dende, Lende Lumin, Dendun, Naja, Dembe Melom Game Nutu Sho. Thank you, Tujiche, Namaste.
Thank you, His Eminence Ling Rinpoche, for your blessings, for your illuminating thoughts. मातृदेवो पितृदेवो गुरुदेवो भव के साथ साथ अतिथि देवो भव की हमारी शाश्वत परंपराओं ने पूरी दुनिया के कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया है और आज समस्त विश्व हमारी सनातन संस्कृति को पुनः श्रद्धा एवं शिद्दत से नमन कर रहा है, उसका अनुकरण कर रहा है. We have one of our distinguished guests from South Korea, Venerable Tomyang Sanim, a prolific writer from Gaya Culture Promotion Institute, South Korea, who has written a book titled Gaya Dynasty, Gateway to Buddhism. May I request Venerable Tomyang Sanim to please come on the dais for release of the book. May I request the Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, to release the book, please. The book describes history of a queen from Ayodhya named Ha Hwang Ok, who traveled to South Korea nearly 2,000 years back with the brother the queen married to a king named Kim Su-ro, and propagated Buddha Dharma in South Korea. And this dynasty, ladies and gentlemen, was called as Gaya dynasty. Thank you, Venerable Tomyang Sanim.
I'm glad to, dear Dharma brothers and sisters. My name is Tomyang. I come from Kimhae, South Korea. In the past, Kimhae was called Gaya in ancient Korea kingdom. I hope you to told Gaya Buddhism. There is a guidebook about Gaya Buddhism in the yellow bag distributed to you. Please refer that guidebook. The first official transmission of Buddhism in Korea is known to have started in 372 AD when Sundo, a Buddhist monk from Zhenjin, China, brought Buddha statues and sutras in the second years of King Sosurim of Goguryeo. Goguryeo was Korean ancient kingdom. However, after rediscovery of Gaya Buddhism, it was rewritten history of Buddhism in Korea. Queen He and her company carried a stupa made in Pasa stone by ship 48 AD. The Pasa stone stupa is standing next to the tomb of Queen He Hwang-ok since then. The restoration of Gaya Buddhism is the process of regaining the lost about 300 years history of Korea Buddhism. In addition, it serves as an opportunity to newly establish the ancient relationship between Korea and India through the sea. Korea lost 300 years in history, but India lost about 2,000 years. I said you to recover lost 2,000 years. That are two keys. First, Hwang is your family and our ancient. Let us reveal her footprints. Second, Pasa stone. The Pasa stone brought to He Hwang-ok was from of India. Where is the India? Let me find the way. History is not state history. It is not past. It's our present. Let's make our own future. Dear Dharma brothers and sisters, be happy, be healthy. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you once again, Venerable Tomyang Sanim. Today's Global Buddhist Summit 2023 has been really unprecedented in more than one ways. Such an eminent congregation of Sangha leaders, distinguished scholars, Dhamma practitioners, ambassadors, foreign dignitaries from all over the world. It's time now to make the magical journey more memorable by presenting token of our gratitude, our appreciation. May I request Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, to please present mementos to the illustrious team that enlightened us through Sangha sessions. May I request you, sir, to kindly come forward for the presentation. His Holiness Tri Quang Patriarch Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, our esteemed keynote speaker for the first day, that is yesterday. May I request His Holiness Tri Quang to please come on the stage. If it's not around, some representative can come and take this memento. Please join your hands together as he comes to the stage, the Venerable Next, we have Most Venerable Sitadu Sayadaw. He was the special guest. Coming to the first Sangha session that was held yesterday, I would like to request our moderator, Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha Sena, Founder President, Mahabodhi International Meditation Center, Ladakh, to please come up the stage. The eminent speakers we had in this session, Venerable Khenpo Karchung, lecturer and administrator, Tashitsang Buddhist College, Thimphu, Bhutan. Put your hands together, please. Thank you. The next speaker in this session was Venerable Bhikkhu Buddha Datta, Director, Mahabodhi Research Center, Bangalore, India. May now request Venerable Bhikkhuni Vidita Dhamma, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. Next we have Venerable Code Somheep, Venerable Ko Somheep, Associate Dean, Buddhist Sakyaputta International Institute, Cambodia. Coming on to the second Sangha session that was held yesterday, it was moderated by Venerable Bhikshu Nigrodha. Venerable Bhikshu Nigrodha, former Vice Chairman, Lumbini Development Trust, Nepal. Coming up the stage is Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena. Next, we have Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena, President IBC. Next speaker in this session we had was Most Venerable Professor Thit Nhat Tu. Next, we have Revered Dr. Betara Mahinda Thero. May I request Revered Dr. Betara Mahinda Thero, Senior Lecturer, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, if he's around, or somebody can come and collect this memento. We move on to the next Venerable. Okay, please come, sir, please come. Next, we have, after Revered Dr. Betara Mahinda Thero, Venerable Ashin Nandaka. He should be ready. Senior Lecturer, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Dr. Betara Mahinda Thero. Revered Ashin Nandaka, Pro-Rector, Dhammadatta Chekinda University, Myanmar. Then we have Revered Khenpa, who gave the summary of day 1 yesterday. Now coming on to day 2, we have Venerable Shatse Khensur Jangshop Choiden, who was the moderator, Deputy Secretary, IBC, India. Sangha session, Challenges for the Buddhist Sangha in 21st Century. Internal challenges and external challenges. Venerable Sharatse Khensur had moderated that session. We have the speaker, Venerable Metteyya Sakyaputta, Vice Chairman, Lumbini Development Trust, Lumbini, Nepal. Venerable Ashin Nandaka. He is Venerable Metteyya from Nepal. Next we have Venerable Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche from Nepal. Venerable Geshe Sangpo from Jangtse Monastery, Karnataka. Geshe Sangpo. Next, we have Venerable Ashin Sarana, meditation teacher. Now, coming on to the Sangha second session, we have Venerable Dr. Dhammapaya, Venerable Ashin Sarana from Czechoslovakia, next we have Most Venerable Dr. Vasaka Dube Mahinda Vansa from Sri Lanka. Dr. Vasaka Dube Mahinda Vansa Mahanayake, Chief Abbot, Vasukadeva Royal Relic Temple, Sri Lanka. Next we have Venerable Geshe Nicholas Vreeland, Executive Member, IBC. Venerable Geshe Nicholas Vreeland. Geshe Nicholas from United States of America. Next we have Venerable Munk Buttar, in charge International Affairs from Mongolia. Venerable Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutia, Head of the Department, Institute of Higher Studies, India. Dr. Jigme Wangchuk Bhutia.
Good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity to thank our Master of Ceremony for both the inaugural sessions on both the days, as well as the academic session, Colonel Rajesh Jindal. IBC would also like to thank our Master of Ceremony for the Sangha session, Khenpo Urgen Phunso. He's from Bhutan. Thank you, Khenpo. I'd like to call out the name of all the speakers and moderators of the academic session who missed collecting their awards yesterday. If you are here, please come up on stage. Venerable Framaha Hansa Dhammasaho, Professor, International Buddhist Studies from Thailand. Dr. Nanja Holland Hansen, Senior CCT Instructor from Denmark. She's lost in the maze of crowd. Dr. Nanja Holland Hansen from Denmark. Next, Dr. Ratna Jyoti Kakumanu, Medical Director for Clinical Research Firm in Orlando, USA. Geshe Dorje Damdul, Director, Tibet House, India. Professor Vela Valage Dayananda Chandima, Professor Sri Jayawardhana University, Sri Lanka. And lastly, Professor Anura Manatunga, Director General, Archaeological Department of Sri Lanka.
अब मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि आज के समारोह को कृपया संबोधित करें, हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करें।
ग्लोबल बुद्धिस्ट समिट का ये वैलिडेटरी फंक्शन और इस फंक्शन में उपस्थित हमारे लिंग रिनपोचे, धमेंदा पोरे, हमारे डीजी आईबीसी अभिजीत हल्दर जी, and Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Amita Prasad Sarabhai, and all participants. It's a very good, I think, 2 days seminar, symposium, or conference, or summit, whatever you can say. But to my mind, it's a very powerful gathering who believe in Buddha religion, Buddha thought, Dham, Sangha, like that. मुझे बताया गया है कि 30 कंट्री इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं और इसमें 172 फॉरेन डेलीगेट हैं and total participant 617. कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इसका उद्घाटन किया। मैं भी उस समय भी यहाँ था, मुझे अच्छा लगा। आज कुछ विषय डिस्कस कर रहे थे, जो वो भी बोल रहे थे धमेंदा पोरे साहब, द कंक्लूजन, कि क्या किस तरह से 2 डेज में जो मंथन हुआ उसके क्या नटसेल में ही वाज टॉकिंग। तो मुझे एक शब्द सुनने में आया, हैप्पीनेस। इट्स ए पॉपुलर वर्ड, हैप्पीनेस। एवरीबडी वांट हैप्पीनेस। हमारे लोकसभा के हमारे साथी नामग्याल जी बैठे हैं, आप भी हैप्पीनेस चाह रहे होंगे, और हमारे एक्स एमपी बैठे हैं, ये भी हैप्पीनेस चाह रहे होंगे। चाह रहे कि नहीं चाह रहे? तो ऐसे ही एक आदमी लॉर्ड बुद्धा के पास गया, तो उन्होंने पूछा, भाई आप कई दिनों से आ रहे हो, व्हाट यू वांट? तो उसने कहा, आई वांट हैप्पीनेस। और ये अभी भी रिलेवेंट है जो लॉर्ड बुद्धा ने उस समय कहा। फिर लॉर्ड बुद्धा साइलेंट हो गए। वो नेक्स्ट डे फिर आया, फिर उसने कहा, व्हाट यू वांट? कि आई वांट हैप्पीनेस। देन लॉर्ड बुद्धा सेड, फर्स्ट यू रिमूव, इट्स ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, फर्स्ट यू रिमूव आई, दैट इज ईगो। फर्स्ट यू रिमूव आई, दैट इज ईगो. Then remove want, that is desire. See how you are left with only happiness. It's a very good answer of Lord Buddha. Very good answer. And this answer is today is also in a relevance. हर आदमी परेशानी में है, but he is unable to know yourself also. We have a body. 5 Gyanendriya we have. 5 Karmendriya we have. We have a one mind. But mind is also have a 2 part. One is a physical mind and second is a subconscious mind. Then intellect. Then soul. And you know yourself. That is in nutshell the teaching of Buddha. If you know yourself, then you can believe in inner breathing, meditation, silence. These are the tools for the happiness. Nowadays, some people are saying it is a inner engineering. और बुद्धा ने तो बहुत पहले कह दिया था कि नो योर सेल्फ, अंदर जाओ, अंदर से अभ्यास करो। अभी एक विषय टूरिज्म का भी आया, जो हमारे धर्मेंद्र पोरे साहब कह रहे थे कि टूरिस्ट डेवलपमेंट, टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, जो जैसे अब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने बुद्धिस्ट सर्किट बनाया है, जहाँ जहाँ भगवान बुद्ध गए थे या सीक्रेट है उनके पवित्र स्थान है, उनको हम सर्किट से जोड़ रहे हैं. एंड वी आर क्रिएटिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी, वेदर इट इज ए रोड, बेटर रोड, रेल, एयर कनेक्टिविटी. कुशीनगर का जब इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन हो रहा था तो लिंगरिन पोचे वहीं थे. तो ये सब हम बुद्धिस्ट सर्किट को डेवलप करने की दिशा में बढ़ते हुए हमारे कदम हैं. अभी जिक्र आया कि टूरिस्ट डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए. मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं इंडोनेशिया का. मैं G20 में एज ए मिनिस्टर I participated in G20 in Bali as a culture minister, and 43 countries culture minister they attended this cultural conference of G20, culture ministers conference. अब उसमें उन्होंने क्या किया, हमें एक दिन कहा कि यू हैव टू वेकअप एट 4 o'clock. तो हम सब मिनिस्टर थे, उसमें जर्मनी, इटली, उनके भी मिनिस्टर थे. 4 o'clock, व्हाट यू विल डू, कैन यू हैव टू वेकअप 4 o'clock. और उन्होंने उसको साइलेंस रखा. उन्होंने दे डिड नॉट टेल प्रॉपरली, साइलेंस रखा. हम उठ गए 4 बजे. उठ के उन्होंने कहा यू आर रेडी. हमने कहा वी आर रेडी. वो हमें ले गए बोरोबुदर. बोरोबुदर इज ए लार्जेस्ट बुद्धिस्ट साइट इन द वर्ल्ड, आई थिंक. Borobudur. It is a temple, you can say, it is a site, you can say, but it is a very big site, Borobudur. Borobudur जब हमें ले गए तो हमें कहा कि क्या करेंगे यहाँ. 5 बजे पहुंच गए कि सिट ऑन मेडिटेशन. अब G20 के कल्चर मिनिस्टर वो सिट ऑन मेडिटेशन, sit on meditation and in silence also, and know yourself. अब know yourself, उन्होंने कहा we are minister. बोलो no, it is not your introduction. Know yourself. Who are you? That is the teaching of Buddha. लेकिन हमें इतना अच्छा लगा, हम बाली 3 दिन रहे, लेकिन जो बोरोबुदर की विजिट है वो मेरे यहाँ दिमाग में बैठ गई. ऊपर ले गए, हाइट थी ऊंची, बहुत हाइट ऊपर थी, और बैठा के मेडिटेशन कराया, साइलेंस कराया, और जैसे ही सनराइज हुआ और कहा सनराइज की रेज को देखिए, आईज कांटेक्ट करिए, करा, और क्या हमें आनंद आया जी. वो है, दैट इज हैप्पीनेस, दैट इज द हैप्पीनेस. Because I means ego. I am minister. I will not go. I will not wake up at 4 o'clock. That is I. So first we removed I. Then there was a desire. What you will do? And they did not tell the desire. They did not say we will do so and so. So no, you come, and we went there. Sit on meditation, silence, see the sun rising, removed I, removed want, desire, then feel you are happy, you are happy, you are happy, you are happy. That practice we practiced in Borobudur at the time of sunrise. You are also practitioner. If you get a chance to go Borobudur, kindly do it. It's a very good exercise. Like yoga, in India, like yoga, it's a very good exercise. Indonesia is a Muslim country, you know. And they selected this site for G20 culture minister. I thank Indonesia also for this. You can also thank Indonesia for clapping. Dhamendra Pore has also narrated that we have to reduce the carbon emissions. मुझे अभी पता चला भी मुझे क्यों बुलाया डीजी साहब ने. मैं साइकिल मैन हूं जी. Generally I go to attend my parliamentary works by a bicycle only. People know me as a bicycle man. It's a turban. Some people say it's a turban man. Some people say it is a bicycle man. तो डीजी साहब थैंक यू, और अमिता जी आपको भी धन्यवाद कि आपने मुझे बुलाया. लेकिन कल जो ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा मिशन लाइफ, व्हाट इज मिशन लाइफ? लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट. एंड यू आल्सो सेड धर्मेंद्र जी पोरे साहब, फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, फॉर climate change, we have to contribute something. The mission life is a part of that. क्या है मिशन लाइफ? प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का कहना है कि सपोज यू गो टू होटल, एनी होटल, वहां बाहर से आते हो कहीं से, तो आप कहते हो एसी बहुत लो है, हाई करिए, तो उसको 16 तक ले आते हो. 16 तक आता है अमिता जी या नीचे आता है कहीं? 16. उसको 16 तक ले आते हो. फिर वो ठंडा हो जाता है रूम. जब रूम बहुत ठंडा होता है तो फिर आप रजाई ओढ़ते हो. तो प्रधानमंत्री जी का कहना है कि ऐसा करते क्यों हो? आप 24 तक रखिए और रजाई नहीं ओढ़ना पड़े, काम वही है. इट इज ए लाइफ स्टाइल, नथिंग एल्स. कैन यू डू? कैन वी डू दिस प्रैक्टिस? You understand it or not? It is a mission life. And I can assure you that the work of Buddhist circuit in India, it is in a very progress stage. I have seen 2-3, Gaya and Kushinagar, Gautam Buddha Nagar. I have seen some site. The progress of the work is in very advanced stage, and I feel that next time when you come, our Buddhist circuit is completely completed, and you will also enjoy like Borobuddha. Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words, your illuminating thoughts, your interesting experiences. May now request Sri Abhijit Haldar, Director General, IBC, for vote of thanks, please.
Namo Buddhaya. Honorable Minister of State for Culture, Arjun Megwalji, members on the dais, Venerable Lingering Poche, most venerable members of the Sangha from different parts of the world who have come here and blessed this particular occasion, all the scholars and academicians who have gathered here from different parts of the world, thanks for all your contribution that you've made during the last 2 days. Friends from the Dhamma fraternity, the media, diplomats, many of who had come yesterday to attend the inaugural session, and the rest of you. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to wind up this 2-day session, which has really been mesmerizing, enlightening, and really a brilliant exchange of note on a lot of things which bother mankind today. You would all agree to the fact that the last 2 days have witnessed a lot of intense and passionate discussion on a range of topics. But what I was impressed with is that the topics which were actually charted out as part of the agenda, some of our friends actually crossed the line and went into subjects which are really innovative and unique and touch on aspects of real-time contemporary living. I don't want to take much time because many of you at the end of 2 days would be tired. But I guess as Dhamma brothers and sisters, you must remember the element of concentration and mindfulness. So I'd request you to give me the time to speak a few words more. One of the things which came out of this conference is that the topics were really unusual, unique, and I at least found them something which is of relevance to the modern world, to the youth, to the modern generation. I came across someone who presented a paper on 2,500 years of existence of Buddhism, and he's challenging the fact, he's triggering the thought as to whether we will be able to sustain next 2,500 years of Buddhism. Now that's hell of a future thinking, but it is something which has depth, which has intensity, and we all need to think of it. I came across someone who mentioned about mindful consciousness and mindfulness in negotiations, in signing agreements, in dealing in conflict and war-like situations. Again, a very pertinent issue. There was someone who came up with the internet, the information network. There was one person who mentioned about the negativities of the internet, how damaging it can be, because the scope for misinformation and disinformation is significant. And that can create fissures in the society, it can break communities, it can create unhealthy situations. So that goes against the Dhamma. And how do you repair it? You got to be very mindful, you got to be conscious when you deal with the internet. So what you see, what you do, what you put into the net is what connects you to the reality of Dhamma, that is mindfulness. So here you find a very modern situation being linked to the Dhamma. I think at the end of these 2 days of session, there's a lot of material which we have collected, which is something which we never expected really, beyond our thinking. And we intend putting them all in the form of a booklet, which we'll certainly share with you, so that you can benefit from it in any which way possible. As far as the event taking place here is concerned, when I say here, I mean in New Delhi, in India, I think it was a place ideally suited, the land of the Buddha. Next time probably we'll do it a little closer to the places where the Buddha existed, where he traveled, with your blessings. As far as the time is concerned, I don't think it could be a better timing than this, because the last few years, the world has faced a lot of devastation, We live every day, and the day passes by, and we live the second day. Again, the day passes by, we live the third day, and life goes on. And we tend to forget the pain, the angst, which people suffer as a result of natural disasters and calamities. The UN record says that in 2022 itself, there were 10 major natural calamities causing a total loss of $313 billion to the global community. And of course, a lot of loss of lives. So this is a sign of the nature showing its anger towards you. And we need to wake up. It's very, very serious. You have places where you never had flood. drought-prone areas where today you're seeing devastating floods. You have places where you've never had snowfalls, where there are snowfalls taking place. You have countries which are generally known to be cold countries, where today you find heat wave happening. So what is happening? There's something wrong. Of course, we had the COVID, some time back we had the tsunami. So this is the fury of the nature against mankind. And this is where the elements of Dhamma comes in. We need to really think seriously on this issue. The Buddha said, the nature gives you back what you give nature. And our Honorable Prime Minister yesterday mentioned that in troubled times, in difficult times, the teachings of the Buddha wades you through. So I think the combination of these two aspects, what you give to the nature gives you back, and what the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned about difficult times can be passed through with the teachings of the Dhamma, have to be studied together to pass through this difficult phase. As far as takeaways from this conference is concerned, I think Venerable Porage has already made a declaration which specifically brings out the takeaways. But I think I have a right to also speak of two takeaways which I feel are very important. Firstly, the very fact that all of you have come here showing an overwhelming response from across the world, from as far as Mexico and Brazil, from US, Australia, and of course our friends from close by, is an indication and a sign that you're all concerned as Dhamma practitioners about the state of affairs in this world. You're seriously concerned about these issues, otherwise you wouldn't have been here. We appreciate this gesture. The other aspect which I want to mention is, where do we go from here on? The very fact that you've come here in such large numbers and given us so much of confidence, so much of willpower, so much of momentum, that we are really keen to go forward in a major way. And I may not be in a position to make a commitment, but I can say in as many words that this particular event, the GBS, we may end up having probably as an annual feature. Let me also tell you that the task is very, very daunting, very difficult, very challenging to put up an event of this size. Of course, the Ministry of Culture is the solid block of support which pushes us ahead. And today, as I stand here, I must say that some of you must be wondering as to why the GBS is happening now. Why didn't it happen before? Well, let me tell you that the Ministry of Culture and the Government of India very often conducts a lot of international Buddhist activities and events, but they are specific to certain topics. And just to tell you that last month, in March of 2023, 14th, 15th March, in fact, with the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of External Affairs, the IBC held a conference and a meeting on Shanghai Cooperation Organization countries to discuss shared heritage of art and artifacts in these countries. And it was a wonderful session. Just happened a month back. And we had participation from people from different countries, mainly from Central Asian countries, where from 2nd century BC, you do find a lot of Buddhist art and artifacts. We also had 2 delegates from China. We had one from Pakistan. We had people from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, etc. So we keep doing a lot of activities even otherwise. But such a large-scale, unique event was done for the first time. It's a maiden event. And I always tell my people, my boys and girls who work with me, that this is like a ship, the GBS. The ship was under construction for a long time. But we couldn't set it sail because of a lot of problems. In 2020, we decided to launch this ship, but came COVID, which halted us. And then last year, 2022, we wanted to launch the ship, but we had other problems. We didn't find dates, a fixed date from all of the senior venerables. So today, standing here right now, what is the time now? 6:45. Sorry, don't want to hold you up, but 6:45 right now, standing here, I'm glad to announce that the ship has set sail. And all of you are the first lot of passengers aboard this maiden ship. The ocean is our horizon, and we're going to travel miles, and we want to carry all of you, those who've joined us on this first venture, as part of this family traveling on board this ship. So I don't want to individually thank anyone, but I want to say wholly, as a family, all of you venerables, all of you academicians, and everybody else present here in this hall are part of our family, and thank you very much for helping us in launching this ship. Thank you. Namo Buddhaya.
Very rightly brought out, sir. It reminds me those lines from the Honorable Prime Minister of India. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की वो लाइनें आपके संबोधन के बाद जहन में आती हैं, यही समय है, सही समय है, भारत का अनमोल समय है. Thank you very much, sir. GVS 2023 will herald a new dawn of collective wisdom of Buddhists around the world to make Buddhist values part of global engagement. हम दुनिया की जीवंत ज्योतिर्मय प्राचीनतम सभ्यताओं में अग्रिम इसलिए भी हैं क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ संतों की परंपरा है. हर काल में महात्मा बुद्ध जैसी कोई न कोई विभूति हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करती रही है. इसी के साथ आज का ये कार्यक्रम GBS 2023 यहीं संपन्न होता है. माननीय मंत्री महोदय का, आप सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का हृदय से धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच. All the dignitaries, the esteemed guests, ambassadors, scholars, धर्माचार्य, आइए आप दीपोभव के संदेश को आत्मसात करें. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Some document. Flight numbers with cast flight number and timing. So we had
I request everyone to kindly return the translation headsets at the translation booth. Thank you.
Can I please make an announcement for all the guests? All guests who are leaving this evening and have a flight tomorrow early morning, please report to the help desk in the lobby and give your flight number and timings so that we can arrange cars accordingly. I please request all guests who are leaving tonight or tomorrow early morning to report to the help desk in the lobby and give their flight number and timing so that we can arrange cars accordingly. Thank you.